Kang Yoohyun lived a life believing his mother's words, that if he dreamed big and kept pursuing it, he would one day wake up as the protagonist of his own story. He held on to that hope, even through the harshest trials. He worked tirelessly, pushing his limits and making difficult alliances just to survive. Yet, as he lay dying, bleeding from a cursed demonic spear wound, he understood the crushing truth. He was never the hero. The injury was fatal, beyond the reach of any potion or ordinary healing. He knew an elixir might save him, but he had none, and his so-called ally, Choi Doyoon, certainly wouldn't offer his. He stared up at the desolate, burning sky, feeling the life drain from him. This was it, then. Was this where his journey ended? Was this where he would simply cease to exist? He saw the faces of those he had fought alongside, the ones he had foolishly considered friends. The world he had invested so much in now seemed utterly indifferent to his suffering. Choi Doyoon, the man he had teamed up with, approached him. There was a smugness in his expression as he spoke, seemingly enjoying Yoohyun's final moments. Yoohyun, barely clinging to consciousness, managed to retort, reminding Doyoon that he could have handled the situation alone, even without his intervention. It was a final, weak defiance. Doyoon only chuckled, finding Yoohyun's predictable pride amusing. He knew exactly what Yoohyun would say, and it confirmed his low opinion. Yoohyun watched as Doyoon produced an elixir, a potent healing item, but made no move to offer it. The cruel irony was not lost on him as he lay there, fading. He had sacrificed so much, worked his entire life to reach this point. He had even allied himself with a psychopath like Doyoon, all for the sake of survival in this brutal world. But it was all for nothing. He was dying, and the elixir that could save him was being withheld by the very person he had trusted. Doyoon confirmed his suspicions, stating the elixir was too valuable to waste on someone like Yoohyun. He was saving it for himself, for someone truly valuable. The word stung, a final insult delivered with a chilling laugh. Yoohyun's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Valuable, huh? He had always thought he mattered. He cursed the world, a truly messed up place where life was cheap and worth was determined by others. This was a bitter end to his journey. Above them, unseen, were the divine spirits, higher beings of the heavens. They watched humanity's struggles, finding entertainment in their pain and despair. These spirits enjoyed the spectacle, placing bets on who would die and who would survive. Yoohyun's desperate fight and eventual demise was just another show for them. They found his cruel traits entertaining, observing his desperate efforts. But they didn't care about him as a minion, merely another pawn in their cosmic game. He realized then that no one had ever truly cared about him in the first place. He was always expendable, a tool to be used and discarded. He let out a ragged breath, a final curse directed at the world and the uncaring divine spirits. His anger flared, but he was too weak to sustain it. He even cursed Doyoon, the man who stood over him, watching him die. There was a raw, primal scream trapped in his throat. Another ally, a woman named Choi Doyoon, tried to interject, asking Doyoon if he was being too harsh. But Doyoon silenced her with a stern look, asserting his will. Doyoon then turned to Yoohyun, asking why he had intervened in the final fight when all he ever did was provide intel and observe. It was a question that cut deep. Yoohyun admitted he was tired of leeching off others, tired of this miserable existence. He had simply reached his limit, wanting to make a final, meaningful stand. So he had intervened, not for glory, but to save innocent civilians. It was a selfless act, born from a deep exhaustion with his own self-serving life. As the light faded from his eyes, he saw a new figure emerge, shrouded in a dark cloak, surrounded by glowing blue cubes. It was a teller, an intermediary between worlds. Tellers were the observers and guides, beings who had led humanity to its end, selling them out to the divine spirits for their entertainment. They were the ultimate manipulators. The divine spirits observed Yoohyun's final moments, finding his early transformation amusing. They were always looking for the next trial, the next spectacle. They declared the end was nigh and wished him best of luck. It was a cold, detached farewell from beings who viewed suffering as sport. Doyoon, with his elixir, still stood over him, watching him die. He mocked Yoohyun, telling him to leave with his little minions, reinforcing his disdain. Yoohyun was too weak to respond, but he heard the word minions. It was a cruel reminder of how little he was valued. Doyoon then asked if Yoohyun was sad about him dying, a twisted attempt at eliciting a reaction. He then sarcastically asked if Yoohyun expected him to use the elixir. Yoohyun could only watch as Doyoon turned and walked away with his group, leaving him alone to die. The light in his eyes flickered, the end drawing near. He uttered a silent goodbye, accepting his fate. The world spun around him, a blur of pain and regret. He could feel his heart pounding, then slowing. His breath hitched, then stopped. The darkness enveloped him completely. In the end, he had failed to become the protagonist of his own life, or even the protagonist of this ravaged world. He was just a side character. He was nothing more than a supporting role, forced to follow the bright spotlight of the main characters, never truly shining on his own. As he drifted into the void, a profound question echoed in his mind. What had he been living for? What was the purpose of all his struggles? He had hoped for paradise at the end of this difficult life, a reward for his endured suffering, but there was only darkness. Then, a faint light appeared, a spark of hope in the endless void. He wished for another chance. If he were given another opportunity, if he could right his regrets, he would seize it. He would live a different life. He vowed to climb higher than everyone else, so high that he would never have to envy anyone again. He would be proud of himself. He wanted to live a life where he was the main character, where his choices truly mattered. That's the life he wanted. He found himself in a strange, ethereal space, surrounded by glowing blue orbs. He was no longer dying, he was reborn. He was a small, white, blob-like creature, floating amidst countless others. He was alive, but utterly bewildered by his new form and surroundings. He questioned where he was and how he was still alive. He remembered the cursed demonic spear, the fatal wound that should have ensured his death. Yet, here he was, inexplicably alive. It was impossible, a complete contradiction to everything he knew. Suddenly, a large, masked figure appeared, shrouded in a dark cloak with a deer skull for a face. It was one of the tellers he had seen in his final moments. The teller explained their situation. They were all now tellers, working for Celestial Body Inc., tasked with presenting stories to the divine spirits. They were there to prove their skills, to see who among them could best entertain the higher beings. The explanation was concise and chilling. The teller's explanation ended abruptly, and the floating blobs were violently pulled into a swirling vortex of purple energy. It was a jarring transition. Yoohyun found himself floating in space, surrounded by the vast cosmos. He gasped, but surprisingly, he could breathe. His new form allowed him to survive the vacuum. A blue holographic screen appeared before him, detailing his first mission, the first steps. He was to choose a whom to show to the divine spirits. The goal was to enter his first contract. Success meant promotion to an official employee. Failure meant death. He had 1 hour to complete it. A 1-hour time limit thrust into this bizarre situation without warning, and the penalty for failure was death. It was an incredibly high-stakes game. He looked at a glowing blue orb in the distance, recognizing it instantly. It was Earth, the planet he had just died on. Earth had been destroyed years ago in his original timeline. Now, he was seeing it whole again. He had died, but he had been reincarnated as a teller, sent back to the past. He wasn't sure what was happening, but with the mission timer ticking down, he decided to focus on the immediate task. Survival was still his priority. If he was in the past, then this must be before Earth's destruction. This was the era when collectors were active, battling monsters from dimensional gates. He understood his mission. He needed to pick one of these collectors who didn't have a contract yet. It seemed straightforward enough. Collectors entered contracts with tellers to receive sponsorship from divine spirits, earning points to grow stronger. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. This mission seemed almost too easy, a win-win situation for both parties. He just needed to find a suitable collector. His destination was Seoul, South Korea. He tried to press the holographic screen, but his new, blob-like form made it incredibly difficult. His arms were too short. He realized he didn't even have proper fingers, only stubs. Even mittens separated thumbs, but he had nothing. It was frustrating and limiting. The mysterious teller watched him struggle, noting that most of the new tellers hadn't even grasped their situation yet. He found it uninteresting. Suddenly, Yoohyun's form began to shift, glowing brightly. He grew, his limbs extending, his features sharpening. He was transforming. He looked down at his new hands, stunned. He had changed back into a human form, albeit a more refined version of his previous self. It was miraculous. The teller was shocked. Newborn tellers usually took weeks to change form, but Yoohyun had done it in mere minutes. It was an anomaly. This mission, he realized, might not be as boring as the teller had initially thought. Yoohyun was an unexpected variable. He found himself in Seoul, South Korea, standing within what looked like the Collector Association building. In his previous life, this place had been reduced to ashes. He quickly refocused. He needed to find a collector. His holographic map showed red dots for contracted collectors and blue dots for those without. He also discovered a unique skill. He could see floating books around certain individuals containing their information. Others couldn't see them, confirming it was his exclusive ability. Time was running out, but he still had a few minutes. He tried to read a book from a man nearby who immediately reacted with hostility. The man tried to shock him with his Genesis system, mistaking Yoohyun for a regular human. But upon realizing he was a teller, the man quickly apologized, his demeanor changing completely. Yoohyun ignored him, scanning the area frantically. With seconds left on the clock, he spotted an older woman eating noodles in her apartment. He found her, uttering, "Found you." Our world was a unique place, a mixed reality where the abstract melted into the tangible. It was a realm where even the most fleeting concepts could solidify, taking on form and substance. This meant that ideas, beliefs, and even dreams could become physical realities. Myths, heroic tales, ancient legends, and even chilling horror stories all held a real presence here. It was truly a world where the spiritual and the physical weren't separate, but intricately woven together, forming the very fabric of existence. And this, our protagonist knew, was the world he currently inhabited. He mused that if he were to somehow acquire extraordinary abilities in such a place, it wouldn't be considered out of the ordinary at all. It might even be expected. As he flipped through a book, he saw a record for someone named Kim Sang-duk, an awakened individual with the ability Water Cannon. He had awakened 5 years ago. This book, and others like it, contained not only a person's abilities, but also a glimpse into their past lives and experiences. He wondered if there was a similar record for him. He searched, but found nothing. A small, almost imperceptible sigh escaped him. He hadn't truly expected to find one, but a part of him still felt a twinge of sadness. He noticed that the books came in different colors, a detail that piqued his curiosity. He had only ever seen bronze and silver books before. He knew, however, that there must also be gold books. He theorized that the color of the book indicated the value of the life a person had lived, with gold being the highest. Beyond the book's color, there was also an aura radiating from it. This aura, he deduced, represented the person's innate abilities and their hidden potential. Even if someone held a bronze book, if the aura around it shone silver, it meant that person possessed the potential to ascend to a silver rank. This ability was truly remarkable. It allowed collectors like him to gauge the potential of others before even making a contract, letting them see if someone would be a hit or a miss ahead of time. With this incredible power, his path became clear. He just needed to travel to areas with the highest concentration of blue dots, which indicated individuals of great potential. He was confident that with this unique blessing, he would surely find someone truly exceptional, perhaps even one with a gold book. He had been searching for a while now, but still, he found no one with the potential he was looking for. The small blue dots on his map, representing high potential, remained elusive. The clock was ticking, and time was running out. He couldn't just settle for lesser potentials, not when he knew there was someone with a gold color out there. He lamented that if his teleportation blessing didn't have such a long cooldown, he would have been able to search much faster. The frustration was evident in his thoughts. He paused, a sudden thought striking him. He turned to a passing woman and politely asked what year it was. The woman, a bit surprised, told him it was the year 20XX. He thanked her, his mind already racing. This meant he was 5 years before the end. A critical period he remembered from his previous life. He needed to identify the collector who had yet to emerge into the spotlight during this time. This person, he realized, had to be someone who would become active within the next 6 months. He quickly sifted through his memories, trying to recall the key figures. He remembered them, the Miraculous Three, Saint Bang Sang, Flame Knight Kwon In-beom, and Sword Empress Kang Hyerim. These were the legendary figures of this era. Bang Sang, he recalled, kept his identity a secret, making him impossible to find with the limited time he had left. Kwon In-beom, the Flame Knight, was likely still in the US, which would make him incredibly difficult to locate as well. That left only one person, Sword Empress, Kang Hyerim. Kang Hyerim was unquestionably known as the strongest of the Miraculous Three. He remembered an interview where it was mentioned that she remained mysterious during the early days of her career. He initiated a teleportation, the system asking for confirmation. He accepted, eager to reach her. He arrived in a messy, cramped room. He was confused. Was this really a dorm? Could someone like Kang Hyerim, the Sword Empress, actually live in such a place? He turned to a woman sitting amidst the clutter, tentatively calling out her name, Miss Kang Hyerim? The woman, startled by his sudden appearance, cried out in surprise. She had been eating, chopsticks still in hand. She demanded to know who he was and how he had gotten into her room. threatening to call the police if he didn't leave immediately. He tried to explain, greeting her, but she was too flustered to listen, still asking if he was hearing her. As he looked at her, a golden book with a brilliant aura appeared above her head. He had found it. He introduced himself as Kang Yoohyun, a teller from the Celestial Body Inc. assigned to Earth. He then stated his purpose, to make a contract with her. Kang Hyerim was utterly stunned. She stuttered, asking if he was truly there to make a contract with her, wondering if he had chosen the right person. He confirmed it, reiterating that he had come specifically to make a contract with her. She was still in disbelief, dismissing it as whatever. She tried to explain that her abilities were bad, that she couldn't even fight, but he cut her off. He asked who had told her such nonsense. She replied that everyone around her had said so, which was why she had given up on being a collector and was considering a civil servant exam. He realized that she was living in this state because she hadn't yet realized her true talents. He dismissed the negative opinions, stating they were ignorant of her great abilities. She was genuinely surprised, asking if he was serious. He confirmed it, revealing his identity as a teller, one of those who formulate stories for the divine spirits. He challenged her disbelief, asking if she couldn't believe a person like him. He then promised to help her unleash her full potential. All she had to do was sign the contract, right there. She looked at the contract, a flicker of hope in her eyes, wondering if she would truly become a collector. He assured her that she was more than capable of being one. She fumbled for a pen, asking where she had left it. He quickly produced one, urging her to sign. She hastily scribbled her name. With a flourish, she finished signing. A notification appeared for Kang Yoohyun, confirming the completion of his first mission. He had made a vow before he died that he wouldn't live a life of regret. This was a new beginning. He looked at Kang Hyerim, a confident smile on his face, telling her he looked forward to working with her. She beamed, agreeing to his proposal. He hadn't expected to be reborn as a teller, but since it had happened, he resolved to live a fulfilling life. He looked at Kang Hyerim again. Rumors had always painted her as noble, from a rich family, but her current appearance was certainly different. He pulled up her profile on his system. Her talents were listed: Goryeo-era Swordmaster, Body Sword Union, Unawakened, and Heavenly Sword Path, Unawakened. He was astonished. 3 main character specializations. Even more, one of them, Chuk Jung-kyun, was a talent from a famous story. These were 3 of the highest ranked main character level talents. He was amazed she hadn't even awakened 2 of them yet. He imagined the power she would wield if she were to awaken all 3. He then addressed her, asking about her talents. She giggled nervously, admitting she knew her talents were really bad, right? She then stopped, remembering she was instructed not to tell others her talents. He revealed that they were now in a contractual relationship, so she could tell him. She sheepishly admitted the name of her talent, Goryeo-era Swordmaster. She then asked if it wasn't just a joke of a name, unaware of its true significance. He was internally flabbergasted. Everyone was dying to get their hands on a main character talent like hers, and she was looking down on it. It was truly unbelievable. He asked if she hadn't told anyone else about her talents. She confirmed it, saying people usually didn't ask, and it was also embarrassing to say. He thought to himself that ignorance truly was scary. Her lack of awareness about her own power was astounding. She then asked, with a hint of worry, if he was perhaps disappointed that her talent was weird. She quickly added that he couldn't take back the contract, as she would be kicked out of her current place if he did. He immediately reassured her, saying he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. She asked if he was really serious. He confirmed it, the system then displaying a new mission, entrance ceremony. He had taken his first step as a teller and was now promoted to a full-time employee. The mission details stated he couldn't decline and would be rewarded based on his actions. It asked if he wanted to start right away. He accepted. He then told Miss Hyerim that he had to step out for a second. She asked, surprised, how long he would be gone. He wasn't sure himself, but he thought it wouldn't be quick. He then asked her what equipment she used. She hesitantly replied that she used the shield. He was surprised, asking if she truly had a shield instead of a weapon. She explained that despite not having combat talents, her strength was awfully strong, so she thought it best to go to the front lines with the shield. He asked if she had used anything else during basic training. She replied that she had used a spear, as trainers recommended it for its long reach and safety. He internally despaired, realizing she had somehow managed to choose everything but the sword, despite being the Sword Empress. He then spoke to her firmly, telling her to listen well. He instructed her to first exchange her shield for a sword. Then, she was to find an open area and practice swinging the sword. She looked confused, asking if that was all she had to do. He confirmed it, telling her that she would soon see just how good her Goryeo-era swordmaster talent truly was. He emphasized that she needed to practice exactly as he told her. She accepted the mission, though still looking a bit bewildered. A while later, Kang Hyerim was in an open area, having exchanged her shield for a sword as instructed. She felt a bit unsure, wondering if she could truly learn the sword by just swinging it around. She had never swung a sword before, and it felt awkward in her hand. She thought Kang Yoohyun was a dummy for not being more straightforward with his instructions. As she began to swing, a strange feeling washed over her. She paused, wondering what this sensation was. It was a peculiar feeling, one she had never experienced before. It was as if the sword was an extension of her own body, moving with an innate grace. She continued to swing, the movements becoming more natural, more fluid. She was completely engrossed, lost in the rhythm of the sword. Kang Yoohyun, having returned, observed her from a distance. He mumbled that it took longer than he expected. Kang Hyerim found herself in a desolate, misty landscape, surrounded by the defeated forms of monstrous creatures. Exhausted but determined, she gripped her sword, ready for whatever came next. From a distance, a man watched her, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was pleased with her progress, seeing the potential within her. He acknowledged her skillful execution, noting that she truly understood how to wield her blade. It was a compliment that would push her further. With the final powerful strike, Hyerim defeated a massive red monster, its form dissolving into golden light. A sense of accomplishment washed over her. A system message confirmed her success, awarding her 7 training points. She gasped, realizing the magnitude of what she had just done. She stared wide-eyed at the notification, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She had actually done it, against all odds. The man, Kang Yoohyun, offered his congratulations. He had always known she possessed the strength to achieve such a feat. But Yoohyun quickly reminded her that her journey was far from over. This world held countless wonders and joys, waiting for her to discover them. He urged her to embrace ambition, to desire more from this experience. She had only just begun to tap into her true potential. As he spoke, a stream of donation messages appeared, showing that many were watching her progress. Hyerim's gaze hardened, a new resolve settling in her eyes. Yoohyun challenged her, asking if she truly believed she could continue. Her confident yes and yeah echoed in the desolate realm. Yet, he warned her not to get complacent. It was far too early to celebrate, for the true challenges were still ahead. Suddenly, the ground trembled as more terrifying monsters, kobolds, emerged from the shadows. Hyerim braced herself, her sword ready. It was a place shrouded in mystery, where ancient beings watched and guided the flow of countless lives, a silent observer of all. Within that vast ethereal space, a figure examined the data. It was Senior Associate Teller Talden of Celestial Body Inc., a creature of reptilian grace. He looked at the screen, a name highlighted, Kang Yoohyun. Talden's expression was one of disbelief, almost annoyance, at the numbers displayed. 15 viewers in less than an hour for a newbie like Kang Yoohyun. It defied all conventional logic and expectations within this system. Talden questioned how such a thing was even possible. The sudden surge in viewership for an unknown collector was highly suspicious. He muttered about the unlikelihood of a newbie gathering so many eyes, convinced that some underhanded trickery must be at play. His irritation grew, and he resolved to investigate immediately. He couldn't allow such an anomaly to go unchecked. Then, his eyes widened as he considered the implications. He wondered who this collector, Kang Hyerim, truly was, sensing something extraordinary. Hyerim continued her battle, her body showing the strain, blood staining her simple attire. She fought with raw, unbridled ferocity. Talden observed her lack of protective gear and the ordinary sword she wielded, further deepening his surprise at her performance. He realized this collector was unlike any he had ever encountered, possessing a strength that transcended her meager equipment. She was growing more powerful with every passing moment. He watched Hyerim adapt to her abilities with astonishing speed, marveling at her natural talent. He posed a question to the unseen, divine spirits, asking if she wasn't truly amazing for her very first battle. More glowing messages of support and donations flooded the screen, reflecting the growing excitement of the viewers. Talden felt a stirring of anticipation. He hinted that her potential was far greater than what they had witnessed so far. She was capable of achieving things beyond their current understanding. Yoohyun noticed Talden's intense scrutiny. He turned to the teller, acknowledging his presence with a subtle shift in his posture. Talden, still focused on Hyerim's progress, questioned Yoohyun about the border. He wondered if the area beyond it wasn't supposed to be a safe farming zone. Yoohyun calmly explained that the border was a mutual agreement among collectors, designed to maintain a stable flow of points. It was a system, a rule. Taodan understood the practical implications, recognizing the logic behind the established boundary. It was a simple, efficient method for resource management. Hyerim, meanwhile, had reached the ominous red border, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. She stood at the precipice of the unknown. Yoohyun noted her achievement, remarking on how impressive it was for her first time in a mind realm. She had exceeded expectations. Taodan, seeing her stop at the border, asked if Yoohyun was disappointed that her journey had seemingly concluded. Yoohyun admitted to a slight disappointment, a hint of longing in his voice. He felt a desire for her to push further. But then, his expression shifted, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He declared that the fight was far from over. They had come too far to simply stop now. He believed they should see this through to its ultimate conclusion. He then revealed his true intention. Hyerim would clear this entire mind realm. It was a bold, unprecedented move. He explained that mind realms, once cleared, could be erased from reality, making way for new ones to manifest elsewhere. It was a cycle of destruction and rebirth. He continued, explaining that no one truly understood the story of a realm without entering it, which led to hesitation and the eventual suggestion to leave existing realms untouched. Talda, disturbed by this radical idea, questioned whether such an action was truly permissible. It went against established norms. Yoohyun, unfazed, simply told Taldan that if any problems arose, he could take the blame. It was a casual dismissal of potential repercussions. He then added, with a knowing look, that there was something more to consider, something that would change everything. He observed Hyerim, noting the fierce glint in her eyes. It was clear she had no intention of stopping, not yet. Hyerim confirmed his observation, her expression resolute. She agreed to follow his lead, her determination unwavering. The viewing audience reacted with a flurry of excited messages. Shadrala's guide agrees, one read, while another viewer expressed being overjoyed by the decision. Taldan, witnessing the collective enthusiasm, felt a jolt of surprise. He wondered what Hyerim was planning, his thoughts racing. He realized she was considering crossing the forbidden border, a move he believed to be utterly impossible for any collector. Yet, Hyerim stood firm, her stance unwavering. She declared that a true protagonist never abandons their goals, no matter the obstacle. Her words resonated with a powerful conviction. This, she believed, was the very essence of what it meant to be a hero. With a surge of power, she crossed the border, leaving the known behind. The realm pulsed with an unknown energy. Taodan watched in utter shock, unable to believe she had actually entered the forbidden zone. It was a clear violation of collector rules. He exclaimed that such an act was strictly banned by the collectors, a grave transgression with unknown consequences. Yoohyun's viewer count surged to 20, a testament to the dramatic turn of events. Taldan realized that everything was spiraling out of control. He reflected on the past, when the Earth's narratives were brimming with genuine adventure and unpredictable tales. But the collectors, in their pursuit of stability, had imposed strict borders and repetitive farming methods, causing the divine spirits to lose all interest. Bored and restless, the divine spirits had orchestrated an apocalypse, hoping to ignite a more captivating story. It was a desperate gamble for entertainment. Yoohyun, having witnessed the world's inevitable decline, carried the burden of that knowledge. He knew how this tragic story would end. He believed this world desperately needed a profound transformation, a change that must originate from within. It could not be forced or manipulated by external forces. The change had to be organic, a natural evolution. But the world had to find its own path, its own redemption. It had to change on its own terms. A new notification appeared, altering Yoohyun's stream title to CH Chronicles of the Sword Empress Hero Legend, attracting 25 viewers. The story was unfolding. Yoohyun offered Hyerim a sincere compliment, acknowledging her efforts. He then informed her they had reached the deepest part of the mines. Hyerim, her fierce battle aura gone, greeted him with a tired but happy smile. She looked utterly exhausted but content. Yoohyun observed her, remarking on how different she seemed now compared to her terrifying demeanor during the battle. She had transformed. He understood that her special trait had enabled her to reach this point, but her physical body was struggling to keep pace. He made a mental note to implement endurance training for her later, recognizing the need to strengthen her physical limits. He asked her about her experience fighting with the sword, curious about her insights. She gave him a thumbs up, beaming. Hyerim enthusiastically declared it the best. She expressed regret, wishing she had started her journey with the sword much earlier. Suddenly, A book near Yoohyun began to glow with an ethereal light. He looked at it, his expression thoughtful. He surmised that Hyerim's extraordinary accomplishments today must have triggered some significant change within the realm itself. Yoohyun then informed Hyerim that they had arrived at the final level of the mind realm. The ultimate challenge awaited them. He asked if she remembered the kobolds that had fled earlier, and she confirmed, a spark of recognition in her eyes. He assumed they had regrouped, now waiting for her, likely under the command of a leader due to their coordinated movements. He offered her a choice, asking what she wished to do next. He even suggested she could stop there if she desired. Hyerim, her eyes burning with resolve, questioned if he was joking. She had come too far to turn back now. She declared her unwavering intent to finish what she started, having journeyed all this way for that very purpose. Narration: Chuk Jung-kyung. As a low-class military officer and a civil servant, he alone climbed the castle walls, which were possessed by the Jurchen tribe, and cleaned it out. Narration: He not only took out thousands of enemies that surrounded him, all alone, but he valiantly charged into tens of thousands of enemies and slayed them down mercilessly. Narration: He was rumored to have surpassed human limits, leading people to give him a nickname, the Goryeo-era Swordmaster. Girl, wow, so he was someone that great? Why didn't I know about it? His story could have even been made into a drama. Yoohyun? That his friend's name is a bit weird. Girl, what's the friend's name? Yoohyun, I can't say it with my own mouth. Girl, come on, you're making me even more curious. Tell me. Yoohyun, stop. I can't say it, so stop asking. I'll report you for sexual harassment. Girl, what? You're saying I'm sexually harassing? Yoohyun, if you're that curious, you should look it up yourself. Why do you even carry around the smartphone? Girl, thinking, how bad could the name be? SFX, thud girl, pervert. I'll report you for sexual harassment. SFX, thump Yoohyun, why are you taking it out on me? Yoohyun, anyway, you can think of it not being published because of that friend's name, but that doesn't take anything away from his valiance. Yoohyun, thinking, HAAA, Yoohyun, the talent you hold is a lot stronger than you think. Girl, then, does that mean I have a really special talent? Yoohyun, thinking, just where exactly is the future Sword Empress? Was the Sword Empress from my past putting up an act? Yoohyun, anyway, we don't have time to loiter around like this. We'll have to move up our plans. Girl, what plans? Yoohyun, I'm saying that we need to work on your image. Girl, I haven't even finished my kakai. Girl? You, Mr. Yoohyun, is it really okay? Yoohyun, it looks good on you. You should be more confident. Yoohyun, now, before we go on with the story, what did I tell you earlier? Girl, don't laugh stupidly and be careful of how I act in front of the divine spirits. Yoohyun, good, we can go now. SFX, ding chat, XXX has entered. XXX has entered. XXX has entered. Yoohyun, thinking, there's more people than during the Chronicles of the Sword Empress. Did the word get out? Yoohyun, that's right. The divine spirits have never seen Kang Hyerim neatly dressed up. Narration: If you were to do a survey asking what's the most important part of a character, most would say it's strength. However, if you were to ask what the second most important thing is, everyone will answer differently. Most would probably say something along the lines of leadership or viability. But if it were me, I would confidently say, looks. Chat, XXX has donated 300 TP. Yoohyun, thinking, she's had a good base but she never dolled herself up. Yoohyun, now, before you go into the mind realm, you should learn this. Girl, what's this? Yoohyun, it's the story that I bought earlier. Is this your first time seeing it up close? Girl, yes, I've heard of it, but Yoohyun, you'll be seeing it more often from now on. Yoohyun, Miss Hyerim's talents are really good, but you won't be able to handle all issues with it, so we should properly prepare. Girl, I see. Thank you. Yoohyun, how does it feel? Girl, it feels somewhat refreshing. Yoohyun, that's a good reaction. Usually, the collectors have a hard time taking even two in. Girl, but Mr. Yoohyun, these stories, whose points did you use to buy? Yoohyun, now? Shall we get going? We should show the divine spirits a good show. Girl, SFX, which portal opens? Girl, where is this place? Yoohyun, what did I tell you earlier? Girl, right. Yoohyun, thinking, I can see that it's a desolate place that doesn't get much traffic. Yoohyun, yes, so this place is the Labyrinth of Crete. Yoohyun, to be precise, the maze Labyrinthos that's located in Crete's Knossos Palace. There's already been a couple of attempts to clear this place, yet it still remains uncleared. Girl, why's that? Yoohyun, they weren't able to figure out the clear conditions, not to mention that the maze itself is pretty troublesome. Girl, that's Yoohyun, Sage, don't make a sound. Girl, Mr. Yoyoon this, Yoyoon yes. They're all corpses. Seeing the degree of their decomposition, it must have been collectors that entered here recently. Chat. Viewers have already surpassed the 100. Chat. Flower in the Rough is full of expectations. Chat. Silver Beauty's eyes are focused waiting on the story. Chat. Who Walks Loud is asking to quickly get on with the story. Yoyoon thinking. There are even tellers amongst them. Their intent is obvious. They're trying to steal the ideas from someone who suddenly became popular. You can watch all you want, since our goal for today is to turn viewers into regular watchers. Yoyoon, here, take this. Girl, isn't this a spool of thread? Yoyoon, Labyrinthos is a maze that's really complicated. In the myths, Theseus used this spool of thread to get out of the maze. You should use it just in case you get lost. Yoyoon, then, I'll be praying for your good luck. Girl, Yoyoon, you just have to advance forward without looking back. Girl thinking, as if something like this is nothing more than a trivial matter. Girl, YES. Chat, XXX has donated 300 TP. XXX has donated 300 TP. SFX, Snapthread unspools as she strides forward. Narration. While Hyerim herself might not realize it, even her mental fortitude is way above average collectors. To think that she's not panicking after such a scene, girl peeks around corner cautiously. SFX, FW whoosh, light ahead. Girl, a light, hologram. H hold on Miss Hyerim. SFX, RAAAAHA. A massive minotaur blocks the path, roaring at Hyerim. Extreme close-up of Minotaur's roaring mouth, fangs bared. Hyerim dodges a devastating slash, full body evade. SFX, Baem Yoyeon, Miss Hyerim slams hologram screen in alarm. The Minotaur, badly battered, red eyes still glowing with rage. Extreme close-up of one blazing red eye. Hyerim lies wounded on the ground, sword raised, smirking defiantly. SFX, slash, blood spray explodes across the panel. Hyerim, wild grin, blood splattered, fully in battle frenzy. Tonight's dinner will be cowhead soup. Yoohyun, oh, come on, chat. Drunken customer wonders what cowhead soup is. Chat, XXX asks what cowhead soup is. XXXX asks what cowhead soup is. Yoohyun, I said not to use those corny lines. HAA, Yoyoon, Miss Hyerim, the Minotaurus is way stronger than a kobold. Their skin is thick and strong, making it hard for you to hurt it, so it'll be tough to take it down in one go. You should do a hit-and-run tactic to tire it out and finish it off with a final blow. Yoyoon, Miss Hyerim, are you listening? Yoyoon, what? Yoyoon, Kang Hyerim. Narration. Does she have no intention of backing off? Hyerim spins through the air, hurling herself directly at the Minotaur. Yoyoon, H, stunned, watching the screen. Yoyoon, that's... Yoyoon, Kang Hyerim, abstract teal sword slash energy trails fill the air. Hyerim raises her sword high overhead. An enormous teal aura erupts from the blade, engulfing the darkness around her. Yoyoon? She's already learned the sword aura? The Minotaur staggers back. The sword aura strike lands with devastating force. SFX, C-Rash. Hyerim lands gracefully, sword aura still flickering around the blade. Yoyoon thinking, to think she awakened sword aura this quickly, at this rate she'll surpass even the sword empress I knew. The Minotaur collapses to the ground with a massive thud. SFX. Boom. Chat, XXX has donated 300 TP. Chat, Silver Beauty just slayed the Minotaur. Chat, Flower in the Rough is full of expectations. Yoyoon thinking, the viewers are going wild. Hyerim, ha, ha, ha. Hyerim breathing hard, standing over the fallen Minotaur, covered in blood. Hologram, Miss Hyerim, are you okay? Hyerim, I'm fine, just a scratch. Yoyeon thinking, that was reckless. She ignored every strategy I gave her and went straight for a full frontal assault. And yet, she won. A glowing item drops from the Minotaur's body. SFX, ding notification, clear condition achieved. Hyerim, huh? What's this? She picks up a glowing golden key. Yoyoon, that must be the clear condition item. The one previous collectors couldn't figure out. You have to defeat the Minotaur to get it. Hyerim, so that's why no one could clear it. Yoyoon, now use the thread to find your way back out. Hyerim, right. She begins following the red thread back through the labyrinth. Chat, XXX has donated 300 TP. Chat, Flower in the Rough used the thread perfectly. Chat, more story. Yoohyun thinking, good. The viewers are hooked. This is exactly what I wanted. Hyerim emerges from the labyrinth entrance, thread fully wound behind her. SFX, whoosh portal closes. Hyerim, Mr. Yoohyun, I did it. Yoohyun, yes, good work. He exhales quietly, visibly relieved. Yoohyun thinking, she's covered in blood and grinning like that. Just where did the future Sword Empress's grace go? Chat, XXX has donated 300 TP. Chat, best stream of the year. Chat, Silver Beauty is amazing. Chat, Flower in the Rough exceeded all expectations. Yoohyun, the goal for today is complete. The divine spirits have seen what they needed to see. Hyerim, so how did I do? Yoohyun, you did well, though your tactics were terrible. Hyerim, but I won, didn't I? Yoohyun sighs, yes, you won. Close-up of Hyerim's bright grin, blood on her cheek, eyes shining. Yoohyun thinking, the Sword Empress. I knew was cold, calculating, perfect. This girl is the complete opposite, and yet, the talent is undeniable. Yoohyun, we'll work on your form next time. A sword aura, that wild will drain you too fast in a longer fight. Hyerim, understood. Wide shot, the two walking away from the labyrinth site together under a pale sky. Chat, stream ending notification. Chat, XXX has donated 300 TP. Best episode yet. Chat, looking forward to the next one. Yoohyun, thinking, regular viewers secured. Phase 1 complete. Hyerim, Mr. Yoohyun, about those stories you gave me earlier, whose points did you actually use? Yoohyun, don't worry about it, Hyerim, but... Yoohyun, I said, don't worry about it. He walks ahead, hands in pockets. Final panel. Hyerim stares at his back, clutching the red thread spool to her chest. The golden key glints in her other hand. Narration. The story of the future Sword Empress has only just begun. Kang Hyerim lived in a world where a unique skill known as Sword Chi, or Sword Aura, existed, a potent force few could truly master. It was a special ability, only accessible to individuals who had reached a certain, often extraordinary, threshold of power and understanding. This skill allowed them to extend their spiritual energy, their very chi, into their weapon, making it an extension of their will and power. Most characters in their world did not develop Sword Chi through their own efforts or training. Instead, they typically acquired this formidable ability as a pivotal reward or progression point within the grand narrative of their story. However, Kang Hyerim stood apart. She had uniquely developed this profound skill all on her own, without any external guidance or narrative push. Her self-taught mastery was a testament to her truly unbelievable talent, making her an anomaly even among the most gifted. With an intense focus in her eyes, she prepared to face the imposing beast before her. A shimmering blade of pure energy, her sword key erupted from her weapon, ready to strike. The powerful aura of her attack glowed brightly, cutting through the air with devastating force. She delivered a precise and formidable blow, aiming directly at her opponent's core. The massive, minotaur-like creature collapsed, defeated by her singular, powerful strike. It was a display of such unbelievable talent that left no doubt about her strength. The moment marked a significant turning point, introducing the next chapter of her journey. Kang Hyerim stood victorious over the fallen beast, her presence calm amidst the aftermath of the battle. Back in what seemed like her own realm, a flurry of donation alerts began to fill her vision, each one signifying new points. Spirits from all around were sending her generous amounts of points, the notifications chiming rapidly. She looked on with a mix of surprise and bewilderment, realizing she hadn't even consciously done anything to earn them. Yoohyun, her loyal companion, watched the escalating numbers with a curious expression. He informed her that the number of subscribed spirits had mysteriously doubled in a short span. Their collective influence and reach were now growing at an absolutely incredible rate, far beyond expectations. Despite the positive developments, Hyerim confided in Yoohyun that something about the situation felt profoundly strange to her. Yoohyun, sensing her unease, simply asked her what was wrong, inviting her to share her concerns. She explained that while she had successfully taken down the illusory being within the realm, her task was not yet complete. She still hadn't fully cleared the mind realm itself, a crucial step that remained unfinished. Many of the spirits observing her progress were asking why the realm hadn't been cleared despite her victory. That was because, she clarified, the mind realm was far from being truly over, holding deeper secrets. Yoohyun looked at her with a puzzled expression, clearly confused by her words and the distinction she was making. Hyerim knew that everyone, including Yoohyun, must be immensely curious about the true nature of the realm. The labyrinth remained entirely intact around them, showing no signs of collapse despite the foe's defeat. This labyrinthos was not a challenge that simply ended with the defeat of Minotaurus, as many believed. In her past life, she recalled, many powerful characters had attempted to clear this very labyrinth. Yet, despite their strength and determination, none of them had ever truly succeeded in their endeavors. Their failure stemmed from a fundamental misunderstanding. They had never figured out the correct method to clear the realm. But then, one day, a seemingly ordinary scavenger had miraculously cleared the labyrinthos. Thanks to the scavenger's unexpected success, Hyerim had also discovered the hidden truth of how to clear this complex place. The true way to conquer this challenging realm was surprisingly simple, yet overlooked. It was not by fighting, but by skillfully escaping the labyrinth itself. Yoohyun, hearing this, immediately assumed he just needed to follow the magical yarn she had unraveled to find their way out. Hyerim quickly corrected him, explaining that following the yarn would only lead them back to the entrance they had first used. She pointed out that, contrary to common belief, the true exits of labyrinths were often found far away from their initial entrances. With a dramatic flourish, she then pointed directly to the ceiling high above their heads. Yoohyun was utterly stunned, his eyes wide as he questioned if she truly meant the ceiling. She then calmly asked if he knew anything about the legendary figure of Daedalus. He confirmed, recognizing the name as the renowned creator of this very labyrinth. Daedalus was, indeed, a genius inventor, celebrated for designing the incredibly complex structure of the maze. The problem, as history recounted, was that someone, specifically Theseus, had managed to escape from that supposedly inescapable labyrinth. King Minos, consumed by a fit of uncontrollable rage over this escape, trapped Daedalus and his son Icarus within the very maze he had built. However, even imprisoned in his own creation, Daedalus, with his brilliant mind, still found a way to achieve freedom. Hyerim, with a sudden burst of excitement, pointed out the numerous feathers scattered all around the ground. Yoohyun's eyes widened in understanding, a clear realization dawning upon him about her ingenious plan. Hyerim began to diligently gather the scattered feathers, carefully collecting them into a sizable pile. She looked at the growing collection, satisfied that this amount of feathers should be sufficient for her purpose. Suddenly, with a magical shimmer, a magnificent pair of large white wings sprouted majestically from her back. Yoohyun, utterly awestruck by the sight, could only manage to stutter out congratulations for her remarkable achievement. She had successfully obtained Icarus's wings, an incredibly rare hidden piece, a legendary artifact. The powerful wings granted her the ability of flight, though it could only be used once a day. Hyerim was completely overwhelmed, staring at the wings in disbelief, unable to fully grasp what had just transpired. Yoohyun, quickly snapping out of his own daze, reminded her to maintain composure and utter the words they had planned. She realized how incredibly lucky she was, receiving system alerts confirming the mental realm's clearance and a reward of 4,000 TP. Back in the real world, Hyerim proudly showed off her newly acquired wings, radiating confidence and joy. She declared herself a full-fledged collector now, her status elevated beyond what it once was. Yoohyun, clearly exasperated by her flamboyant display, simply asked her to stop her current antics. Hyerim continued to flirt with him playfully, insisting he secretly loved her, which earned her a sharp warning from Yoohyun, making her pout. Yoohyun then mentioned that she needed to update her class at the association to earn more money, and Hyerim, eyes gleaming, immediately flew off, leaving him to chase after her, fearing what trouble she might get into alone. Kang Yoohyun knew the world was a rigged game. He was a writing storyteller in a system that valued the status quo over genuine achievement, where powerful organizations like the association controlled everything. But he and his companion, Kang Hyerim, were about to challenge that order, starting with a very public display. Just moments before, a man, confident in his own strength, had reached out to apprehend Hyerim. He remembered the exact moment his hand extended, certain of his victory. The man's face twisted in disbelief. He had been utterly taken down, apprehended by a woman he perceived as small and insignificant. He couldn't fathom how this had happened. He was a formidable opponent, yet he lay defeated. The onlookers were stunned, eyes wide with shock. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the impossible. Hyerim stood tall over the fallen man, her posture firm and unwavering. Her movements were swift, almost imperceptible to the average eye. The man lay sprawled on the ground, defeated and humiliated, letting out a guttural cry of pain. His confidence had been shattered in an instant. The crowd whispered in awe. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The man, supposedly a formidable Class 7, was utterly defeated. The defeated man's mind raced, trying to understand. He had been caught off guard, but even then, how could he have lost so completely? He felt a simmering rage. From the sidelines, Yoohyun watched with a knowing smirk. He understood the defeated man's frustration, but he also knew this was all part of a larger plan. The defeated man, still furious, swore he would not forgive Hyerim. He vowed to show her his true strength, to wipe that smug expression from her face. His eyes burned with intense anger and frustration. He was ready to unleash everything he had, determined to regain his lost pride. Hyerim simply looked at him, her gaze calm and steady. With a quiet authority, she told him to stay still, her voice cutting through the tension. She moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion as she struck again. The force of her attack sent shockwaves through the room. The man cried out as he was driven further into the ground. His body was completely immobilized, unable to resist her power. He lay still, defeated once more. The onlookers murmured, realizing the true extent of Hyerim's abilities. The man was utterly overwhelmed. He couldn't even process what had just happened. Her technique was beyond his comprehension. Yoohyun observed Hyerim with a keen eye, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He recognized the mastery in her movements. She had independently mastered the heavy-weighted body technique, an advanced skill that allowed her to manipulate her aura and body weight. It was even more impressive than he had anticipated. Hyerim, perhaps sensing his gaze or reflecting on her own actions, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. She turned slightly, a rare moment of shyness. The crowd was abuzz with speculation. They couldn't believe the man, who had used aerial arts, was still unable to get up. Was Hyerim truly a Class 9? Suddenly, association officials in suits arrived, pushing through the crowd. They sternly demanded to know what was happening and ordered everyone to move aside. Yoohyun noticed the officials' arrival. Their timing was quite delayed, almost as if they had been waiting for the situation to escalate before intervening. The lead official, Choi Doyoon, stepped forward, his presence commanding. He questioned their audacity to fight within the association's premises, asking if they considered the place laughable. The other officials and staff looked on, their expressions a mix of concern and sternness, as Jungmo confronted Yoohyun and Hyerim. Yoohyun calmly replied that he was indeed the person in charge here. He then introduced himself as Kang Yoohyun and presented Hyerim as Kang Hyerim. Choi Jungmo listened, his expression unreadable. He waited for Yoohyun to elaborate on the incident. Yoohyun explained that there had been a misunderstanding, not a fight. They had merely experienced a slight conflict of opinion, and the other person had unilaterally started acting out. He asserted that Hyerim had simply apprehended the aggressor in self-defense, pointing out her uninjured state as proof of her peaceful intent. The other officials, listening to Yoohyun's explanation, began to nod in agreement. It seemed his words were persuasive, shifting the blame to the defeated man. Choi Jungmo, initially firm, conceded that he might have misunderstood the situation. He offered an apology for his hasty judgment. Yoohyun then brought up the real reason for their visit. Hyerim needed to receive her mind realm clear rewards quickly. He asked when the person in charge would show up. Jungmo, realizing he was the one being addressed, introduced himself, acknowledging his significant responsibility within the association. Yoohyun introduced himself and Hyerim again. Yoohyun corrected Jungmo, clarifying that Hyerim had cleared the mind realm entirely on her own, not with him. Jungmo's expression changed, finding this achievement truly unbelievable. Jungmo was visibly taken aback by the revelation. Clearing a mind realm solo was an extraordinary feat, one he had not expected from her. Everyone had assumed such a thing was impossible, until Hyerim had demonstrated her incredible abilities. Her talent was undeniable. Jungmo, regaining his composure, admitted that Yoohyun's point was valid. He then asked what exactly they wanted from the association. Yoohyun stated their request clearly. They simply wanted the due rights that came from clearing the mind realm. He observed Jungmo's strange way of speaking. Jungmo's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew what Yoohyun was implying. The association was not eager to grant them the rewards. With a forced laugh, Jungmo explained that he wasn't solely responsible for approving such significant decisions regarding rewards. Yoohyun challenged him, reminding him that he had brought them here precisely because he was in charge. He expressed his disappointment in Jungmo's evasiveness. Jungmo apologized again, insisting that the matter was complex and beyond his immediate control. He tried to maintain a calm facade. Yoohyun, cutting to the chase, declared that he had anticipated the association wouldn't give them the proper reward for Hyerim's achievement. He was being honest about his suspicions. Jungmo was stunned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not expected such a direct accusation. Yoohyun suggested they stop beating around the bush. He stated the important thing was that the association simply did not want to give them the rewards. He proposed they speak plainly without pretense. The games had gone on long enough. Jungmo, with a grave expression, explained the association's reasoning. If a new mind realm was added, it would bring immense complications. It would require a vast amount of resources and personnel to analyze, posing a significant risk of casualties. This was the burden the association wished to avoid. The government, the association, and the collectors had implicitly agreed to maintain the status quo to prevent this additional work and ensure safe farming for collectors. Yoohyun retorted that Jongmo was hitting them where it hurts. He understood the strategic implications of their actions. He then declared that collectors were currently rotten, cowards who prioritized their own safety over challenging themselves. Jongmo asked if Yoohyun was claiming to be different, suggesting he was just as self-serving as the others. Yoohyun affirmed that they were indeed different. Unlike the others, they wouldn't hide, pause, or stop others from progressing. Jongmo scoffed, unconvinced. He questioned if they truly believed they deserved to be rewarded for disrupting the established order. Yoohyun maintained his unwavering gaze. No matter what Jongmo said, their stance wouldn't change. He emphasized that this was simply how society and the system functioned. It was an unchangeable reality, in Jongmo's view. Yoohyun then asked if Jongmo wasn't afraid of the aftermath of denying them their due. His tone was a subtle challenge. Jongmo dismissed the threat, mockingly asking what just the two of you could possibly do on their own. He was confident in his position. Yoohyun's expression remained calm. He had anticipated this. He knew Jongmo underestimated their reach. He posed a new question, one that clearly caught Jongmo off guard. But how would the others react? Jongmo's smile faded, replaced by a look of confusion. He asked who the others were. Suddenly, multiple holographic screens flickered to life around them, displaying various messages. Jongmo looked around, bewildered by the unexpected display. The screens showed dynamic, impactful messages. One message read, saying they can't believe this. Another stated, drunk customer is very angry. A third ominously declared, Haldrala's guide is frowning. Jongmo's face paled as he read the messages. The implications were clear. The others were not happy. Yoohyun had orchestrated this, revealing his true network and influence. Jongmo's dismissive attitude was quickly dissolving. The screens continued to glow, each message a testament to Yoohyun's hidden power and preparations. Yoohyun watched Jongmo's reaction, a subtle satisfaction in his eyes. The official was finally understanding the true scope of the situation. He then realized he hadn't properly introduced himself earlier, a deliberate omission until this pivotal moment. With a confident smirk, Kang Yoohyun formally introduced himself as Celestial Body Inc.'s writing stories teller. He then delivered the final blow, welcoming a stunned Choi Jongmo to my library. This was only the beginning. The real storm hadn't hit yet. Kang Yoohyun had initially believed the man before him was merely a manager, someone overseeing a collector. It was a simple enough assumption given the circumstances. However, the longer he observed, the more Yoohyun noticed the man's truly humble demeanor, the meticulous way he handled the collector, and his remarkably adept negotiation skills. This careful observation led Yoohyun to a stark realization. This man, Jongmo, was far above the average tellers who often looked down on humans and mocked their struggles. He watched as Jongmo sat in quiet contemplation, the weight of a difficult situation pressing down on him. The air in the room was thick with unspoken tension, a mood Yoohyun enjoyed. Jongmo's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He was clearly under immense pressure, desperately trying to find a way out of the predicament he found himself in. He knew that given the current state of affairs, no simple excuse could possibly turn things around for him or the association he represented. The stakes were incredibly high. If the association's public image became tarnished, and if bad rumors began to circulate among the powerful spirits, it would create immense trouble for every single collector affiliated with them. Jongmo felt the cold dread creep in, the full weight of his responsibility settling upon his shoulders. He was trapped, and the pressure was almost unbearable. He needed to find a solution, and quickly. He searched his mind for any possible escape, any clever maneuver that could salvage the situation. Jongmo repeated the thought to himself, a silent plea. He had to think. There had to be a good solution somewhere, a way out of this impossible situation. His mind raced, a frantic search for an answer that seemed to elude him. He was losing hope, his face reflecting a deep, unsettling fear. Yoohyun, however, remained composed, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He had carefully orchestrated this entire scenario. He watched Jongmo, the older man's desperate reflection visible in his own calm, calculating eyes. This was all part of his plan, moving exactly as he intended. The room was quiet, save for the subtle hum of the spiritual energy that permeated the space. Yoohyun was in control, a puppet master pulling the strings. Jongmo could feel the intensity of the gaze on him, even as he struggled with his own thoughts. He was a man caught in a web, and he knew it. Yoohyun leaned back, a subtle smirk on his face. He had meticulously planned this interaction, predicting every one of Jongmo's desperate moves. He had to admit, Jongmo was a sharp man. He was glad his wits were keen, though a part of him wished he had been a little more foolish. If Jongmo had been truly foolish, if he had refused to back down and clung to his pride disgracefully, Yoohyun could have extracted even more from him. But he was intelligent, and Yoohyun acknowledged that even if it meant a slightly smaller haul, it was still a substantial victory. Jongmo, feeling the shift in power, finally broke the silence, asking what exactly Yoohyun wanted from him. He was ready to concede. Yoohyun simply smiled, stating that he believed he had already explained enough. The implication was clear. Jongmo already knew what was expected. Realizing his position, Jongmo quickly agreed. He offered a fitting reward for clearing the mental realm and an extra reward for his own prior discourtesy. Yoohyun, with a bright, almost innocent smile, feigned a moment of consideration. He didn't have to go that far, he mused aloud. But then, he concluded, it simply wouldn't be polite to refuse such a generous offer, would it? He accepted Jongmo's concession with grace. Yoohyun then turned his attention to the ethereal, divine spirits he communicated with, asking for their thoughts on the situation. Many of the spirits responded with approval, expressing that they felt refreshed by his actions and agreed with his decisions. However, not all were satisfied. Some of the spirits loudly called for the arrogant association to be destroyed and even for Choi Jongmo himself to be torn apart. Yoohyun calmly considered the feedback. He mused that even if 99 people liked something, one person might not, and ultimately, it was a matter of taste. He quickly decided that he wouldn't allow that one dissenting voice to act out or cause trouble. He had a specific vision for his domain. With a simple mental command, Yoohyun blocked the unruly spirit. The act was swift and decisive, ensuring his control remained absolute. He reasoned that this was the best course of action, especially considering the specific atmosphere he wanted to cultivate within his personal library. As if on cue, a flurry of notifications appeared. Various spirits began donating tribute points, a clear sign of their approval and support for Yoohyun. More and more donations poured in, each notification a testament to his growing influence and the loyalty of his spiritual followers. Despite the minor dissent, Yoohyun concluded that things had worked out pretty decently in the end. He was satisfied with the outcome. He then turned back to Jongmo, his earlier smile replaced by a serious expression. Yoohyun instructed him to make sure the deposit was transferred to the account by today. Jongmo, still visibly shaken, quickly agreed to the demand, promising to ensure it was done. He was clearly eager to put this ordeal behind him. He looked at Yoohyun, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as if a new thought had just struck him. He was still processing the full extent of Yoohyun's power. Yoohyun then changed the subject, addressing Jongmo in a much calmer tone, telling him there was no need to be so tense. He merely wanted help finding someone. Jongmo, still recovering, cautiously asked who Yoohyun was looking for. He was wary, but had no choice but to comply. Yoohyun then asked if there was anyone named Choi Doyoon among the association's collectors, a name Jongmo did not recognize. Jongmo confessed he had never heard that name before and questioned if this individual was even a registered collector, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yoohyun admitted he didn't know the exact details, confirming that Choi Doyoon might or might not be a collector. His information was partial. All he knew for certain was a few key characteristics. The person was currently around 18 or 19 years of age and possessed a striking appearance. He added that the person's height must be around 184 centimeters, and though he reluctantly admitted it, had a face as handsome as any celebrity. Regardless of the specifics, Yoohyun would appreciate it if Jongmo could look into it. He instructed Jongmo to send any information to the Genesis network. Jongmo, still trying to grasp the unusual request, hesitantly asked if Yoohyun knew of any other distinguishing traits this person might have. Yoohyun paused, thinking for a moment, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he recalled another defining characteristic. He simply stated that the person was rude as hell, a trait that seemed to stand out prominently in his memory. Jongmo was utterly stunned by this unexpected and blunt description, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he asked for clarification. Meanwhile, Yoohyun's female companion, who had been observing the entire exchange, let out a relieved sigh. She had truly believed she would die of nervousness. Yoohyun, with a gentle smile, complimented her for holding on remarkably well throughout the intense negotiation. She admitted that she had been desperately putting on an act, convinced she couldn't afford to make a single mistake. The whole ordeal had been utterly exhausting for her. Yoohyun, ever practical, told her that since they would have to do this sort of thing often, it would be better if she simply got used to it. She looked at him with a hint of exasperation, asking if she couldn't just handle things as she usually did, implying a less dramatic approach. Yoohyun's expression turned serious as he firmly declared, "Never." He reminded her that this entire library and its reputation concerned him directly. He then pointed out how everyone had been buzzing about her earlier, praising her performance. He asked if she hadn't noticed the admiration. Her acting had worked like a charm, he continued. She had been deemed a charismatic and intelligent woman by all. How awesome was that, he asked her. She looked genuinely surprised and pleased, a blush rising to her cheeks. She hadn't realized the impact she had made. Yoohyun assured her that everyone was probably admiring how beautiful and awesome she was after that display, further boosting her confidence. She glowed with a newfound sense of pride, her imagination running wild with visions of future success and recognition. Yoohyun then asked her pointedly if she wanted all this positive hype to die down. He urged her to push things through to the very end, capitalizing on the moment. She was now imagining a future where everyone praised her, where she was famous, and where she enjoyed herself while sitting on a pile of money. The thought of a pile of money clearly captivated her, her eyes widening with a dreamy expression. It was a tempting vision. Feeling invigorated, she suggested they were done for the day and offered to treat him. She felt confident and deserving of a break. She puffed out her chest, proudly declaring that after all, she was now a promising figure. Her confidence had soared. But Yoohyun quickly brought her back to reality. He told her to dream on, as they still had other important matters to attend to. She looked at him, confused, and asked what other matters he was referring to. She thought their work was complete. Yoohyun casually replied that it was nothing much, just a small, quick errand. He didn't elaborate further. Kang Yoohyun and Miss Hyerim embarked on a significant quest to find the perfect management agency for Hyerim, a promising young collector with a burgeoning career ahead of her. Their journey held the weight of future possibilities. Yoohyun dismissed several impressive options, his intuition guiding him away from the wrong paths. He recalled the true destination should be close by, his memory serving as their compass in the bustling city. They finally arrived at Baikwa Management, which looked surprisingly modest and even a bit run down from the outside. Its unassuming appearance belied the potential Yoohyun sensed within its walls. Hyerim openly questioned if this unpretentious building was truly the agency Yoohyun had in mind for her. Its humble facade seemed a stark contrast to the grand aspirations they carried. With unwavering certainty, Yoohyun confirmed his choice, stepping forward and knocking on the door. A voice from inside called out, promising to be there in 1 sec. The door opened slightly, revealing Baik Soryun, who looked at them with a startled expression. Her wide eyes betrayed a moment of surprise at their unexpected presence. Yoohyun began to speak, but a sudden, intense vision overwhelmed him, transporting him instantly to a desolate, fiery landscape. The mundane office hallway vanished, replaced by a scene of utter ruin. He witnessed a man holding a bloodied woman by the throat, a brutal act of an irreversible break. The air crackled with despair, and the ground beneath him seemed to burn with ancient sorrow. The man's words echoed in the fiery expanse, speaking of mending broken relationships and warning of inevitable future problems that would resurface despite any temporary peace. He expressed a chilling regret, suggesting their paths would soon diverge for good, implying a final separation that sent a shiver down Yoohyun's spine. The vision held a sense of tragic finality. Yoohyun then saw the bloodied woman lying lifeless on the ground, a poignant symbol of the vision's grim message. Another figure, cloaked in shadow, looked directly at him, a silent observer. A jolt of recognition ran through Yoohyun, and he whispered, "You know?" as the figure urged him to abandon the lost and join their ranks, offering a different, darker path. Yoohyun was violently jolted back to the present, his eyes wide with panic and sweat beading on his forehead. The intense vision had left him disoriented, and he instinctively shouted, "Hello!" into the quiet office. Soryun stared back, startled by his sudden, intense outburst. Her initial surprise quickly turned to concern as she observed his visibly shaken state. Yoohyun quickly apologized, collecting himself as he looked at her more closely. He observed a unique aura about her, yet her face was strikingly familiar, like someone he had known from a distant past. He confirmed the office name, Baikwa Management, a place now holding a new, profound significance for him after the unsettling vision. The name resonated with a deeper meaning. The title card appeared. The protagonist, Only I Know, hinting at Yoohyun's secret knowledge of future events and the hidden destinies of those around him. Baik Soryun, the CEO, introduced herself with a warm, professional demeanor. Her welcoming smile brought a sense of calm back to the tense moment. She then asked directly if they were both there to join her agency, her gaze eager and expectant. The question cut through the lingering unease from Yoohyun's vision. Yoohyun confirmed, pointing to Miss Hyerim as the one seeking representation. He knew this was the beginning of an important partnership for Hyerim's future. Soo-ryun's excitement was unrestrained. She called Hyerim a chic and cool-looking collector. Her enthusiasm bubbling over, she wondered aloud if her good fortune was simply a dream. Yoohyun reassured Hyerim that she didn't need to put on an act here, that Soo-ryun's genuine nature allowed for authenticity. Hyerim expressed her relief, grateful she could simply be herself. Soo-ryun briefly looked puzzled, her expression clouding over, then abruptly mentioned feeling tired that day, a sudden shift that left them slightly bewildered by her candor. She then turned her attention to Yoohyun, attempting to deduce his profession, noting he wasn't a collector like Hyerim. His presence remained a curious enigma to her. She observed he wasn't from a recognized clan or another management company, making his identity even more mysterious. His background offered no easy clues. With a sudden, keen insight, she directly asked if he was a teller. Her intuition had pierced through his carefully maintained anonymity, surprising him deeply. Yoohyun was genuinely surprised by her accurate guess, admitting few others had ever managed to pinpoint his profession. Soo-ryun's keen perception was truly remarkable. Soo-ryun explained, tellers possessed a distinct, otherworldly aura, which allowed her to identify him. It was a subtle energy, imperceptible to most, but clear to her. She proudly confirmed her correct identification of him as a teller, her confidence in her observation unwavering. The mystery of Yoohyun's identity was finally revealed. A brief narration revealed Baek Soo-ryun's future, foretelling her rise as the charismatic leader of the Baekwa squad, destined to guide many through turbulent times. Yoohyun apologized for his initial skepticism, formally introducing himself as Kang Yoohyun, a teller of Celestial Body Inc. His full title carried significant weight. Both Soo-ryun and Hyerim were left wide-eyed with amazement by his revelation. The humble office now contained individuals of extraordinary power and destiny. Soo-ryun praised Yoohyun, marveling at the unique individuals now gathered in her office, feeling an immense sense of excitement for the future of her agency. She enthusiastically asked how such an extraordinary pair had come to meet, eager to hear the story behind their fateful encounter and its unfolding significance. Hyerim began to explain she was simply eating ramen at home when something profound occurred, altering the course of her life in an instant. Yoohyun offered a subtle smile, understanding the deeper context of Hyerim's sudden insight, a moment that had irrevocably linked their destinies together. Soo-ryun, eager to formalize their agreement, requested to see the contract details. Her enthusiasm was palpable, ready to move forward with this promising partnership. Her excitement was palpable as she discussed the terms and conditions of the new partnership. She radiated an infectious eagerness to get started on their shared journey. Yoohyun gently reminded Hyerim that she was the central figure in this important agreement, emphasizing her significance in the unfolding narrative. After a brief review, they confirmed the contract terms were satisfactory to all parties. The foundation for their new venture was now firmly laid. Hyerim, curious about her new venture, asked Soo-ryun to clarify a manager's typical duties. She wanted to understand the full scope of their collaboration. Yoohyun noted the two women were already comfortably conversing, a natural camaraderie forming between them despite their brief acquaintance. It was a promising sign. Soo-ryun meticulously outlined her extensive responsibilities, from scheduling to brokering, ensuring comprehensive support for Hyerim's burgeoning career. Hyerim, impressed by the daunting workload, asked if Soo-ryun had any staff to assist her. The sheer volume of tasks seemed overwhelming for one person. Soo-ryun confidently declared she handled everything alone, drawing on past experience with a major clan. Her self-reliance was a testament to her strength. She admitted she would also drive, but office setup costs had prevented her from buying a car. It was a minor, yet practical, setback in her grand plans. Hyerim was surprised by Soo-ryun's driving skills, prompting Soo-ryun to proudly list her various licenses, showcasing her diverse capabilities. She detailed her certifications, including those for large vehicles, forklifts, and even welding, illustrating a readiness for any challenge that might arise. Hyerim asked about such a diverse skill set, curious about the reasoning behind her eclectic talents. It was an unusual combination for a CEO. Soo-ryun explained it was a pragmatic backup. Should she ever leave her current profession, she believed in always having options, no matter the path. She reassured them of her unwavering capability, while Yoohyun stepped in to outline his own contributions, ensuring a balanced partnership. He would manage mind realms, character recruitment, and scheduling issues, handling the more esoteric aspects of their work. Yoohyun noted Hyerim's current lack of recognition meant Suryun's full services weren't immediately needed. Their initial phase would focus on growth. Hyerim still expressed a strong desire to help, eager to contribute in any way she could. Her dedication to her new path was unwavering. Yoohyun assured her that opportunities would soon arise as a significant undertaking awaited them in the near future. The stage was being set. He then told Suryun they would contact her when the timing was perfect, wishing her a safe journey back home. Their meeting had concluded, for now. With an unexpected shift in topic, Yoohyun then asked Suryun a profound question, seeking a glimpse into her deepest motivations. "Do you have a dream?" He pressed further, asking what she envisioned herself doing as the Baekwa squad captain after the tribulation ended and the world returned to normalcy. Suryun's answer was simple, yet profound, revealing the core ambition that drove her. She just wanted to make a ton of money. It was a dream born from necessity. Yoohyun smiled subtly, recognizing the Baek Suryun he knew, her ambition unwavering and pure. Her honesty was a refreshing contrast to the complexities of their world. They took their leave, with Yoohyun reflecting on the deep reason she connected so well with Hyerim. Their shared drive for success created an instant bond. Hyerim agreed, feeling an instant bond with Suryun, as if they had known each other forever, despite their brief acquaintance. The connection felt undeniable. Yoohyun confirmed it wasn't strange, suggesting a deeper, unspoken connection between them that transcended ordinary friendships. Hyerim mused if perhaps they had been best friends in a previous life, a playful thought that hinted at the profound familiarity she felt. The scene shifted abruptly to a different location, where a man was consumed by furious rage, his face contorted with anger. Our story begins with a man trapped in a recurring nightmare, a vivid, horrifying memory of war. The air was thick with the dust of battle, the clash of steel and the desperate cries of soldiers fighting for their lives. He watched, helpless, as chaos erupted around him. Weapons clanged, and the ground shook with every impact, painting a scene of overwhelming destruction that echoed in his mind. The sounds of the battlefield were deafening, a cacophony of shouts and groans that spoke of immense suffering. He saw familiar faces among the terrified civilians, people caught in the crossfire. Fear gripped him as he realized the scale of the conflict. It wasn't just a skirmish, it was a full-blown war, threatening to consume everything and everyone he held dear. He saw soldiers, their faces grim, preparing for the inevitable. The thought of joining the fray, or being forced into such a brutal reality, was a chilling prospect. Yet, amidst the terror, a strange, almost detached thought flickered. A morbid curiosity about the excitement of battle, a testament to the surreal nature of the nightmare. The scene shifted, and he was back in his current reality, yet the echoes of the dream still reverberated. He heard the sharp metallic sounds of swords clashing, even though he was no longer there. The memory was so real, so immediate, that he could almost feel the vibrations of the battle around him, a stark reminder of his past trauma. He could still hear the desperate shouts of commanders, urging their men to hold the line, to fight with everything they had, a desperate plea for survival. The battle cries were visceral, filled with raw emotion as soldiers rallied against a perceived enemy, ready to defend their homeland at any cost. Their determination was palpable. They couldn't afford to lose this fight. The stakes were too high, the consequences too dire for their people. Losing meant everything was over, that their very existence was at stake. They had to stop the enemy from breaking through their defenses, no matter what. The dream intensified, showing the brutal reality of the front lines. Warriors clashed, their movements swift and deadly, each strike a desperate attempt to survive. He saw one soldier, his face contorted in a scream, falling amidst the chaos. The sight brought a fresh wave of terror, a primal fear of death. The urgent pleas for help from the wounded and dying filled the air, a chorus of despair that tore at his very soul. He watched as people scrambled, trying to escape the carnage. The desperate struggle to survive was a harrowing sight, etched into his memory. Panic set in as he saw others being trampled, their cries for help going unanswered in the deafening din of war. He felt a deep, profound fear, a terror that he didn't want to die, that he couldn't face such an end. He could hear the frantic shouts of people telling others to move, to get out of the way, as the tide of battle swept over them. His own voice joined the chorus of despair, a choked, desperate plea for his mother, for someone to save him from this nightmare. The suffocating fear was overwhelming, a raw, uncontrollable terror that made his breath catch in his throat. He desperately wanted help. He woke with a start, the lingering dread still heavy in his chest. The images of war faded, replaced by the familiar surroundings of his room. He reflected on his past, on the vow he had made to himself. He would never allow such helplessness to consume him again. He swore that he would prevent such a tragedy from ever happening, that he would gain the power to protect what mattered. This was his solemn oath. A week earlier, he found himself at Celestial Body Inc., a place of immense power and mystery. He was attending an entry ceremony for new employees. The grand hall was filled with an expectant hush. He walked along with the others, taking in the opulent surroundings, a stark contrast to his recent nightmare. A representative from Celestial Body Inc. addressed the newcomers, explaining a crucial detail they needed to be aware of before the ceremony began. He learned that the entry ceremony was taking place simultaneously with another, far more significant event, the invitation ceremony of the Divine Spirits. The mention of Divine Spirits caused a ripple of murmurs and excitement among the other new employees, a sense of awe and wonder filling the room. Everyone wondered if they would get a chance to see such powerful beings, their faces alight with hopeful curiosity, despite being told otherwise. The representative quickly clarified that the Divine Spirit ceremony was in a separate room, ensuring there would be no direct contact. The newcomers wouldn't be coming across them. A wave of relief washed over some, while others looked a bit disappointed. Still, the representative assured them there was nothing to worry about. The banquet hall buzzed with activity, tables laden with exquisite food and drink. The atmosphere was festive, a celebration of their new beginnings. He observed the other new employees, many of whom had already undergone a transformation, showcasing their inherent spiritual forms. He was still in his human form, which made him an anomaly. He tried to blend in, but his lack of transformation drew curious glances. He sipped his wine, feeling a slight unease. He knew he stuck out, and he preferred to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. The company was one of the largest teller organizations, renowned across the realms. Its reputation alone commanded respect and a degree of fear. He had never been to such a prestigious place before. The sheer scale and grandeur of Celestial Body Inc. left him genuinely surprised. The entire facility seemed to float on an island in the sky, a magnificent spectacle that defied conventional understanding. As he tried to discreetly slip away from the main crowd, a small, horned creature approached him, its eyes wide with curiosity. It asked him why he wasn't enjoying the banquet like the others, its gaze fixed on his untransformed appearance. He felt a prickle of annoyance. He didn't want to explain himself, nor did he want to engage in small talk. The creature, with its small horns, seemed to wonder if he had only managed to change a part of his body, mistaking his human form for an incomplete transformation. He simply stated that he didn't really want to participate in the festivities, hoping that would be the end of the conversation. The horned creature, however, misinterpreted his reluctance. It assumed he felt superior because he hadn't fully transformed yet. It accused him of looking down on them, of believing he was better just because his appearance hadn't changed like theirs. He quickly tried to deny it, but his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. The creature was already convinced of his arrogance. It declared that he shouldn't underestimate him, a challenge rooted in its misunderstanding of his quiet demeanor. Suddenly, a group of imposing figures entered the banquet hall, their presence commanding attention. They were from different departments within Celestial Body Inc. The new arrivals were visually striking, some with animalistic features, others with glowing eyes or horns, each radiating a distinct aura of power. One of them asked if the banquet was already over, causing a ripple of concern among the gathered new employees. The speaker, a man with a friendly smile, quickly reassured everyone, urging them to continue enjoying the banquet as if nothing had happened. He explained that they were simply from other departments and had come to get to know the new employees, a seemingly innocent gesture, but our guy knew better. He understood their true intentions. They were here to scout for the most promising individuals, to assess their potential. They were looking for the most useful and talented individuals, eager to recruit them into their respective departments, a competitive scramble for talent. This seemingly celebratory banquet had transformed into a battleground, a fierce competition to recruit the most skilled newcomers. He felt a growing sense of dread. He didn't want to get caught up in this recruitment frenzy. It would be tiring and complicated. He decided it would be best to get out of there before he was swept into the chaos. He needed to make a quiet exit. As he tried to slip away, another man, one of the departmental representatives, recognized him. He was the newbie who had transformed right away, or so they thought. The representative expressed his disbelief, admitting he hadn't believed the rumors until he saw him. This attention was exactly what he wanted to avoid. He was immediately propositioned, asked if he would consider joining the finance department, an offer that only intensified the unwanted attention. Another representative quickly chimed in, attempting to poach him for their own department. The recruitment battle was already reaching a fever pitch. He tried to politely decline, waving his hands in a gesture of modesty, acknowledging their attention but wanting to extricate himself. He then asked how he could get out of the hall, hoping to find a discreet exit from the overwhelming situation. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared, completely shrouded in black, with glowing blue lines emanating from within. This figure seemed invisible to everyone else. The figure smirked, recognizing him. He had been lurking, watching the recruitment chaos unfold. He was surprised that our guy could see him, a fact that clearly intrigued him. He wasn't supposed to be visible to tellers. He asked how our guy was able to see him, a direct question that cut through the noise of the banquet. Our guy, still playing along, feigned a moment of distraction, apologizing for his inattention before finally acknowledging the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure, delighted, exclaimed, "Hell yeah!" The protagonist had successfully played into his game, allowing him to escape the other recruiters. The figure then suggested they talk elsewhere, leading our guy away from the noisy banquet, much to the dismay of the other recruiters. The other recruiters were confused. They wondered if there was another teller like that, completely unaware of the mysterious figure's presence. They had never seen him before and questioned which department he belonged to, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Our guy, now alone with the mysterious figure, thanked him for playing along, admitting that it had been a sudden and chaotic situation. The young teller, normally focused on his duties, found himself in an unexpected encounter. A powerful divine spirit, Satan himself, stood before him, offering a sponsorship for his library. The offer was immense, an ultimate opportunity from a high-ranking divine spirit that promised untold benefits. Yet, a deep unease settled in, making him question if this tempting path was truly the right one for him and his library. With genuine regret, the teller apologized to the formidable spirit and firmly declined Satan's enticing offer. Satan, surprisingly calm, asked why he refused, highlighting the great benefits his sponsorship would bring to the library. The teller explained that while the benefits were clear, accepting would mean surrendering his freedom and potentially facing hostility from other divine spirits. He stated that despite all the advantages, the offer simply wasn't enough to compromise his vision for the library. He acknowledged Pandemonium's incredible power, especially Satan's, and admitted his eagerness to work with such a formidable executive. However, accepting would limit his library stories to Pandemonium's environment and transfer most of its authority to Satan. The teller believed in the boundless possibilities and the myriad of stories he could cultivate and showcase within his library moving forward. He declared that the path he was destined to follow, the one that truly resonated with his spirit, had to be entirely his own. Therefore, with a newfound resolve, he reiterated his decision. He must refuse the generous, yet binding, offer. He hoped that Satan, with his profound wisdom, would be able to understand the depth of his conviction and respect his choice. A soft chuckle escaped Satan, a sound that seemed to ripple through the very air around them. Then, a hearty, booming laugh filled the space, catching the teller completely off guard with its unexpected warmth. Satan, still smiling, complimented the teller, marveling at his ambitions that surpassed even the desire to possess Pandemonium itself. The teller, flustered and sweating slightly, quickly tried to deny such grand ambition, stammering that it wasn't quite like that. Satan, however, reassured him, saying there was no need to worry. He was genuinely complimenting the teller's unique vision. He affirmed that the teller's reasoning was sound, and his perspective was entirely correct, acknowledging the truth in his words. Satan then clarified, explaining that the moment he sponsored the library, he would indeed obtain full ownership of it. This, he continued, inherently meant that the teller would have to relinquish his own unique potential and aspirations. Satan observed that the teller had chosen to bypass the easy route, instead opting for a much more challenging and arduous path. From Satan's perspective, this decision seemed foolish, yet it was precisely this peculiar foolishness that had captured his undivided attention. He suggested that they bring their current conversation to a close, as the core issue had been thoroughly discussed. Satan explained that he simply wasn't ambitious enough to impose his will or demands on someone who clearly did not desire it. The teller, still processing the unexpected turn of events, hesitantly asked if Satan was truly giving up on the sponsorship. Satan's smile widened, admitting that the teller's defiance didn't make him give up, rather, it made him feel even more greedy. This unique challenge only intensified his desire, making him want to forcefully acquire the teller and his library. The teller's eyes widened in disbelief, uttering a soft, bewildered, "What?" At Satan's surprising admission, Satan leaned in, his voice dropping slightly as he prepared to pose his critical question one more time. With a piercing gaze, he asked the teller, for the final time, if he truly did not want his powerful sponsorship. The teller, unwavering, confirmed his stance. He desired donations from divine spirits who offered them willingly, without any binding deals. Satan regarded him with a look of profound amusement, remarking on the sheer ambition that radiated from the young teller. He mused that if any other teller had expressed such arrogance, he would have punished them severely. But he couldn't simply let the teller leave without a price for winning their implicit bet. Since the teller had indeed won their silent challenge, a consequence, a small price, would naturally follow his victory. Satan promised that while he couldn't do it immediately, he would soon bestow upon the teller a special gift bearing his own powerful name. He then expressed genuine pleasure at their meeting, stating he was truly happy to have encountered someone so unique. Before departing, Satan assured the teller that he would make sure to visit his library again in the near future. Satan vanished, leaving the teller alone, wondering how much time had passed and if the other tellers would arrive. His heart pounded with urgency, prompting him to quickly make his escape from the unexpected encounter. This was the 10th chapter of his unfolding story, and it promised revelations he never anticipated. He found himself wandering through the vast, quiet halls of the library, a place he hadn't truly explored before. Discovering such a secluded place at his workplace surprised him, and he noted no one was looking for him. Deciding to pass the time, he reached for a book, a quiet curiosity guiding his hand. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from a book on a high shelf, unlike anything he had ever seen before. The book shone with an incredible radiance, its immense size hinting at a story of immeasurable value. As he marveled at it, an old man, an elder, appeared, asking who he was and why he was in this secluded area. The teller explained he was a new worker, tasked with writing stories, a revelation that brought a smile to the elder's face. The elder, amused by his complete appearance, apologized for his rudeness, recognizing him as the rumored new person. The teller asked what brought the elder to this forgotten section of the library. The elder revealed himself as the manager of this place, a section all other departments had abandoned. Now retired, he volunteered to manage it, a surprising fact considering the valuable book he held. The teller mused that this employee clearly had an unusual past, adding to the mystery. The elder then asked if the teller shouldn't be at the mandatory initiation ceremony. The teller explained he ran away, tired of everyone trying to recruit him to their departments. He planned to remain without allegiance, a path that the elder wondered if it frightened him. The teller admitted that to say he wasn't afraid would be a lie, acknowledging the challenge of his choice. Despite his fear, the teller affirmed he still had a goal, a driving purpose he was determined to pursue. The elder nodded, recognizing that the teller possessed longing, a rare and precious quality among tellers. He explained that tellers are created, not born, and while given abilities, they start as blank slates regarding their desires. The system or senior tellers might guide them, but following a path not chosen by oneself was fundamentally wrong. Regrettably, the elder observed, most tellers lacked this longing, merely repeating old stories for points. Kang Hyerim found herself in a mind realm, a terrifying simulation. Disoriented, she heard a voice calling her name, pulling her back from the edge of panic. It was Yoyun, her guide, who gently urged her to stay focused. She looked around, the scene a blur of chaos, asking if this was a war zone. Yoyun confirmed her fears, explaining they were in the siege of Constantinopolis, a pivotal battle ending the medieval era and starting their current era. This pivotal battle marked the end of the medieval era and the dawn of their own current era. It was a conflict of immense scale. Over 150,000 Ottoman troops were fighting the Eastern Roman Empire. Hyerim realized they were on the Roman Empire's side, defending the castle. Yoohyun revealed this was where her previous self, the Sword Empress, awakened skills. For current Hyerim to unlock her potential, this event was essential. Despite the importance, Hyerim trembled, asking Yoohyun if they could win against such overwhelming forces. She felt despair at the odds. Yoohyun confirmed he saw clearly. She confessed her initial thought of an easy task, but the sheer number of enemies proved her wrong. The defense force numbered only 7,000, dwarfed by 150,000 enemies, swelling to 300,000 with support. Even 500 collectors wouldn't be enough. Hyerim wondered why so many collectors chose this perilous mind realm. Yoohyun explained over 2,000 divine spirits were watching. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for collectors to showcase abilities before divine spirits from various libraries. Even the spirits were eager. Hyerim understood, clearing the realm wasn't the goal, but a stage for personal gain. Tellers promoted libraries to divine beings this way. Failing to demonstrate worth meant losing divine spirits to rival libraries. Hyerim realized this was a competitive, self-serving endeavor. Yoohyun reiterated their strategy: withdraw if too dangerous, but show willingness to fight. Hyerim was taken aback by this revelation. He reminded her the previous Sword Empress, despite lasting longest, failed here. Yet, current Hyerim had reached a comparable level. He believed if a slim chance existed, it was worth attempting. This was their moment to make history and prove her strength. As this decision hung in the air, other collectors approached Hyerim. They asked if she intended to act alone. They suggested working together to showcase skills and share rewards, hoping to leverage her strength for their own benefit. Hyerim simply turned away, ignoring their offer. Her focus remained solely on the task at hand, undistracted by their words. The other collectors were annoyed, muttering she was cocky after easy clues. They accused her of disrespect and told her to go alone. Hyerim, despite her irritation, reminded herself to maintain composure, especially for Yoohyun's sake. She couldn't afford a distraction. Just then, the Roman Emperor Constantinos Dragusis Paleologos appeared, welcoming them as mercenaries to defend his homeland. Collectors were surprised, expecting a king. This was merely an illusionary being, a construct for the scene, but incredibly realistic. The emperor expressed heartfelt gratitude and promised rewards for every person present, aiming to inspire their loyalty. Hyerim, still observing, noted the realism of the illusion, while Yoohyun, watching from his interface, remarked on its convincing nature. Suddenly, the sounds of war preparations intensified, indicating that everything was ready. A palpable tension filled the air. The system announced the official commencement of the Constantinople siege. The battle was about to begin in earnest. The instructions were clear: defend the castle and lead to victory, with only one chance. Failure was not an option for them. From outside, the Ottoman forces surged forward, shouting, "Breach!" for the Sultan. Their war cries echoed ominously. They declared their intent to end the war once and for all. Their determination was fierce and unwavering. Some confident collectors scoffed, proclaiming it a piece of cake. Their overconfidence was striking as the battle began. With a thunderous roar, the battle truly began, marked by explosions and cries of "Die! Ha ha!" as the initial wave of attackers clashed with the defenders. The confident collectors charged, shouting, "Is that all? Come!" eager for glory, but soon noticed enemies weren't dropping text. This meant they were generic fodder, not valuable targets. One collector wondered if they were even in the right place. A female collector quickly interjected, telling them to stop talking and use that time to cast another spell instead of wasting energy. Yoohyun, watching the chaos, murmured that something felt wrong. The collector's strategy seemed flawed, and exhaustion quickly set in. He observed collectors rapidly tiring, huffing and puffing from their initial burst of effort. Their energy was quickly depleting. The enemies, however, seemed endless, an inexhaustible horde. Despair began to creep into the hearts of the participants. Other collectors questioned how long this could last, despairing at the sheer number of foes. Their initial confidence had vanished. One collector, already spent, cursed his decision to use most of his strength early on. He knew he had made a critical error. Overhead, holographic displays showed divine spirits expressing disappointment. The audience was losing interest in the struggling collectors. Yoohyun noted many collectors were exhausted from their unrestrained efforts. Their lack of foresight was costing them dearly. On the other hand, Kang Yoohyun, despite the battle, was still performing well. Her endurance and skill stood out amidst the faltering. Yoohyun then pondered the state of other libraries as a system notification announced his impending transfer to the gathering hub for libraries. Meanwhile, another collector, witnessing his own decline, angrily complained that he had warned everyone against going all out from the start. He was visibly frustrated, regretting the contract he had made. The pressure of losing divine spirits was immense and growing. The frustrated collector continued to lament, angered that divine spirits were abandoning his library. His viewership was dwindling. Holographic messages showed divine spirits discussing Hyerim's library, noting her continued strength and suggesting they move their viewership there. Viewers for Hyerim's stream rapidly increased, reaching 512. Her performance was clearly attracting much-needed attention. The frustrated collector, observing Hyerim's growing popularity, lashed out, calling her cocky for her recent successes. His envy was palpable. He desperately shouted at his own team to keep fighting, pointing out that their divine spirits were leaving. The situation was dire for them. Overwhelmed and panicking, he admitted he couldn't see what else he could possibly do. His despair was absolute, his options exhausted. The frustrated collector blamed his team for their reckless, full-throttle start. The tide of the war was undeniably turning against them. Exhaustion began to set in for everyone. Even Kang Yoohyun, though still fighting, showed signs of slowing down, her movements less fluid. Yo-young observed her, acknowledging that while she seemed fine for now, she too would eventually tire. He wondered what decision she would make. He pondered her choice when truly backed against the wall. The moment of truth was approaching for Kang Hyerim. Suddenly, a devastating blow struck. The castle wall collapsed. Panic erupted amongst the collectors as they cried out, demanding to know how this happened. Yo-yoon calmly explained it was the Orban cannon, a historical weapon used by the Ottomans to breach fortifications. It had just been deployed. The Ottoman forces poured through the breach, their triumphant shouts echoing across the battlefield. Defenders frantically tried to stop them. Defenders desperately called for assistance, pleading with the collectors to quickly block the gaping opening. Their voices were filled with fear. The collectors, however, were gripped by terror, asking what they should do and lamenting that they would surely die at this rate. The illusionary emperor, seeing their hesitation, pleaded for their strength, assuring them that together they could defend the castle. He begged them to help protect his people and his homeland, appealing to any sense of duty or honor they might possess. Hyerim, seeing a glimmer of hope, believed that if all collectors worked together, they could push back the enemy and establish a new defensive perimeter. She tried to rally them, urging everyone to join forces. Her voice was strong, despite the surrounding chaos. But her pleas fell on deaf ears. One by one, collectors began to give up, declaring they couldn't continue and had never intended to risk their lives. Hyerim, utterly shocked, demanded to know what they were doing, warning that the entire defense would crumble without their aid. The retreating collectors dismissed her concerns, coldly stating that they were all about to die anyway. Self-preservation was their only concern. One abandoning collector turned to Hyerim, telling her that as a newbie, she simply didn't understand how this place worked. He explained the real objective was merely to survive as long as possible before running away. He showed no empathy for her. He scoffed, revealing all the soldiers were fake illusions. "What do those fakes fighting and dying have to do with me?" he sneered. Konstantinos Dragasis Paleologos, the Roman Empire's emperor, stood amidst the rubble and chaos, offering a weary welcome to the mercenaries who had finally arrived. He expressed his sincere gratitude for their presence, acknowledging their crucial role as vital reinforcements in a war that seemed increasingly unwinnable against overwhelming odds. His voice carried a heavy sense of regret as he admitted the terrible, desperate conditions they currently faced on the battlefield, lamenting that he couldn't offer them a more fitting and honorable welcome to his besieged city. The protagonist, a mercenary named Kang Yoohyun, listened intently to the emperor's somber words. She understood his profound plight with a deep sense of recognition, a weariness born from having witnessed this grim scenario play out many times before. Around them, the other mercenaries began to succumb to an overwhelming despair, their faces contorted with fear and panic. Their desperate cries echoed through the war-torn air. "Damn it! I can't do this anymore!" Their voices wavered with raw desperation as they questioned how they were possibly supposed to fight in such a hopeless situation. They openly declared themselves out, admitting their terror and their absolute refusal to die in vain. Konstantinos watched their reactions, a profound and weary understanding etched onto his face. He knew, with a heavy heart, that all these so-called reinforcements would soon abandon his people to their fate. They would inevitably retreat to their actual world, leaving him and his few remaining soldiers to face their inevitable doom alone, just as it had happened countless times before in this cruel, repeating loop. The emperor then revealed the crushing weight of his own personal burden, confessing that he had endured this exact scenario, this endless loop of hell, countless times throughout his long existence. Despite the crushing weight of repetition, the certainty of their impending defeat, and the despair that might consume any other leader, he found himself utterly unable to surrender. A deep, unyielding resolve burned within him. He simply could not stop fighting, even for a world whose tragic end was already decided, a history that seemed irrevocably written in the ancient annals of time, preordained for ultimate destruction. Even if he wasn't a real being in the conventional sense, a true person with inherent free will and a soul, he couldn't bring himself to stand by idly as his world crumbled around him. How could he possibly stand by and watch his own people perish, their lives extinguished one by one, without raising his sword in their defense? The very thought was unbearable to his spirit. He declared with unwavering conviction that if this truly was their prophesied fate, then he would use every ounce of his being, every fiber of his strength, to fight against it until his last breath. His voice resonated with a fierce, almost desperate determination, a solemn vow that he would never give up, no matter how many times he had to face death in this endless, brutal cycle of war. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic swirl of battle, the Ottoman soldiers on the field spotted him through the smoke and dust. They pointed, their shouts filled with bloodlust, identifying him as the enemy's general. Their shouts echoed across the smoke-filled battlefield, promising his head to their sultan, eager for the reward and glory that would surely come with his capture or demise. With a powerful, guttural roar that defied his weariness and the weight of his past failures, Konstantinos charged forward, his battle cry echoing through the fray. He was determined to kill them all, to carve a path through their dense ranks. He fought with a desperate, almost suicidal fury, his sword a blur of motion in the dim light of the burning city. Each strike was fueled by the weight of his endless struggle and the innocent lives he sought to protect. Amidst the swirling chaos of battle, his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure, a woman, one of the mercenaries who had arrived earlier, fighting with an unusual grace and power that stood out. His eyes widened in a mixture of disbelief and profound recognition as he whispered her name, a name from history that simply shouldn't exist in this looped reality, Joan of Arc. He confronted her, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and deep concern for her safety. He asked why she hadn't fled like the other mercenaries, why she remained in a battle already lost. He emphasized that the war was irrevocably lost, the odds insurmountable, and they couldn't possibly turn the tide now. Their efforts, he believed, seemed destined for naught. But Joan of Arc, her gaze unwavering and her stance firm despite the surrounding carnage, simply replied that despite the grim outlook and the overwhelming odds, they still needed to fight. Konstantinos, seeing her unwavering resolve and the fierce fire in her eyes, urged her not to die in vain. He didn't want her precious sacrifice to be a meaningless footnote in a doomed battle. He was utterly shocked by her awareness. She remembered everything, just as he did. This shared memory of their looped existence, a chronicle of countless defeats, was incredibly rare among the mercenaries. Joan of Arc then offered her own poignant explanation, stating that they were all creations of this place, manifestations brought forth by the library's mysterious power. She believed she was merely a remnant of the historical figure Joan of Arc, a faint shadow of the real person who had lived long ago, not truly alive herself in the conventional sense. Konstantinos, however, firmly disagreed with her somber assessment of her own being. "That's not what you are," he insisted, his voice gentle yet firm, filled with a conviction that shook her. He looked at her with genuine respect and deep understanding, declaring that he thought of all of them, these historical figures brought to life, as living, breathing people, deserving of life and dignity. It was this profound belief, this powerful validation of her very existence, that compelled Joan of Arc to stay, to help, and to remain by his side in this seemingly hopeless battle. Konstantinos then asked if she truly saw them as people, as individuals with inherent worth, and if she didn't want him to feel the same way about them, to share her compassionate perspective. A profound warmth began to spread through his chest, a powerful, almost overwhelming emotion that left him utterly speechless, a sensation he hadn't felt in countless loops of despair. This wasn't the familiar rage or the crushing sadness he had grown accustomed to in this endless war, but something entirely different, something pure, unexpected, and deeply hopeful. It was joy. A simple, profound joy at being seen as real, at having his looped, almost artificial, existence validated by another being who understood his plight. The thought that their lives, their struggles, and everything they sought to protect were truly valuable and real filled him with a renewed and powerful sense of purpose and meaning. He realized he could never hate such a profound truth, could never reject the meaning and hope she offered him. He expressed his sincere gratitude to Joan of Arc for her unwavering insight. As their poignant conversation ended, the Ottoman forces surged forward with renewed vigor, seeing an undeniable opening to strike at the beleaguered and diminished defenders. Konstantinos let out another desperate battle cry, rallying his remaining forces with all the strength he had left. He called to Joan of Arc, pleading with her to buy them some precious time. If they could just establish a proper defensive formation, he reasoned, the overwhelming enemy would have a much harder time breaking through their lines. Joan of Arc readily agreed to his urgent plea. He roared commands to protect their front lines, to defend their people with their last breath, and to safeguard their nation from utter and complete destruction. Meanwhile, in another reality, a young man named Hyun-woo watched the unfolding, brutal events on a screen, his face a mask of shock and growing concern for the fate of Hyerim. He noticed a crucial detail about the mercenary Hyerim, a sign that something profound and powerful was happening. Her mysterious book, a powerful artifact, was beginning to turn silver. This significant change meant that Kang Hyerim had reconnected with her past life, fully awakening her Goryeo Aegis Swordmaster trait, granting her immense, forgotten power. Additionally, a sealed special trait, Body Sword Union, had been partially unlocked, signifying a massive and immediate surge in her fighting capabilities on the battlefield. Konstantinos, sensing the powerful shift in Hyerim's aura and her renewed strength, encouraged her to show them her true potential, to unleash her full power in the desperate fight. Empowered and seemingly transformed, Kang Hyerim charged back into the fray with a fierce shout, her sword cutting through the enemy ranks with newfound precision and devastating force. As she battled heroically, some of the collectors watching Hanwoo's screen began to mock her, their comments cynical and cruel, suggesting she was struggling and should simply give up. A tiger-headed figure and a robot-headed figure chuckled, criticizing her for staying behind and calling her arrogant for thinking she could make a difference where others had failed so miserably. Hyun-woo, enraged by their callous and disrespectful remarks towards Hyerim, yelled at them to shut up. His patience with their constant negativity had completely evaporated. He reminded them of their own profound cowardice, how they had tucked their tails and run away from the danger, questioning their absolute right to judge Hyerim's courage. He accused them of treating their collectors like mere machines, valuing them only for the points they accumulated, completely disregarding their lives, struggles, and sacrifices. Amidst the chaos of battle, Hyerim, still fighting despite her mounting injuries, defiantly asked Hyun-woo where he found the audacity to look down on others with such disdain. Hyun-woo, momentarily stunned by her direct address and unexpected awareness of his comments, snapped back, telling her to simply watch if she truly knew her place. He saw her bleeding and struggling on the screen, the weight of the battle clearly taking its brutal toll, a grim and painful sight for him to witness from his safe vantage point. Then, Konstantinos' desperate voice cut through the din of battle, shouting that their last line of defense was crumbling, threatening to collapse entirely and seal their collective fate. Soldiers cried out in terror, urging a full retreat from the overwhelming enemy, but Konstantinos refused, knowing that if this final line fell, it would truly be over for them all, with no hope left. They desperately asked what they should possibly do in the face of such overwhelming odds, their voices filled with a raw, primal fear that chilled him to the bone. Joan of Arc, bleeding profusely and utterly exhausted from the relentless fighting, knew deep down she had to stop the enemy, even if it was just one soldier, to buy a single, precious moment more for her allies. She questioned her own fading resolve, wondering why she didn't just give up, why she couldn't bring herself to stop fighting despite the agonizing pain and overwhelming despair. She knew that if she died, it would all be over, and she could simply escape this painful reality, this endless loop of suffering. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to leave. She didn't know exactly why, but she felt, with a profound and chilling certainty, that if she abandoned her post and ran away, she would lose something incredibly important to her very soul, something irreplaceable. As she stood firm, refusing to yield, an arrow pierced her, striking her down in the chaos, and her allies cried out, "Saintess!" in horror and utter despair as she fell. The Ottoman soldiers, seeing her fall, pressed their advantage with brutal efficiency, declaring she was down and ordering their men to kill her and loot the fallen defenders. Other loyal soldiers rallied, shouting desperate vows to protect the Saintess and His Majesty with their lives, but the enemy was relentless and overwhelming in their assault. Joan of Arc collapsed, her blood staining the ground around her, her earlier belief in victory utterly shattered by the harsh reality of defeat and impending doom. She had been so full of pride, so confident that she could achieve what others could not, believing everything would ultimately go her way, that she was somehow invincible. Now, defeated, profoundly wounded, and with the battle irrevocably lost, she had no idea what to do, her mind a blank slate of despair and utter hopelessness. Back in Hyun-woo's library, a chilling, unnatural silence suddenly fell. All the divine spirits watching the stream stopped talking at once, their comments ceasing abruptly and mysteriously. Hyun-woo, bewildered and profoundly uneasy, looked around, asking what had happened, a growing sense of dread beginning to creep over him as the eerie silence deepened. A new, ominous notification then flashed across his screen, announcing the terrifying arrival of the one smiling from the darkest abyss into his personal library. Yoohyun, known to some as the one smiling from the darkest abyss, arrived at the library, a place usually bustling with quiet activity. He had a reputation that preceded him, and his presence alone caused a stir among the divine spirits gathered there. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, and the usually composed spirits became visibly nervous, shifting uncomfortably under his gaze. It was a reaction he was quite familiar with. With a casual, almost amused smile, he asked why everyone seemed so on edge. It was a simple question, but the impact of his presence made it feel much weightier. Someone quickly replied that their nervousness stemmed entirely from him. It was a stark admission, highlighting the power and fear he inspired just by being there. He smiled, a subtle, knowing expression. He claimed to be a busy man, only stopping by because he happened to have some free time, a statement that only added to the mystique around him. His arrival, however, was not without purpose. He mused that things were already turning out to be quite interesting, a hint that his involvement would escalate the current situation. He then declared his intention to stop merely observing. He was done sitting around, suggesting a shift from passive watching to active participation in whatever was unfolding. To punctuate his declaration, he made a substantial donation of 1,000 TP, a gesture that promised further engagement and investment from him. He looked forward to what came next. With that, he transitioned from the integration area, where he had been observing, and entered the mind realm, signaling his full immersion into the unfolding narrative. The scene then abruptly shifted to a desolate, war-torn landscape, covered in dust and the remnants of battle. It was a stark contrast to the sterile library. On this grim battlefield, a heavily injured woman named Hyerim knelt, her body covered in blood, her sword resting before her. Yoohyun stood over her. He spoke to her with a somber tone, telling her that it was all over. His words carried the weight of finality, suggesting her struggle had reached its inevitable end. Hyerim, her face streaked with dirt and blood, looked up at him, acknowledging his presence with a pained expression. Her eyes showed deep exhaustion. He urged her to give up, to let go of the fight. He explained that if she stayed, she would surely die, trying to convince her to abandon her hopeless struggle. He commended her for doing her best, but gently reminded her that some things were simply beyond their control, impossible to overcome no matter the effort. A brief memory flashed across her mind, of her own words acknowledging that some things in life were indeed impossible. It was a moment of weary resignation. Despite his counsel and the grim reality, Yoohyun then challenged her, asking if she would truly give up. It was a final test of her resolve. With a guttural cry, Hyerim screamed, "No!" Her voice was raw with defiance, rejecting the notion of surrender even in the face of certain defeat. She admitted that she knew she was being stubbornly foolish, clinging to a lost cause. Her face was a mask of pain and self-reproach. She acknowledged his earlier words, that there were indeed things in life that one simply could not do, limits that could not be overcome. She spoke of the things that remained out of reach, no matter how relentlessly one pursued them, a sentiment born from bitter experience. But even with that understanding, she questioned how she could possibly bring herself to just give up. The thought itself seemed unbearable to her. Her voice cracked with anguish as she asked why he would say something so cruel to her, as if his words of caution were a personal attack on her spirit. In a quiet moment of vulnerability, she remembered how everyone else had told her she was hopeless, urging her to abandon her dream of being a collector. She confessed that for a brief, fleeting moment, she had actually wanted to give up, swayed by the overwhelming negativity and the weight of impossibility. However, something changed. Yoohyun had come to her, offering a different perspective, telling her she was talented and capable of unique feats. Because of his words, she had learned much about herself, discovering hidden strengths and a renewed sense of purpose. It was a turning point for her. His belief in her had led her to where she stood now, wounded but resolute, firm in her conviction and understanding of her own desires. She then understood what she truly wanted to do. This realization fueled a new determination within her, hardening her resolve. With a fierce cry, she declared that she didn't want to run anymore. She was sick of constantly retreating, of always being on the defensive. Yoohyun looked at her, then calmly reiterated his warning. She would die if she continued. The danger was clear and present. She met his gaze, acknowledging his words. She knew the risks, but her spirit remained unbroken. Despite the peril, she reaffirmed her stance. She still didn't want to give up. Her stubbornness was now a source of strength. She offered a small, pained apology, calling herself stupid for her unwavering resolve in such a critical moment, but her eyes held no regret. Yoohyun observed her, a quiet understanding dawning in his eyes. He simply said, "I see," accepting her decision without further argument. Suddenly, a charging enemy soldier lunged, sword raised, yelling at her to die, calling her a witch. The battle was far from over. Hyerim tried to move to block the attack, but her body failed her. Her injuries had taken their toll, leaving her unable to react. She realized with a heavy heart that this was it. This was where she would die. In her final moments, she whispered an apology to Yoohyun. Yoohyun watched the approaching attack, his expression unreadable. He had to make a choice, and quickly. Hyerim looked on, bewildered, as a system window flashed before Yoohyun, asking if he wished to undo the Genesis system. The system warned that he could not turn back from this act. It was a permanent decision, irreversible once made. Without hesitation, Yoohyun pressed YES. A soft electronic chime confirmed his choice, sealing his fate. A system message then appeared, confirming that Genesis' blessing has been undone. He had willingly given up his ultimate protection. He looked at the message, a faint smile grazing his lips. "That's good," he murmured, as if shedding the blessing was a relief. The very next instant, he moved with blurring speed, intercepting the attacking soldier. Blood splattered as he engaged the enemy head-on. Hyerim looked on, wide-eyed and stunned, as Yoohyun, now vulnerable, fought fiercely in her defense. A shadowy, grinning figure, Yoohyun's inner self laughed maniacally, surrounded by glowing blue screens. It was a moment of dark triumph. He reflected on his lifelong desire to be the main character, to step into the spotlight and control his own narrative. He remembered the bitter regret of his unfulfilled childhood dreams and the quiet hope his mother had once planted within him. All these tangled emotions, his past and his aspirations, swirled within him, a complex knot of longing and frustration. It was Choi Doyoon's dismissive words, "You're hopeless," that had ignited this volatile mix, setting fire to his dormant ambitions. The younger version of himself, broken and disheartened, had believed Doyoon. He had given up on his dreams entirely. He had resigned himself to a life of working for Choi Doyoon, abandoning his own path for a perceived lack of talent. But Hyerim was different. Her unwavering spirit in the face of despair had profoundly impacted him. She had clung to her will with incredible tenacity, holding on to her resolve until the very, very end, refusing to yield. Even when confronted with imminent death, she had stood her ground, radiating confidence and beauty in her defiance. Yoohyun watched her, a surge of emotion filling him. He realized he could no longer simply sit back and observe her struggle. He drew his own sword, preparing to join the fray. Hyerim, shocked by his actions, called out his name in alarm. She questioned his sanity, asking what would happen if he died. The risk was immense, and he was no longer protected. She reminded him that without the blessing, he was now completely exposed to danger, just like any other combatant. He calmly explained that he simply felt this was what needed to be done. It was an internal conviction, not a calculated risk. He then declared that, just as she had thought, he was just as determined as she was, sharing her stubborn refusal to give up. He plunged into the thick of battle, his sword a blur, striking down enemy soldiers with grim resolve. He fought with a newfound ferocity. Above them, the system displayed that there were now more than 1,000 viewers, watching their desperate struggle. Yoohyun, amidst the chaos, paused to ask if this wasn't a truly fabulous stage for the debut of a nameless actor, his words laced with a dark humor. Hyerim, seeing his sacrifice, managed a weak, blood-stained laugh. She then quietly thanked Yoohyun for everything. With a renewed sense of purpose, she declared that she was leaving the rest to him, trusting him completely with their fate. Yoohyun, his eyes burning with determination, simply responded, "All right," accepting the heavy burden she placed upon him. He then loudly commanded the system to open Dimension Shop, preparing to access resources previously unavailable to him. It was commonly said that tellers were mere onlookers, never intervening in the situations they observed. It was an unspoken code. The tellers themselves had generally agreed there was no need for them to directly intervene in the events unfolding. Kang Hyerim, a warrior of formidable spirit, found herself embroiled in a desperate battle. The fate of her allies and their besieged city hung precariously in the balance. In this moment of utter despair, something profound stirred within her. She underwent a transformation, accessing a hidden power that would change everything. Hyerim fully awakened, her body soared unison, a legendary state where her very being merged with her weapon. Her connection to the blade became absolute. This awakening was immediately followed by another, even greater revelation. She unlocked the heavenly sword path, granting her power that bordered on the divine. The sudden surge of energy was palpable, radiating outwards. The enemy soldiers, who had been pressing their advantage, were instantly paralyzed by the sheer force of her presence. A powerful aura of light and energy enveloped Hyerim, a beacon of defiance amidst the chaos. Her transformation was complete, a sight both terrifying and beautiful. The ground around her cracked and churned from the raw energy. Her power had created a temporary, powerful barrier, pushing back the encroaching enemy forces. Even her closest companion, the protagonist, stood in awe, a look of profound surprise on his face. He confessed that he had never imagined Hyerim could become so incredibly strong. The king, Emperor Dragasus, his armor battered and face grim, acknowledged the brief reprieve. He knew Hyerim's power was a temporary measure, a fleeting advantage in a losing war. He thanked the protagonists for the precious time they had gained. Yet, the king's wary eyes betrayed his underlying concern, knowing their numbers were still far too few. The protagonist, however, had a different perspective. He asserted that this particular war would not conclude through conventional means, unlike any other conflict they had faced. He was convinced that a drastic, singular action was required. The protagonist proposed a daring plan. They had to eliminate the enemy's supreme commander, the Sultan himself. This was a desperate gamble, a mission that would demand an immense sacrifice. He estimated they would need at least 300 loyal men to even attempt such a perilous task. The king listened intently, his expression hardening with resolve. He agreed that, though it sounded impossible, with Hyerim's newfound strength, it was indeed a feasible endeavor. The enemy forces, momentarily scattered by Hyerim's awakening, were now beginning to fall back, giving the Romans a precious window of opportunity to reorganize. The king turned to face his remaining soldiers, his gaze sweeping over their bloodied, exhausted forms. He knew this moment demanded more than just orders. It required true leadership. He took a deep breath, preparing to speak words that would either rally them to glory or send them to their certain doom. His conviction was absolute. The king's heart was heavy with the weight of his people. He had given his everything, and now he asked for their last, ultimate sacrifice. He began by acknowledging the immense debt he owed each of them for their unwavering loyalty and the sacrifices they had already made to protect their nation. He spoke of their collective struggle, reminding them that they had poured their entire being into defending their homeland. Their courage had been boundless. The king confessed that divine intervention would not save them now. They could not rely on the gods. Their fate rested solely in their own hands. He declared that it was up to them, the steadfast Romans, to safeguard their beloved city and precious land. Their strength was all they had left. He then made a profound request, asking them to stand by him and protect their homeland until their very last breath. It was a plea from the heart. This was not an imperial decree, he emphasized, nor a command to be obeyed without question. It was a choice, a personal decision for each man to make. He granted them the right to leave if they wished, to retreat from the overwhelming odds. They were free to choose their own path, without judgment. A profound silence fell over the weary soldiers. The king searched their faces, wondering if any would choose to abandon this desperate, final stand. Not a single man moved. Every soldier, battered and exhausted, stood firm, their eyes reflecting an unyielding resolve to fight alongside their king. A wave of deep gratitude washed over the king, seeing their unwavering commitment. He offered a heartfelt thank you to his loyal, courageous men. With a newfound sense of determination, the king gave the command. He told them it was time to move forward, to begin their desperate final charge. On the other side of the battlefield, Sultan Mehmed II, the formidable Ottoman leader, watched the Roman cavalry approach. His gaze was sharp, discerning. He had a premonition, a subtle unease that something felt profoundly different about this particular assault. It wasn't just a desperate, dying gasp. Mehmed II had expected the Roman reinforcements to have dwindled to nothing, to have long since fled the field. He pondered if any true resistance remained. His general quickly confirmed his suspicions, pointing towards the charging Roman forces. They were indeed coming, a small but determined contingent. The Sultan, recognizing their audacious intent, immediately issued his counter-order. He commanded his vast army to launch a full-scale attack against the advancing Romans. Arrows rained down from the Ottoman lines, a deadly torrent. The Roman charge was met with a brutal, overwhelming response, horses and men falling. The battlefield erupted in a symphony of agony and steel. The Roman soldiers, despite their dwindling numbers, pushed forward with fierce determination. The protagonist, riding alongside Hyerim, urged her to maintain her focus. He told her not to look back at the carnage, at the sacrifices being made behind them. He reminded Hyerim that every fallen soldier had understood the stakes. They were fighting for their nation, for their families, for a future they might not see. He implored her not to waste precious time on pity. If she truly felt for them, he insisted, she must succeed in their mission, no matter the cost. Hyerim's expression was a mix of grief and hardened resolve. She absorbed his words, understanding the immense weight of the task resting on her shoulders. The Roman soldiers, with incredible bravery, continued to carve a path through the dense Ottoman ranks. They were creating an opening for Hyerim, a desperate corridor. But the elite Ottoman cavalry, the Sipahi, quickly spotted their target. They converged on Hyerim, aiming to cut her off and prevent her from advancing. The protagonists knew they were running out of time. They couldn't afford to engage every enemy soldier. A direct approach was too slow, too costly. He made a desperate split-second decision. He called out to Hyerim, telling her to get off her horse, to trust him with her next move. Hyerim, startled, reacted instantly, her body already anticipating his desperate plan. She understood the urgency in his voice. He repeated his plea, urging her not to look back, to focus only on the path ahead. Her destination was the Sultan, and nothing else mattered. The Ottoman forces were closing in, their cavalry rapidly advancing towards Hyerim and the protagonist. The Sultan was now within their sights. The protagonist knew that fighting through the remaining soldiers in front of the Sultan would take too long. They needed a faster, more direct method. He braced himself, positioning his shield. He instructed Hyerim that he would use it to launch her directly towards their ultimate target. With a powerful grunt, he prepared himself, the weight of their desperate mission resting squarely on his shoulders. This was his final, crucial act of support. He shouted, "Now!" And Hyerim, her eyes wide with understanding, moved into position. The decisive moment had arrived. With a mighty heave, the protagonist brought his shield up, creating a makeshift ramp. Hyerim launched herself onto it. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the air. Hyerim was propelled upwards, soaring above the battlefield. The protagonist, his face a mask of strain, screamed at her. He urged her to fly, to complete the mission that so many had died for. As Hyerim ascended, ethereal white feathers began to manifest around her. Her form was transforming, becoming something truly extraordinary. She gained height rapidly, her new, radiant wings beating powerfully. She was no longer just a warrior. She was a symbol of hope. The Ottoman soldiers below stared up in disbelief, their faces a mixture of fear and awe. They had never witnessed such a sight. The archers, recovering from their shock, quickly raised their bows. They began to unleash a barrage of arrows, attempting to bring her down. Arrows whistled through the air, aimed directly at the soaring figure. The enemy was desperate to stop this impossible ascent. But Hyerim was too fast, too high. The arrows fell harmlessly around her, unable to reach their target. She continued her rapid ascent, a blur of white and determination. Her focus was singular, her resolve absolute. Mehmed II, the Sultan, watched her approach. A look of profound amazement spread across his face, recognizing the sheer power she now wielded. He watched the warrior, now resembling an angel, flying directly towards him. Her transformation was truly breathtaking. The Sultan uttered her name, a tone of grim recognition in his voice. He knew her, and he knew what she represented. He acknowledged her as his arch-nemesis, the one destined to stand against him. Their fates were inextricably linked. Hyerim, a living weapon, plunged towards her target. Her momentum was unstoppable, her intent clear. She descended from the sky like a meteor, radiating an intense, focused energy. The air around her crackled with power. Her entire being was concentrated on this one, final strike. The culmination of all sacrifices, all hopes, rested on her. The impact was imminent, a clash of destinies about to unfold. The battlefield held its breath. Hyerim, her face a mask of fierce determination, stretched out her hand, a weapon forged of pure will. Her eyes burned with an unyielding fire, reflecting the weight of every life lost, every hope carried. This was the moment. The final confrontation. The entire war hinged on what happened next. With a scream of pure power, Hyerim hurtled towards Mehmed II, ready to end it all. What happens next changes everything. The intense battle of Constantinople had finally concluded, leaving behind a landscape scarred by conflict and the lingering scent of gunpowder. It was a fight that had pushed everyone to their limits. The Sword Empress, Hyerim, stood amidst the chaos, her body covered in blood and grime from the brutal struggle. She was battered, but still defiant. Kang Yoohyun, the teller, also bore the marks of the fierce fighting. He watched the scene with a mix of exhaustion and relief, the weight of their victory settling over him. Around them, the Roman soldiers, who had fought alongside the two, were finally able to let their guard down. The tension that had gripped them for so long began to fade. Hyerim's gaze swept over the field, her expression unreadable at first, but a profound change was taking place within her. The long, arduous trial had ended. Yoohyun looked out at the scene, his own eyes reflecting the deep impact of everything they had just endured. This moment was truly unforgettable. A wave of joyous shouts erupted from the soldiers. They cried out, their voices raw with relief, celebrating the impossible victory they had just achieved together. The Roman general, a man of great resolve who had led his people through so much, watched his troops. His face showed a quiet pride in their survival. He looked at the celebrating soldiers, a single tear tracing a path down his weathered cheek. This was the sight he had longed to see more than anything. The soldiers embraced one another, tears streaming down their faces as they laughed and wept. Their joy was pure, unbridled, and deeply moving. Hyerim turned to Yoohyun, a soft smile gracing her blood-stained lips, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness. The battle was over. Yoohyun met her gaze, a small, knowing smile on his face. He understood the depth of her emotions in this quiet, shared moment of triumph. The general approached them, his expression one of profound gratitude. He removed his helmet and bowed deeply, a gesture of immense respect. Yoohyun looked at the general, a thoughtful expression on his face. He considered the general's words, a subtle correction forming in his mind. The general, still with tears in his eyes, spoke of their joy and tears, affirming their living essence. He urged them not to diminish their own worth. Yoohyun simply looked back at him. The general's words resonated deeply, acknowledging the truth of their experiences and emotions. The general then looked up, his gaze firm as he prepared to offer them a reward befitting their incredible service and sacrifice. Hyerim and Yoohyun exchanged surprised glances. They had not expected any further recompense after such a monumental undertaking. Yoohyun considered the general's words, realizing the weight of the traditional Roman honor being offered. It was a significant gesture. With a solemn gesture, the general extended his hand, bestowing upon them both the rare and honored status of knighthood. A brilliant light enveloped Hyerim and Yoohyun as a system message confirmed their new title, Distinguished Knight. Their abilities would increase dramatically. The general smiled warmly at them, a gentle glow surrounding him. He wished them both a future filled with pure glory. The soldiers cheered once more, their voices filled with heartfelt thanks. They promised never to forget the kindness shown to them by the two heroes. As they walked away, a faint golden aura shimmered around Yoohyun and Hyerim. They had left an indelible mark on this world. Yoohyun and Hyerim paused, taking a final look back at the grateful soldiers. It was a moment of quiet satisfaction. Hyerim looked down, tears still flowing freely as a profound sense of relief washed over her. They had truly succeeded. A system notification chimed, revealing that no one from the lower realm had ever accomplished such a feat. They had earned 10,000 TP. Hyerim laughed, a sound of pure joy and relief bubbling up through her tears. Their shared victory felt incredibly meaningful. More system messages appeared, detailing their extraordinary achievements, clearing the mind realm, eradicating the curse, and earning more TP, along with compliments from divine spirits. Yoohyun looked at Hyerim, a gentle smile on his face. He reassured her that their journey together was far from over. Hyerim smiled back, her eyes shining with determination. They would continue to fight side by side, no matter what challenges lay ahead. Later, Yoohyun looked at a glowing book. He knew this was not just a victory, but the start of something much bigger for him. This was the beginning of his own narrative, titled The Story of the Fighting Teller and Sword Empress, a tale that would shape this world. The scene shifted abruptly to the modern world, to the bustling offices of Baekwa management, where their success had sparked a flurry of activity. Baek Suryun, Yoohyun's manager, was visibly swamped, juggling multiple phone calls and handling their overflowing schedule with a focused, if harried, intensity. Yoohyun watched her from his seat, observing the sheer volume of work she was managing. Her dedication was evident even in the midst of chaos. Suryun finally hung up one call, only for another to immediately demand her attention. The demands on them were relentless. She turned to Yoohyun, a hint of surprise in her eyes, as she asked about his decision to give up a powerful blessing. Hyerim, meanwhile, was playfully touching Yoohyun, who, despite his annoyance, allowed her a certain familiarity. He warned her to stop. Hyerim simply smiled, unfazed by his warning, her actions reflecting their unique and close relationship. She then confidently declared that her bond with Yoohyun was far closer than any other, a statement that seemed to explain her casual behavior. Suryun, looking tired but pleased, admitted her disbelief that they had actually cleared the notorious mind realm. Yoohyun confessed he had harbored similar doubts, acknowledging the enormity of their achievement and the slim odds they had faced. Suryun mentioned the commercial offers they were receiving, but Yoohyun quickly dismissed them, seeking more substantial opportunities. His screen lit up with notifications, revealing a torrent of donations from various divine spirits, all inspired by his storytelling. Yoohyun realized the unintended consequence of his growing influence. Too many subscribed spirits were becoming a management problem. He accessed a translucent interface, his fingers moving to block further messages and establish some much-needed boundaries. Yoohyun then showed them a glowing, apple-like fruit. It was a gift he had received after the Battle of Constantinople. Suriyun and Hyerim gasped, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief at the sight of the extraordinary item. Yoohyun held the fruit as several system messages popped up, detailing the astonished reactions of various divine spirits to his possession of such a treasure. He understood the unspoken message from the giver. This teller was his, and others should keep their distance. Suriyun and Hyerim were incredulous. They could not believe Yoohyun was unaware of the fruit's immense significance. Yoohyun listened as they explained its legendary status, one of the two renowned fruits from the Bible, virtually priceless. He smiled wryly, realizing the cleverness of the gift. Despite its immense value, his current low-class body could not handle its vitality. It would explode. As they talked, Yoohyun's interface suddenly chimed again, displaying a new, unexpected message. He was surprised, having thought he had blocked all incoming messages. This one had somehow bypassed his defenses. The message displayed a request for a private meeting from He Who Resembles the Glittering Light, an intriguing and powerful entity. Hyerim and Hyerim looked at him, confused and concerned, wondering who this mysterious visitor could be. Yoohyun made a swift decision, his finger tapping agree on the interface. He would face this new encounter head-on. His expression was grim, recognizing the gravity of accepting a private meeting with such a powerful, unknown entity. In a flash of light, Yoohyun was transported to a celestial space, a realm he had never encountered even in his past life. He looked around, his eyes wide with surprise and awe at the ethereal beauty and power of his new surroundings. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office at Celestial Body Inc., a man named Jinpong raged, furious that Yoohyun had cleared Constantinople. Jinpong scrolled through online comments, his anger mounting as he read about Yoohyun's success and the formidable collector he teamed with. His face twisted with rage. Yoohyun's actions had undermined his plans, and he vowed to make him pay for it. Jinpong began to manipulate the data on his screens, a sinister plan forming in his mind, ready to change the narrative. Our protagonist, a man driven by a singular purpose, found himself summoned to a realm beyond mortal comprehension. His library, a budding repository of untold stories, was gaining unexpected attention from powerful entities. He stood in a sky-like expanse as a magnificent, radiant being descended before him. The aura of divinity was unmistakable, marking this as a meeting of immense significance. This grand figure was Archangel Saint Michael, who extended a formal welcome. The protagonist knew this encounter would profoundly impact his solitary journey. Michael confessed his surprise at receiving a request from Eden regarding the protagonist. Such an event was unprecedented, highlighting the protagonist's growing influence. With a gesture, Michael conjured a table and chairs from thin air, inviting the protagonist to sit. The seamless display of divine power left a subtle impression. The protagonist observed the sudden materialization of their seating, a detail that had been absent moments before. He remained outwardly composed, his thoughts hidden. Michael, noticing his calm demeanor, inquired if he wasn't surprised by the extraordinary circumstances. Most would be overwhelmed by such a divine presence. The protagonist admitted his surprise, acknowledging the rarity of such an important entity coming to meet him directly. His words carried a quiet confidence. Michael, however, found his composure striking for someone making such a claim. He seemed to be testing the protagonist's true nature. The Archangel then revealed the true reason for their meeting. He was there to investigate rumors that had reached Eden's ears. The protagonist listened intently. He calmly asked if any specific rumors came to Michael's mind, already anticipating the answer. He understood the gravity of the situation. Michael confirmed his suspicions, stating unequivocally that he was referring to Satan. The ancient conflict between them resonated through the divine realm. He recounted how he, Archangel Michael, had been Satan's arch-nemesis since the dawn of time, a rivalry woven into the very fabric of their existence. The protagonist promptly clarified, asserting that it was a misunderstanding. He had no affiliation with Pandemonium, the realm of demons. Michael expressed relief, finding the protagonist's direct statement reassuring. Eden had been wary of any potential alliances with their ancient foe. He still found it peculiar, though, that Eden would even consider the protagonist's library, given its unconventional nature. It challenged traditional divine views. The protagonist coolly responded that allowing oneself to be swayed by mere rumors was characteristic of foolish individuals. He held himself to a higher standard. Michael confirmed that his own inquiries had revealed no genuine ties between the protagonist and Pandemonium. The primary concern had been dispelled. Despite this, Michael noted that the protagonist was indeed acquainted with that evil monster, referring to Satan. This connection remained a point of interest. The protagonist understood the underlying question. Michael was seeking a clear explanation of his relationship with the Lord of Pandemonium. He explained that his first encounter with Sir Satan had been at a grand entrance ceremony, a chance meeting in a bustling environment. They had simply exchanged words for a brief period before going their separate ways. It seemed like a casual interaction, yet its impact was profound. Michael, still skeptical, inquired if Satan had truly bestowed upon him the invaluable fruit of life solely based on that fleeting conversation. Such generosity seemed improbable. With a touch of self-assurance, the protagonist admitted that he might sound bold, but Satan had apparently taken a significant interest in his unique character. He confessed to having a genuinely difficult time politely declining Satan's persistent offers of sponsorship. The power and resources offered were tempting. Michael, puzzled, asked why he would refuse such a beneficial arrangement, emphasizing that sponsors were crucial for tellers like him. The protagonist agreed on the importance of sponsors, but explained that individuals held diverse values. His own principles guided his decisions. He stated that his ultimate goal surpassed the value of any personal sponsorship, even one from a formidable entity like Satan. His vision was paramount. He added that his refusal had only made him more appealing to Satan, who appreciated his independent spirit and the challenge he presented. Michael concluded that verifying rumors in person was indeed the most effective approach, as first-hand observation often revealed deeper truths. He reaffirmed his conviction that the protagonist had not aligned himself with Pandemonium. The major point of contention was now resolved. Seizing the moment, Michael extended a significant offer from Eden itself, proposing a sponsorship that would grant immense power and protection. He asked directly if the protagonist was willing to accept Eden's patronage. The weight of such a proposal was palpable. The protagonist inwardly acknowledged that he had expected this, especially given that Archangel Michael himself had come, signaling the offer's importance. He considered Eden's immense power and Michael's status as the most divinely potent being in the entire mixed world. It was an offer of unparalleled influence. He recognized Michael's pristine image and vast influence, understanding that the offer was indeed exceptionally grand. Any other teller would jump at it. However, despite the undeniable advantages, the protagonist remained steadfast in his conviction. His decision was already made. He respectfully declined Michael's offer, a bold refusal that defied expectations and tradition. Michael, though surprised, calmly requested the protagonist's reasons for turning down such a powerful alliance. He sought to understand this unique individual. The protagonist explained that his refusal stemmed from the very same principle that led him to decline Satan's offer. His path was consistent. He reiterated that his overarching goal precluded him from accepting any sponsors, irrespective of their power or benevolence. He needed to be free. He emphasized his desire for his library to remain unaligned with any specific faction, ensuring its stories could be told without bias. Michael mused, interpreting this as the protagonist's intention to tell stories that encompass both good and evil without favoring one over the other. The protagonist clarified that it was not merely a simple duality. His vision for his narrative was far more intricate and expansive. He simply wished for the stories he chronicled to be entirely free from external influence, allowing their truths to emerge unadulterated. He confidently stated that such a story, untainted by outside pressures, was one that had never truly been told before in its entirety. He offered that Michael could perceive his stance as conceded, acknowledging the audacity of his independent vision. Should Michael find his approach questionable, the protagonist suggested he could simply observe the unfolding path the library was taking. He then challenged Michael, asking if he wasn't curious about the ultimate direction and conclusion of the library and the teller who had dared to refuse Eden. For even Michael, despite his outward appearance of greedlessness, was a divine spirit who, deep down, yearned for captivating stories. It was an inherent desire. Beneath his serene exterior, Michael was indeed burning with a profound curiosity, drawn to the protagonist's unconventional ambition. The protagonist, sensing this, then posed a final, pointed question. Was Michael implying he desired to influence both Eden and Pandemonium through his stories? Michael, with a subtle smile, confirmed his understanding and pledged to respect the protagonist's wishes. His interest was undeniably piqued. He admitted that the unique story the protagonist was endeavoring to tell had captivated his attention. He saw its immense potential. Therefore, Michael declared, he would personally observe its progression, confirming its unfolding truths with his own divine eyes. As a token of goodwill, Michael offered a sign of gratitude for the protagonist having granted him a private audience. The protagonist, slightly surprised, murmured, "Gratitude?" He had not anticipated a gift from the archangel. Michael explained that it would be detrimental to Eden's reputation if he were to simply depart after summoning the protagonist for such an important meeting. With a flourish, Michael presented the protagonist with a glowing, ornate egg, a personal token of his thanks. It was a mysterious and beautiful gift. The protagonist looked at the egg, his eyes wide with surprise. He had received an item of unknown power directly from an archangel. Later, back at his library, the protagonist and his companions gathered around the enigmatic egg, pondering its true nature. One companion playfully suggested that a majestic dragon might hatch from it, envisioning a powerful but adorable companion. However, another companion quickly reminded them that to the forces of Eden, dragons were symbols of disgust and evil. Such a gift from Michael seemed unlikely. Suddenly, the egg began to crack and the shell slowly peeled away. Everyone watched with bated breath as life stirred within. To their collective astonishment, a tiny, fluffy white owl emerged, blinking its large, innocent eyes. It was utterly unexpected. The protagonist, cradling the small creature, named it Baikyo, the white owl. But the true significance of Michael's gift and the subtle threat it carried from Satan was only just beginning to reveal itself. Yoohyun, a teller in a unique library for divine spirits, watched a message pop up. White King of the Setting Sun. C has donated 10,000 TP, even now. The continuous aggressive donations from this powerful entity caught Yoohyun's attention, signifying a persistent attempt to exert influence. He recognized the donor as a significant power, known across the realms for their immense strength. The White King was, in fact, the Western White Dragon, one of the formidable dragon kings from the heavenly realm's 36 heavens. The image of the majestic dragon underscored the immense power and status of the being attempting to interact with his library. Yoohyun had always anticipated that famous divine spirits would eventually visit, but he expected a more gradual approach. He was surprised by the sheer speed and audacity of this particular Dragon King's arrival. Another message appeared, indicating the White King of the Setting Sun Sea was raising his chin, a clear sign of arrogance. The Dragon King's next message was a demand for special treatment, questioning how Yoohyun dared to be moderate with him. Yoohyun's lips curved into a faint, almost mocking smile at the divine spirit's attempts to assert dominance. He found the Dragon King's entitlement amusing, a subtle, dangerous glint in his eyes. "I apologize," Yoohyun stated, his voice firm, "but I can't do that." His refusal hung heavy in the air. All the other divine spirits present fell silent, stunned by Yoohyun's defiance towards such a powerful figure. The system relayed the Dragon King's indignant query, demanding an explanation for Yoohyun's rejection. "I'm telling you that no means no," Yoohyun reiterated, his patience wearing thin. "Wasn't my answer enough?" The Dragon King responded with another massive donation, coupled with a furious challenge to Yoohyun's authority. Yoohyun observed the escalating attempts at bribery, understanding the Dragon King's wounded pride. It seemed this powerful spirit was unaccustomed to having his donations or status denied. "But I'm different," Yoohyun declared, making it clear that his rules were absolute. He informed the Dragon King that any further donations would be completely pointless, as his decision was final. Yoohyun emphasized that the rules were his own, and he would not make exceptions, even for himself. He stated plainly that no amount of points, power, or authority would sway his judgment. His resolve remained unshaken, a testament to his commitment to the library's principles. "There will be no case where I change what I've decided," Yoohyun concluded, directly addressing the Western White Dragon. The system registered the Dragon King's fury. The Western White Dragon is greatly angered. Hyerim, witnessing the escalating tension, looked on with a surprised expression. Yoohyun realized the Dragon King's anger must be immense to openly display upper realm power in the lower realm. However, he had a trump card. The Genesis system was activated. The environment pulsed with a powerful, warning red light as the system took control. Yoohyun knew that the Genesis system, governing the mixed world, would prevent any reckless unleashing of power. The Dragon King's furious messages continued, filled with insults and threats, demanding Yoohyun's subservience. Yoohyun calmly endured the barrage of messages and donations, his expression unwavering. With a touch of sarcasm, he thanked the Dragon King for the donations. A system prompt appeared, asking if he wished to block the White King of the setting Sun Sea. Yoohyun immediately selected yes. "You've just made a teller hate comment," Yoohyun announced with a slight smirk. "Congratulations on graduating." The system confirmed the immediate removal. White King of the setting Sun Sea has been removed from the library. The other divine spirits reacted with stunned disbelief at Yoohyun's decisive action. Yoohyun calmly reiterated his philosophy: donations are donations and rules are rules. He explained that this strictness was a necessary foundation for the library's beginning. His goal was to foster a good atmosphere, allowing for more relaxed rules in the future. Suddenly, the system registered another entry: White King of the setting Sea has entered. Yoohyun's eyes widened in shock. The evicted Dragon King had somehow bypassed the system and returned. He wondered at the audacity of defying the system's will. Yoohyun confronted the enraged Dragon King, asking if he hadn't crossed the line. The Dragon King screamed back, calling Yoohyun a pathetic teller and accusing him of betrayal after accepting his points. He continued his furious tirade, threatening Yoohyun for insulting the Heavenly Realm's divine forces. Yoohyun calmly clarified that he had insulted neither the divine forces nor the Dragon King himself. He had simply removed a guest who violated a rule. The Dragon King, beyond reason, roared back with more threats and insults. In the midst of this chaos, a new message announced: "He who resembles the glittering light has entered the library." This new arrival, who Yoohyun recognized as Michael, immediately made a small donation. The system detected a system anomaly and external interference, confirming Michael's powerful presence. The Genesis system identified excessive power usage and confirmed the White King of the setting Sun Sea as the target. The system initiated its procedures, neutralizing the Dragon King's power, and forcefully evicted him once more. Yoohyun noted the calming effect of Michael's presence, as the other divine spirits, previously silent, now watched the new arrival with interest. With order restored, Yoohyun announced their next task: clearing a mined realm called the Theodolent Wetlands. He explained they chose an easier realm today, much to the disappointment of some divine spirits seeking more challenge. Hyerim, the Sword Empress, confirmed her readiness for the mission. As they began their journey into the wetlands, Yoohyun started to brief Hyerim on their objectives, primarily locating the boundary line. Their briefing was interrupted by a group of 4 hunters who approached, asking if they could hunt together. Yoohyun, to Hyerim's surprise, accepted the offer, which Hyerim mistakenly attributed to his attraction to a pretty blonde woman in the group. Hyerim, flustered and confused, even considered dieting to match Yoohyun's supposed taste. Yoohyun, sensing her deep misunderstanding, leaned in and adopted a serious tone. "That party is made up of scavengers," he revealed. Hyerim's face must have shown a mixture of shock and dawning horror, realizing the true nature of their new companions. Han Yong-woon, a collector in the mental realm, understood the treacherous nature of scavengers. These individuals made their living by secretly collecting or outright stealing stories and texts from other collectors, often because they struggled to hunt elusive beings themselves. Hyerim, his companion, pondered this revelation, asking if it meant the group who had just approached them, offering to form a party, intended to steal their stories. She was still trying to grasp the depths of this treacherous world. Young-woon confirmed her suspicions with a grim expression. He explained that if their intentions were merely to steal, he would call them saints. Among the vicious scavengers, he elaborated, there weren't just thieves, there were also murderers. He concluded that the 4 individuals who had just appeared before them were likely part of such a vicious scavenger party. Hyerim, trusting his judgment, agreed, acknowledging that if he said it, it must be true. Yet, a lingering question remained for her. How did he know those particular individuals were scavengers? She looked at him, her eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of concern. Young-won patiently reminded her of what the scavengers had said earlier, that they had tried hunting here but found it too difficult. He then pointed out a crucial detail. He observed that despite their claims of struggling with hunting, their clothes were impeccably clean. This struck him as highly suspicious for people who supposedly attempted to hunt in such an environment. He elaborated on the nature of their current location, describing it as a swamp where the water came up to their ankles. The slightest vigorous movement, he explained, would splash mud everywhere. Therefore, if one were to engage in a fight here, it would be impossible to avoid getting their clothes dirty. The pristine state of the scavengers' attire was a glaring inconsistency. Beyond that, What struck Young-won as even more suspicious was how they had approached him and Hyerim without any hesitation, acting as if they didn't know who they were. He questioned whether Hyerim truly believed they weren't well known, given their recent exploits. He knew their reputation was spreading. Even if, by some slim chance, they genuinely didn't know who Young-won and Hyerim were, it was still highly suspicious. He wondered why strangers would approach them without any wariness to ask them to join their party. Hyerim, understanding his logic, then asked why he had accepted their offer if he knew their ulterior motives. She pointed out that he could have simply rejected them. Young-won, however, simply smiled, asking where the fun would be in that. He preferred a more engaging and dramatic approach to such situations. He then turned his attention inward, subtly communicating with the divine spirits, seeking their guidance and perspective on the unfolding situation. He addressed the situation to Hyerim, stating simply that they had villains in front of them right now. His tone was calm, yet it carried an underlying current of danger. These were villains, he explained, who concealed their true intentions, hiding knives behind their backs as they approached. They saw Young-won and Hyerim as perfectly easy prey. He then posed a rhetorical question to Hyerim, asking if she would have avoided people like that if they had approached her. He wanted her to consider his perspective. He pressed the point further, asking if she would have done what he did in their place. He knew her nature and how she might react. Suddenly, a series of notifications from the divine spirits appeared. They were saying they could not tolerate such a thing. More notifications followed, with most divine spirits insisting that Young-won must crush his opponents completely. Their collective will was clear and decisive. Then, a specific message from He Who Resembles the Glittering Light appeared, shaking its head and stating that Young-won must not let this slide. The spirits were united in their judgment. Young-won then revealed his plan, to feign ignorance. He intended to pretend to be doing exactly what they wanted him to do. He would then, at the crucial moment, go on the offensive. This strategy, he believed, would make for a more dramatic story, something he clearly relished. Hyerim, however, was still skeptical. She asked if they would truly be fooled by such a simple act. She worried it might not be enough. Young-won then explained his philosophy, revealing what type of people were the easiest to deceive. It was a core tenet of his method. He stated that the easiest people to deceive were those who believed they knew things well when, in reality, they didn't. This was a common flaw he exploited. He elaborated further, including those who harbored the delusion that all they saw was all there was to the world. Their limited perspective made them vulnerable. Finally, he spoke of those who believed their own knowledge was the sole truth and who were drunk on the superiority of being above others. These, he declared, were his favorite prey. The air suddenly ripped with a loud sound, followed by swift action. Hyerim, sword in hand, had taken down an elusive being in a single blow. The three scavengers watched in astonishment, clapping and murmuring. One of them, a bearded man, exclaimed that Hyerim was amazing, unable to believe she took down an elusive being so easily. The bearded man continued to express his disbelief, cursing and wondering why the Sword Empress was so strong. He seemed genuinely overwhelmed by her power. He also questioned if Young-won and Hyerim hadn't gotten tired from hunting this whole time, implying they were much more resilient than expected. Young-won then announced he just needed to take care of something for a moment. He began to walk away from the group. The bearded man, surprised, asked where he was going. Young-won simply told him not to worry, continuing to walk. He then called out, wait a moment, it's dangerous to go alone, so take someone with you. He then directly told the scavenger, Young-won, go with him, you said you wanted to go to the bathroom, right? The scavenger looked confused, uttering a hesitant, huh? The scavenger, flustered, tried to respond with, right, but seemed unsure of himself. The main character continued to walk away, leaving the scavenger looking bewildered. As he walked, Young-won used telepathy to speak to Hyerim, his voice clear in her mind. He instructed her to listen carefully. Hyerim, can you hear me? I'm talking to you using telepathy right now, he conveyed. He wanted to ensure she understood his next crucial instructions. He warned her that once he left their spot, those people would likely make their move. He wanted her to be prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Therefore, he instructed her to stay there, and if she noticed anything strange, to take action. Hyerim, understanding the gravity of the situation, confirmed with a firm, got it. Meanwhile, the main character Young-won approached the scavenger Han Young-won, who was still standing in the swamp. The sounds of footsteps in water echoed. The main character Young-won calmly addressed him. Your name's Han Young-won, right? He then observed, you look a bit off since earlier. Is something wrong? He feigned concern. The scavenger Young-won, surprised, stuttered, huh? Me? He seemed caught off guard by the direct question and the feigned empathy. The main character Young-woon offered, "Feel free to talk if you're troubled." He smiled slyly, letting the scavenger think he was being kind, but his inner thoughts were far more calculating. He knew everything. He had already discerned the scavenger's true nature and predicament. The main character Young-woon had a way of seeing through people. He revealed that in the Divine Spirit's books, the other three scavengers were inexcusable scumbags. However, this particular scavenger, Han Young-woon, was pretty normal. The main character Young-woon then addressed the scavenger by his correct name. "Your name's Yohyun, right?" He had seen through the alias. The scavenger looked terrified. The scavenger Han Yohyun, trembling, urged the main character Young-woon, "Please run away from here, right now." He was genuinely trying to warn him. Divine Spirit's notifications appeared again. They were surprised at Han Young-woon's attitude, questioning if he was not an ally of the other scavengers. The scavenger Han Yoohyun stammered, I know you won't believe me, but those three are murderers." He desperately tried to convey the danger. He confessed that Baek Woo-hoon had forced him to tag along with them and suggested that they kill 2 people. He was clearly under duress. Han Yoohyun explained that he tried to refuse, but it felt like Baek Woo-hoon would kill him if he said no. He was trapped in a terrifying situation. He admitted, "Even though I knew, I kept silent, so I'm essentially like one of them too." He felt immense guilt and complicity. Han Yoohyun offered a desperate plan. "I'll go back there alone and lie that I killed you, so just run away." He wanted to save the main character Young-woon. He further offered, "I'll find an opening to send the Sword Empress away too." He was trying to protect Hyerim as well, showing his underlying decency. The main character Young-woon asked, "If you get caught, won't that put both you and Hyerim in danger?" He was testing the scavenger's resolve and honesty. Then, a more crucial question. Wait, more importantly, why did they want to kill us? He wanted the full motivation behind the plot. Han Yoohyun replied, "I'm not sure either, but a teller who's a member of a famous division hired them to do it." The plot thickened. He added that the teller said he'd make a library contract with them if they succeeded. This was the promised reward for their murderous deed. The main character Young-woon mused. A teller from a famous division, you say?" His eyes narrowed, contemplating this new piece of information. Han Yoohyun reiterated, "That's why you should run away. I'll take care of things here." He truly believed this was the only way. Divine Spirit's notifications appeared. They admired Han Young-woon's actions, but also found him pitiable, recognizing his good intentions amidst a tragic situation. The main character, Young-woon, smiled, stating, "I was going to deal with Han Young-woon just like with the other guys, but I don't think I have to." He had made a decision. He then declared, "I guess I have no choice then, stay here." His tone left no room for argument, and Han Yoohyun looked utterly confused. Han Yoohyun's eyes widened in realization and terror. Wait, are you saying you already knew about it all?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with dread. The main character Young-woon affirmed, "Basically, yeah." He then reassured him, "Well, you don't have to feel scared. After all, you just proved you're not a bad guy." But before he could react, Hyerim moved. With a swift motion, she intercepted a blow meant for Young-woon, a sword now piercing her shoulder as blood gushed out. Young-woon watched, stunned, realizing he had underestimated her. Despite her wound, Hyerim gave a confident smile, stating, "I'll take care of him." This was only the beginning. Kang Hyerim lived a life of unwavering determination, often finding herself in situations where her will was the only thing she could truly rely on for survival. Now, facing the new challenge, she declared that she would take care of the rest, a powerful resolve burning within her eyes for all to see. This fierce commitment had solidified within her during the harrowing Constantinople siege battle, an experience that had reshaped her very core and purpose. She understood, with absolute clarity, the path she needed to walk, the very thing she was supposed to do to attain her desired goal, no matter the cost. For this ambition, Kang Hyerim was prepared to do whatever it took, demonstrating a frightening resolve that knew no bounds and left no room for doubt. A man, trembling and desperate, began to plead with her, urging her not to come any closer as he begged for his life, his voice shaking with fear. He desperately asked her to spare him, his voice laced with the terror of someone facing an inevitable end, a fate he clearly wished to avoid. He tried to negotiate, suggesting they could talk things out, hoping to buy himself more time or find a way to escape his grim situation. The man warned her that she would have many regrets if she chose to kill him right then, hinting at crucial information he possessed about their enemies. Yoohyun, observing the scene, calmly asked the desperate man if he knew something truly valuable, something that could alter the course of events. Despite the man's claims, Yoohyun dismissed him, stating that he didn't even have the right to negotiate with them in the first place, his tone unwavering. The man, sensing his end, revealed that if they killed him, they wouldn't be able to find out about the teller who had hired him for this mission. He then divulged the name Jinpeng, a teller from the Pentagram Division of the Celestial Body Inc., a powerful organization. The revelation seemed to hit Yoohyun, a flicker of understanding passing through his usually composed demeanor as he processed the information. However, Yoohyun quickly regained his composure, revealing that he already knew about the secret deal the man had made with Jinpeng. The man was utterly stunned, stammering in disbelief as he wondered how Yoohyun could possibly know such a hidden detail about his past dealings. With a calm declaration, Yoohyun told Kang Hyerim that he would leave the rest to her, entrusting Jinpeng's fate and the fate of the terrified man to her hands. Kang Hyerim, her eyes now glowing with a dangerous intensity, turned her full attention to the terrified man, ready to carry out her task. The man let out a desperate cry, begging her not to come near him, his voice filled with sheer panic as she advanced with purpose. She moved swiftly, the sounds of her actions echoing in the quiet clearing as she closed in on him, leaving no room for escape. Kang Hyerim showed no mercy, her actions swift and decisive as she carried out Yoohyun's instructions, stained with the consequences. His screams were cut short, replaced by the chilling sounds of the fatal blow, a stark silence falling over the clearing. Others present, weak collectors who had hoped to benefit from the situation, watched in horror, their faces etched with fear. They cried out for someone to help them, realizing their own lives were now in grave danger, their pleas echoing desperately. One of them, a man named Youngwon, pleaded desperately with a companion, reminding him of their closeness and shared history. He even tried to appeal to Yoohyun, questioning how he could do this after all the kindness Youngwon had shown him in the past. Kang Hyerim continued her brutal work, the sounds of her swift, deadly movements filling the air, leaving no survivors. The remaining weak collectors screamed in terror, completely overwhelmed by the ruthless display of power they had just witnessed. His eyes widened in a mixture of pain and disbelief, tears streaming down his face in his last moments as life left him. Yoohyun watched the scene unfold, his expression calm and detached, as if observing a natural phenomenon rather than a massacre. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips, a sign of his internal satisfaction with the outcome of the confrontation. The ground was stained red, a stark testament to the violence that had just occurred, a grim tableau left in their wake. He reflected on humans who ran amok, thinking they were the best, oblivious to the deeper realities of the world that truly mattered. They remained blissfully unaware of the true dangers that lurked beneath the surface, hidden from their limited perception and understanding. These individuals often mocked and pointed fingers at others, confident in their own perceived superiority, never questioning their place. For Yoohyun, watching the look on their faces as they realized the wretched reality of their situation was profoundly exhilarating. He admitted it felt like some kind of twisted sense of justice, a macabre satisfaction in their downfall that resonated deeply within him. He was fully aware of this aspect of himself, recognizing the darkness within his own nature, accepting it as part of who he was. This was, he believed, an inevitable aspect of his very being, a mark left by his arduous journey through a terrible world. It might have seemed odd to others, but he simply couldn't help it. This was fundamentally who he was, a truth he embraced. Yoohyun then subtly addressed Jinpeng of Pentagram, almost as if speaking to a challenge yet to come, a future encounter. He expressed the hope that Jinpeng would be able to entertain him as well, anticipating a more engaging and worthy adversary. The air shimmered, signaling a shift in their immediate reality as they prepared for what lay ahead in this new phase. Chapter 19. The divine spirits, unseen but ever present, were clapping and enjoying the spectacle they had just witnessed, their energy palpable. Some of these spirits, however, remained unsatisfied, craving even more thrilling events and dramatic outcomes to entertain them. The weak collector, who had witnessed the brutal killings, stumbled backward in shock, his face pale with disbelief and terror. He stammered, asking what on earth had just happened, unable to comprehend the ruthlessness he had seen unfold before his eyes. He slumped to the ground, tears welling in his eyes as the full weight of the situation crashed down upon him, leaving him devastated. He lamented his fate, wondering what terrible thing he had done to deserve such a cruel reality, feeling utterly helpless. He reflected on his decision to try and save someone, mustering courage for the very first time in his life, only for it to end like this. To think it was all for nothing, that he had been played by those two from the very start, left him feeling utterly betrayed. He looked up at Yoohyun, his voice cracking as he demanded to know why they had killed them all, seeking an explanation. Yoohyun calmly explained that if they hadn't acted, they would have been the ones dead instead, a simple truth in their brutal world. He continued, stating that if they hadn't done what they did, the weak collector would not have been safe either, caught in the crossfire. The weak collector, frustrated and overwhelmed, accused Yoohyun of treating everything as a joke, unable to grasp his cold logic. He bitterly thought about how tellers chose Yoohyun and divine spirits sponsored him simply because he was strong, unlike himself. Yoohyun acknowledged the weak collector's pain, understanding what it felt like to have nothing going for him in this harsh world. He asserted that everyone had their unique role in life, a fundamental truth that many struggled to accept and live by. They, meaning Yoohyun and Hyerim, simply refused to accept their assigned roles, constantly striving for more, pushing their limits. They had steeled their resolve, worked hard, and even risked their lives for the sake of their ambitions, paying a heavy price. To the weak collector, it might have seemed like they were chosen, but Yoohyun insisted they were just like him, striving for something better. The weak collector then questioned why he was so different, why he remained stuck in his current state, unable to progress. Yoohyun replied that it was because he had conformed to reality, accepting what was given to him instead of fighting for more. Yoohyun, however, refused to be content with what was given. If he didn't have it, he would create it or take it from someone else. The weak collector cried out in despair, asking what he could possibly do if everything he tried ended in failure and ridicule. Yoohyun told him that the world of humans was small, a limited perspective that often blinded them to greater possibilities. He explained that the weak collector mistook what he saw, heard, and felt for the entirety of the world, a common human flaw. If someone labeled him a failure, he shouldn't believe the whole world saw him that way, as their judgment was not universal. He urged the weak collector to start by changing how he viewed the world around him if he wanted to see real change in his life. Baekwa management stood tall, a symbol of ambition and carefully managed careers in a world where new opportunities constantly emerged. Into this bustling environment, Doyoon returned, her steps weary from a productive meeting, yet her expression hinted at a successful outcome. Miss Hyerim looked up, surprised to see her manager back so soon, contrasting her casual attire with Doyoon's business suit. Doyoon shared her news. Hyerim would soon be doing an interview, bringing more public exposure to her work. Hyerim balked at the idea of an interview, her eyes widening in disbelief and a hint of dread at the thought of facing the public. Doyoon calmly explained that collectors were quickly becoming celebrities in their own right, and public exposure was now essential for career growth. Yoohyun agreed, noting an interview would be the most effective way to elevate Miss Hyerim's name, ensuring she gained wider recognition. Hyerim preferred fighting, wondering if she could avoid the public spotlight and stick to the combat she knew best. Yoohyun countered her reluctance by highlighting the substantial money that would undoubtedly start rolling in from an interview, a powerful motivator. The mention of wealth immediately piqued Hyerim's interest, and she quickly asked exactly how much she stood to gain from this venture. Yoohyun casually dismissed a couple $100,000 as nothing, implying the true financial potential was far greater than she imagined. With the promise of significant money, Hyerim's resolve crumbled, and she declared she would do the interview, her motivation now firmly set on profit. Doyoon then turned to Yoohyun, inquiring about his current occupation, noticing his focused demeanor and the object he held. He revealed he was engaged in crafting a new weapon, his gaze fixed intently on the rather unassuming item in his hands. Doyoon looked confused, recognizing the sword as a common, cheap item easily purchased from the dimensional store. Yoohyun confirmed her observation, acknowledging it was a cheap sword, costing only 100 TP, yet his smile suggested a deeper secret. He asked Hyerim to examine the information displayed on the sword, inviting her to discover the hidden nature beneath its ordinary exterior. She read, Salyo, ancient relic longsword, still unsure if this ordinary item was actually supposed to be good. Yoohyun explained that while they might not be aware, Salyo was a very famous and respected name within the broader mixed world. He recounted that the Salyo Empire, though its glory faded millennia ago, was once renowned for its unique and powerful magic engineering. This sword, he declared, was not just any blade but an ancient relic, a tangible link to the lost power and advanced technology of the Salyo Empire. Its true value remained largely unknown in the current mixed world, existing as a secret waiting for the right person to unlock its potential. However, Yoohyun, having come from the future, possessed the unique knowledge of its true capabilities and hidden power. He revealed that this artifact was a hidden piece, an item so rare and potent it couldn't even be found or replicated in the vast mind realms. Shifting the conversation abruptly, Yoohyun advised Miss Hyerim to immediately begin developing her main attack skill, a crucial step for her impending growth. Miss Hyerim looked puzzled, unsure what her main attack skill even referred to, as she had never truly focused on cultivating one specific ability. Yoohyun informed her that she would soon ascend to the rank of a mid-class collector, a significant and rapid milestone in her journey. While her physical stats were already impressively high, she critically lacked a powerful attack skill or a compelling story to truly support her formidable physique. Her incredibly rapid progression meant she had skipped many foundational steps that other collectors underwent, leaving crucial gaps in her overall development. This was precisely why she desperately needed to acquire a mid- or high-level story to properly define her abilities and unleash her true potential. Miss Hyerim worried about the immense expense, knowing that stories of that caliber were typically very costly and hard to obtain. Yoohyun reassured her, explaining that he knew a clever way to obtain one for a surprisingly cheap price, bypassing the usual exorbitant costs. He instructed her to open her dimensional store and search specifically for lightning steps within the low-level stories category. Hyerim complied, opening the glowing interface of her store, ready to follow his unusual and somewhat perplexing instructions. She quickly located lightning steps, a skill she recognized as being on the cheaper side, but also commonly known for its perceived flaws. Next, Yoohyun told her to find Berserk Lightning Inner Skill in the mid-level stories section, adding another seemingly unconventional choice. Finally, he directed her to locate Thunder Fury among the low-level stories, completing the trio of skills that seemed questionable. He then told her, without a hint of hesitation, to purchase all three of these skills, a command that immediately drew Suryun's alarmed attention. Suryun interjected, her voice filled with alarm and concern, questioning Yoohyun about these skills widely known for being trashy. She pointed out their common reputation for being utterly useless and asked if it was even remotely safe for Miss Hyerim to attempt to learn them. Yoohyun, with a slight confident smile, challenged Miss Hyerim directly, asking if she truly didn't trust him to know exactly what he was doing. Reluctantly, Miss Hyerim conceded, her doubts still lingering, but she agreed to learn all three skills as he instructed. As she began to absorb the skills, a powerful surge of uncontrolled lightning erupted around her, causing her to cry out in both pain and profound surprise. Yoohyun swiftly moved, taking the cheap sword and expertly channeling the wild, chaotic lightning from Hyerim's body directly into its core. The sword glowed intensely, its form rapidly changing and reshaping until it became a sleek, powerful blade, now completely infused with raw lightning energy. Suryun gasped, completely astonished, as the sword's appearance had been utterly transformed from a dull relic into a dazzling weapon. Yoohyun held the newly forged weapon, warning them to be careful as powerful lightning still pulsed and flowed through its core, a testament to its new power. He then explained that Miss Hyerim had successfully absorbed the stories, completing the arduous and electrifying process. On her status screen, the three individual, supposedly trashy skills had vanished, replaced by a new, singular, and formidable ability, Heavenly Lightning Sword. This new skill, he revealed, was a true hidden piece, granting her the incredible power to control lightning that descended directly from the heavens. Its story level, he added, far surpassed even the most revered high-level stories, making it an incredibly potent and unique ability beyond all expectations. Ms. Hyerim's face lit up with pure joy and overwhelming gratitude, her initial skepticism completely replaced by profound thanks for Yoohyun's genius. She impulsively moved to hug him tightly, but he quickly stopped her, reminding her that she first needed to fully control her newly acquired lightning powers. Still reeling from the experience, Ms. Hyerim asked, her voice filled with wonder, how Yoohyun had known about such an incredible hidden piece. Yoohyun chose not to elaborate, stating simply that he didn't want any unnecessary trouble to arise from revealing too much information about its origins. He instructed her to keep the sword close at all times, explaining that it would diligently absorb any lightning she couldn't yet perfectly control. Suryun, having witnessed the entire intense and dangerous process, confronted Yoohyun, her expression stern, suspecting he might have used Ms. Hyerim as a battery. Yoohyun, however, calmly pointed out that everything worked out exactly as planned in the end and was ultimately for Ms. Hyerim's significant benefit. Just then, a critical message flashed on his screen. "I found information on Choi Doyoon." Yoohyun's eyes widened and he immediately announced he was heading out, telling Miss Hyerim not to let the sword leave her body. Yoohyun's mind raced, a mix of old memories and new resolve pushing him forward in his urgent quest for Choi Doyoon. He arrived at the association, swiftly requesting a meeting with the manager, Choi Jungmo, the source of the crucial information. Choi Jungmo, a man with a serious demeanor, led Yoohyun to a private meeting room, his expression unreadable as they prepared to talk. Before diving into the information, Jungmo asked Yoohyun a direct question: what was his relationship with this Choi Doyoon? Choi Doyoon, a name from the past, had vanished without a trace. He was one of the many who disappeared during the tumultuous 99 Days of Revolution, a period when Earth, a physical world, collided with the enigmatic mixed world. This collision, a massive event, shattered all barriers between illusion and reality, bringing stories and myths to life. That day became known as Mind Unification Day, and it marked the beginning of the vanishing. Many people simply ceased to exist, their whereabouts a profound mystery, though it was certain they had left Earth for another dimension. While a few of the vanishing eventually returned, most were found as mere corpses. The rare ones who came back alive, however, were transformed, emerging as terrifying monsters, their humanity stripped away by the ordeal. This was a frightening prospect for Earth, as some of these other-world returnees would manage to come back perfectly normal, but that time had not yet arrived. It was unsettling to think that Choi Doyoon, a figure of immense power too, was one of the vanishing, only to return later, coinciding with the end of Earth. The immense power and stern judgment he displayed during that apocalyptic era were said to have been shaped by his rigid adherence to the rules of that other world, a place far different from their own. An important detail also emerged about Choi Doyoon. He had a mother, a woman who had spent a decade relentlessly searching for her lost son, clinging to hope against all odds. Now, this distraught mother wanted to meet the protagonist, Kang Yoohyun, because he possessed crucial knowledge about Doyoon's fate. Yoohyun was startled by this unexpected request. The original Kang Yoohyun, the calm and collected teller from this world, gently asked if the protagonist would be willing to meet Doyoon's grieving mother. The protagonist understood her profound desire. It made perfect sense that she would desperately seek out anyone who knew something, anything, about her son. He decided that he would meet her himself, but later, when he felt truly ready for such a meeting, the original teller Yoohyun, ever accommodating, offered his assistance again if needed, assuring him it was no trouble at all. As he processed this information, a profound and unsettling realization dawned on the protagonist. His own parents, from his past life as Kang Yora, must also be alive in this very world. A sudden wave of deep fear washed over him. He couldn't help but wonder what had become of his past self, the original Kang Yora, if he now existed here in her place. If he, as Kang Yora, had been reborn into this new identity as a teller, then the other Kang Yoohyun, the person he had been in this world, might still be alive somewhere. Could he truly call these people his parents, his own, given his unique circumstances? He grappled with the agonizing thought that his true parents might feel deeply annoyed, or even label him an imposter if they saw him, a teller in human form, claiming to be their child. As these heavy thoughts consumed him, Hyerim suddenly called his name, her voice startling him from his reverie. He turned to her, asking what she was doing there, surprised by her presence. She explained, with a soft concern in her voice, that she had followed him because he had seemed so troubled when he left, and she had genuinely worried about him. He quickly apologized for causing her such concern and assured her that he was truly fine, claiming it wasn't as big of a deal as he had initially thought. Hyerim, observing him closely, agreed that he did indeed seem fine now, and then suggested they return to the office. He declined her offer, explaining that he still had something important he needed to do before going back. He had made a firm and personal decision. He would become a main character in this life, and that defining choice was profoundly influenced by the memory of his parents. Even if they didn't accept him as their family, he resolved not to be scared or run away from the truth, no matter how difficult it might prove. He then turned to Hyerim, asking if she wanted to come along with him. Her face lit up with excitement, and she eagerly agreed. She eagerly asked what he was planning to do. He told her he needed to go meet his saviors, firmly emphasizing that they were still his parents, regardless of any circumstances. The chapter's title card then appeared, marking a new beginning for their journey together. Hyerim then commented on his fascinating and enigmatic nature, noting that he, a teller, never interacted with others of his kind and seemed to carry a mysterious unknown past. He gently corrected her, telling her she was wrong about his past, but she simply offered a knowing smile, confident that he would eventually tell her everything in time. She then pressed him further, curious about these saviors he spoke of, assuming they must be truly incredible people for him to use such a powerful term. He confirmed her suspicion, stating they were indeed incredible. Hyerim then fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, wondering about Yoohyun's profoundly unknown past. She felt a strong, almost desperate desire to learn more about it. After a moment, a different, more personal question formed in her mind, and she wondered aloud if she, too, had a family. She paused, as if searching the fragmented remnants of her memories, then remembered the contents of her book, and softly, sadly replied, "No." Yoohyun, taken aback by her stark answer, directly asked her again if she truly didn't have a family, his voice tinged with concern. She, in turn, playfully asked if he was interested in her, a familiar banter between them. He quickly dismissed the flirtation. He assured her it was fine if she didn't want to answer. But Hyerim, with a sudden, heartbreaking shift in demeanor, insisted on answering, explaining it was because she felt happy now. Then, her voice growing increasingly somber, she simply said, "Family, I don't have any." Yoohyun looked at her, utterly stunned by her confession. She elaborated, explaining that she did have a family in the distant past, but she couldn't even recall what her father looked like, a painful void in her memory. She suspected he had run away immediately after her mother gave birth to her, which might have been the cruel reason why her mother had abused her so severely. Her mother had even gone as far as claiming Hyerim wasn't her child, denying their bond. After that painful period, Hyerim recounted, there wasn't much else to remember. With no parents to care for her, she ended up in a cold orphanage, where her shy and quiet nature made her an easy target for relentless bullying. She concluded, with a quiet and resigned sadness, that she simply didn't have a family. Yoohyun called her name, his voice filled with deep concern for her pain, but she quickly reassured him, a fragile smile on her face. She said it was okay now, all thanks to him, her words carrying a desperate, almost childlike cheerfulness. Yoohyun, seeing the raw vulnerability in her smile and the way she teetered precariously on the edge of despair, shouted her name again, a desperate, urgent plea. She looked at him, bewildered by his sudden, intense outburst. He quickly softened his tone, saying, "No, it's nothing," trying to mask his own alarm. He then added, with genuine empathy, that it must have been incredibly hard for her too, enduring such a painful past alone. Hyerim, however, dismissed his concern with a shake of her head. She insisted it was fine, and declared that if it weren't for him, she would still be living like a helpless loser. She gratefully declared that thanks to him, her savior, she had finally realized what she truly wanted to do with her life, finding a new purpose. The narration noted that she seemed dangerously close to breaking down, a stark and painful contrast to the powerful sword empress he had once known and admired. He mused that he had never truly known the real person behind the title, so there was no point in feeling disappointed or comparing her past self to her current fragile state. He then considered that even though she was unstable and might break at any moment, she still held the immense potential to change, depending on his actions going forward. Gently he called her name, his voice a steady anchor. She looked at him, her eyes wide with a fragile hope, and he softly told her, "It's okay." He made a solemn and heartfelt promise, assuring her that at the very least, he would never abandon or leave her side. A deep sense of relief washed over her face, and she smiled, finally at peace. They walked together through the familiar city streets, passing by an old gaming cafe. He observed that it was the very same one he used to frequent in his youth, a place of fond memories. Then, they passed the quaint bakery his mother had always liked, and a bustling food cart where he would often grab quick snacks. He also saw the tutoring academy he had once dreaded. Everything, he noted with a sense of wonder, was still exactly the same, preserved as if time had stood still in these familiar places. The only thing that had truly changed, he realized with a pang of bittersweet recognition, was himself. They continued their walk, eventually arriving at a small, old playground. He remembered how he used to purposefully linger there, avoiding the dreaded tutoring academy, always hoping to escape his studies for a little longer. Kang Yoohyun stood quietly, a calm demeanor masking the complexities of his life as a storytelling office teller. His days were usually filled with the mundane, a stark contrast to the grand adventures he often facilitated for others. This particular afternoon, however, was about to diverge from his usual routine. The tranquility of the street was shattered by the quick footsteps of a young girl, Kang Yora, as she ran past him with a determined expression. Her uniform fluttered behind her, a blur of motion as she pursued some unseen goal. A moment later, Yora's mother appeared, her eyes narrowed in disapproval as she spotted her daughter. She called out Yora's name with a sharp, scolding tone that carried through the air. Yora stopped abruptly, her shoulders slumping as her mother's stern voice cut through her escape. She turned slowly, her youthful defiance giving way to a more subdued posture. Yoohyun watched the scene unfold with a quiet gaze, a subtle flicker of recognition in his eyes as he observed the interaction between mother and daughter. He remained still, an unexpected witness to their family drama. The mother, catching sight of Yoohyun, gasped softly, her expression shifting from annoyance to surprise. She seemed to recognize him, a sudden realization dawning on her face. She then turned her attention back to Yora, her voice rising in frustration. She admonished her daughter, stating firmly that those who ran away from their responsibilities would never achieve success. The mother's words hung in the air, a clear message about the importance of perseverance. She stood tall, a picture of stern parental authority, emphasizing her point with her posture. Her eyes, however, softened slightly as she looked at Yoohyun, a hint of something familiar in his features. She seemed to be searching for a memory, a connection to a past she knew. Yoohyun, sensing her gaze, offered a small, apologetic bow. The mother, in turn, bowed back, acknowledging his presence and perhaps the awkwardness of the situation. "Mother!" Yora interjected, her voice filled with embarrassment, trying to diffuse the tension. She clearly did not want this public display of her mother's displeasure. The mother, recovering herself, offered a polite apology for their loud behavior. She looked at Yoohyun with a curious expression, wondering if they had met before. Yoohyun, surprised by the question, simply stared back, a faint question mark hanging in the air around him. The mother persisted, saying he resembled someone she knew. She then turned to the silent sword empress standing nearby, seeking confirmation that she wasn't the only one who saw the resemblance. The sword empress remained unreadable. Yoohyun simply looked on, a thoughtful expression on his face. The mother, still intrigued, pressed him gently, asking if he knew her husband, Yora's father. He paused, a faint, "Huh?" escaping his lips. The question stirred a deeper, more personal conflict within him, though he kept his outward composure. He realized with a heavy heart that the Kang Yoohyun she knew, the one who might have a place in this family, no longer existed. He was merely an observer now, a different person entirely. A new owner, a different destiny, had taken the path that once seemed meant for him. This stark truth echoed in his mind, highlighting a profound sense of displacement. Suddenly, Yora let out a delighted shriek. She had finally recognized the formidable figure standing beside Yoohyun, the legendary sword empress. "Oh my god, is this for real?" Yora exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. She pointed frantically, confirming to her mother that this was the very person she had been talking about. Overwhelmed, Yora eagerly asked the sword empress for her autograph, her hands clasped together in eager anticipation. Her mother tried to intervene, worried Yora was being rude. The sword empress, however, gave a subtle nod, indicating her willingness. Yoohyun smiled, feeling a strange sense of destiny in this unexpected meeting. They settled into a quiet cafe, the atmosphere more relaxed. Yoohyun, realizing they hadn't properly introduced themselves, decided to begin. "Ah, I apologize," he said, offering a polite bow. He then formally introduced himself as Kang Yoohyun. He continued, explaining that he worked at Celestial Body Inc. as a storytelling office teller. The title, while seemingly ordinary, held layers of meaning unknown to them. His official profile appeared, confirming his affiliation and role. It was a simple, factual presentation of his current identity. Yura and her mother gasped, their initial excitement quickly replaced by disbelief. "A teller?" the mother repeated, a note of disappointment in her voice. "Mom, did you hear? He's a teller," Yura echoed. The mother's expression fell. "A teller? So, you're not a person?" she asked, her words carrying a subtle jab, implying that a teller wasn't a real or important profession like a collector. She had hoped he was a relative, perhaps a successful one. Yoohyun felt a pang of internal conflict. He wanted to tell them the truth about his true identity, about the power he wielded, but he knew he couldn't. It was a secret he had to keep. "Yeah?" he replied, feigning nonchalance, forcing a smile to mask the hidden weight of his words. He couldn't reveal the full scope of his being. Yora, still caught up in her dreams, boldly asked Yoohyun if he could turn her into a collector. Her mother immediately scolded her for her rudeness. Yoohyun, however, calmly responded that asking didn't hurt. He looked at the eager girl, preparing to deliver the harsh truth about her aspirations. Yora beamed, seeing his response as an affirmation. "See ya," he said. "It's okay," she chirped, misinterpreting his calm demeanor as an agreement to her request. In response to her question, Yoohyun explained the reality of his position. Tellers like him couldn't transform ordinary people into collectors. "What?" Yora exclaimed, her face falling from excitement to shock. This was not the answer she had hoped for. He clarified that tellers only formed contracts with individuals who were already collectors. They did not possess the power to create them. The mother let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried he might agree to Yora's impulsive request, and this news eased her mind. "What's a relief?" Yora cried, feeling betrayed by her mother's reaction. Her dream felt dismissed, and she couldn't understand her mother's perspective. Her mother, with a stern expression, reiterated her belief that relying on others to achieve one's goals was fundamentally flawed. It was a lesson she wanted Yora to learn. She emphasized that recognizing when something was impossible and knowing when to let go was a mark of wisdom. Her voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Yora slumped, tears welling in her eyes. Ugh, she muttered, deeply hurt and frustrated by her mother's pragmatic stance. The mother continued, explaining that Yora only saw the glamorous side of being a collector. She never considered the struggles and dangers involved. She stated that although it felt wrong to say as a mother, Yora simply had no talent for such a path. It was a harsh truth she felt compelled to deliver. Yoohyun watched the exchange, his eyes wide with a quiet intensity. He recognized the familiar pattern, an echo from his own past struggles and unspoken dreams. The mother then recounted her past words to Yora, telling her directly that she lacked the talent to become a collector. It was a painful memory for Yora. Yoohyun, with a gentle firmness, interrupted. Hyerim, he said, using the mother's name, could you give us some space for a moment? He felt the need to speak to Yora privately. The mother paused, considering his request. She then informed him that Yora would be at the playground they had just passed. She asked him to talk to her. Okay, Yoohyun replied, acknowledging her decision. He knew this conversation would be delicate, but it was one he felt he needed to have. He walked away from the table, leaving the mother and the Sword Empress behind. The weight of the impending conversation settled upon him. The mother looked at the Sword Empress, a silent understanding passing between them. She trusted Yoohyun to handle this difficult talk. But there's no need to give up that path just because you don't have talent, Yoohyun mused, reflecting on the mother's earlier statement. He believed in a different approach. I think that too, he said, speaking his thoughts aloud. He believed people should always dare to dream big, even against the odds. But life had also taught him a valuable lesson. Some dreams couldn't be achieved by mere wishing. They required more than just desire. The mother, sipping her coffee, listened intently. She understood the nuance in his words, the blend of idealism and hard-won experience. Still, she's your daughter, right? Yoohyun asked, gently prompting the mother to consider her child's perspective and the depth of her aspirations. The mother affirmed, yes, since she's my child, I want to only tell her good things. Her protective instincts were strong. But not when it comes to being a collector, she quickly added. That is a difficult job. She envisioned the dangers and hardships. I just don't want her to get hurt, and want her to grow up well, the mother confessed, her voice laced with genuine concern. This was the root of her pragmatism. You're not wrong, Yoohyun conceded. He understood her fear and her desire to protect, yet he held a different conviction. But ma'am, you shouldn't, he continued, his voice firm but kind. He believed in the power of a child's dream. That's your child's dream, he emphasized. No matter how difficult or challenging that path is, you can't just dismiss it. It was a fundamental belief for him. Are you saying I should just let her be? The mother asked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. She struggled with finding a balance. No, Yoohyun clarified. I'm suggesting you show her the reality. He believed in equipping her with truth, not shielding her from it. He wanted her to understand what it truly meant to be a collector, and how dangerous that path could be. It was about informed choice, not forced surrender. If she still won't give up, there's no helping it, the mother said, a reluctant acceptance in her tone. She was beginning to see his point. Just, what are you? She trailed off, looking at Yoohyun with renewed curiosity. His words had resonated deeply with her. Because that would mean she's chosen it even after knowing everything, Yoohyun finished, explaining his reasoning. True determination came from an informed decision. The sky over the city burned deep red and violet, the kind of evening that made everything feel heavier than it should, like the world itself was holding its breath before something changed. Even the wind seemed to pause, as if waiting along with everyone else. Kang Yoohyun stood with two women he had grown close to over these strange weeks, and somewhere in that ordinary street corner goodbye, it felt like the end of a chapter neither of them had planned. It was strange how quickly 2 months could rearrange a person's entire sense of normal. The pink-haired woman admitted quietly that she had wanted more time with him, that there was still so much left unsaid between them, words she had swallowed for too long to count. She had practiced the words 100 times in her head, and still they came out smaller than she meant. Yoohyun gave her that easy smile of his, warm and a little knowing, the kind that made people feel seen even when he said almost nothing in return. It was the kind of smile that asked for nothing and somehow gave everything anyway. He told her that the people who mattered would understand, even without a word, that some things did not need to be spoken aloud to be real between two people. Then it was just the two of them walking side by side, Soha's sword resting against her arm, the evening light catching the edges of everything in soft gold. Neither of them rushed to fill the quiet, content to let the evening carry them along. They waited at the bus stop in a comfortable quiet, the kind that only exists between people who have already said everything important and no longer need to fill the silence. Soha was practically vibrating with excitement on the bus, and Yoohyun sat beside her looking faintly alarmed, which was exactly the kind of dynamic that had somehow become normal for them. Something she said caught him completely off guard, and for a moment his careful composure slipped, those calm eyes going wide with an expression he did not quite manage to hide in time. For a moment he forgot to be careful at all. Back inside, Yoohyun found himself thinking about the Sword Empress more than he expected, not as a legendary fighter, but as a person who carried an enormous weight with quiet stubbornness. It was a strange thing to admire someone for the weight they carried rather than the way they carried it. Across town, the pink-haired woman broke into a run across the crosswalk, something urgent pulling her forward, her fists tight at her sides, her expression hard and focused. People stepped aside without quite knowing why, sensing something urgent in the set of her shoulders. Yoohyun caught the shift in the air the moment she arrived, something pulling taut between the three of them, a conversation that had been waiting too long to happen, finally forcing its way in. None of them said it outright, but all three knew exactly what this was. She came right up to him on the street and said it plainly, that she needed him to hear something before she lost her nerve again, before the moment closed around her like it always did. Her voice barely wavered, though her hands were not nearly as steady. He went still, which was more telling than any words could have been, the kind of stillness that happens when something lands exactly where it was aimed and the person receiving it has no armor left. For once, his usual readiness for anything seemed to have left him entirely. She moved first, pulling him into a hug before either of them could second-guess it, and he stood there for a breath before his arms came up and he held her back, quiet and careful. From behind they looked impossibly small against the warm amber light of the street, just two people holding onto each other the way you do when you are not sure what comes next. The street around them seemed to fade into something softer, less important. Her eyes were closed, and for the first time in a long while, the tension that lived in her face had gone somewhere else, replaced by something softer and far more fragile. It was a relief that looked almost like grief, and maybe it was a little of both. His hands were trembling just slightly at her sides, a small truth he probably did not mean to show, the kind of thing that slips out when a person has been holding themselves together too tightly for too long. He had always been the steady one, and this small crack in that felt enormous. The whole moment had a softness to it that felt borrowed from a different kind of story, one where the ending was already decided, and the only thing left was to live inside it for a little while. When they finally stepped apart and looked at each other, something had shifted, not fixed or finished, but acknowledged, which was enough to make both of them feel a little lighter than before. Whatever had been settled between them, neither of them needed to say it out loud. She laughed at something he said near the corner shop, genuinely this time, and it changed her whole face, all that careful armor down for just a moment, just long enough to matter. It was a small thing, but it changed the whole shape of the moment. She walked away with her back straight and her head up, and Yoohyun watched her go with an expression that held more than he would likely ever say out loud, not to her or anyone. He did not call after her, though some part of him wanted to. He stood alone in the fading light with that quiet gravity of his, the kind of man who carries futures in his head that nobody else can see, already thinking 3 moves ahead of the moment he was standing in. The quiet that settled over him afterward was not loneliness exactly, but it was close. Chapter 23. Kang Yoohyun alone knew the stories of the characters living in this world, and that knowledge had always been both his greatest advantage and the loneliest burden he carried. Every story had its turning points, and he had a feeling this was one of his. Somewhere else in the city, a man slammed his hands on his desk hard enough to overturn the inkpot, staring at information that had just gutted every plan he had spent months constructing. The sound echoed through the room before he even realized he had made it. His status screen told him flatly what he refused to accept. 2 of the characters he had been counting on were dead, their portraits locked behind cold gray markers that left no room for doubt. He had run through every option and come back to the same terrible conclusion, one method remaining, one that he had been hoping to avoid because of what it would cost him to use it. There was no version of this where he came out looking strong. He made the choice anyway, gathering what power he had left and pushing through it, sweat running down his face, muscles screaming against the strain of doing something his body was not built to handle. He had run the numbers a dozen times, hoping for a different answer each time. Every line of his face was tight with effort and something else underneath it, something closer to dread, the look of a man who knows the thing he is reaching for might reach back. Whatever this cost him, it would cost him later, not now, and that was the only comfort he could find. He found it. The last option, standing in his own library with a blade in hand and a plan forming behind his eyes. One last desperate gamble dressed up to look like intention. His reflection in the polished blade looked like someone he barely recognized anymore. That was exactly when Argyle arrived, the fairy making her entrance, with that particular brand of cheerful menace she had perfected, golden wings bright against the office light, tone sweet as a warning. He had been so focused on the blade that he had not heard the door at all. Jin Pong's expression said everything. He had not planned for her. Not here. Not now. But he was scrambling fast enough that the desperation almost looked like confidence from the outside. There was no version of tonight where he had the upper hand, and some part of him already knew it. Argyle took her time considering him, and there was something in the way she tilted her head and smiled that made it perfectly clear she already knew how this was going to end for him. She let the silence stretch just long enough to make sure he understood exactly how little room he had left. She proposed something to him in that deceptively mild voice of hers, and the fact that she was smiling while she did it should have been his first and loudest warning to say no. Up close, her expression had shifted into something that no longer bothered pretending to be kind. Golden eyes lit from within, the mask of pleasantness fully set aside now that she had him exactly where she wanted. By the time he understood what she meant, it was already far too late to argue. She moved before he could finish processing the situation, and suddenly, Jin Pong was on the ground with the floor cracked around him, the gap between what he thought would happen and what happened total and complete. The crack ran the length of the room, and so did the silence after it. She stood over him, breathing hard with triumph all over her face, and the fact that she had actually worked for it somehow made her satisfaction more genuine than her usual effortless superiority. She repeated her demand clearly, controlling the library now a condition rather than a request, her wings casting shadows over him as he lay sprawled on the ground with nowhere left to go. He had nothing left to bargain with, and they both knew it. She paused at the last second, that one word hanging in the air between them, because even Argyle preferred to give people the chance to take the exit before she closed the door on them entirely. It was not a question, not really, though she phrased it like one. He lay there face down on the broken courtyard tiles, and Argyle hovered above him with her arms crossed, looking like someone who had won an argument she had never really needed to start. She gave him exactly that chance, and exactly that long to take it. She was breathing harder than she wanted to admit, wings still glowing as she caught herself, but nothing about her posture suggested she was anything other than entirely satisfied with how things had gone. For once, her victory did not feel like it had come too easily. She laid out the deal in full. A formal storytelling battle, the kind overseen by powers greater than either of them, with Kang Yoohyun's library as the prize waiting at the end of it. She straightened slowly, brushing invisible dust from her sleeves with great satisfaction. Jin Pong turned it over slowly and felt the shape of the opportunity inside it. Because if he could take that library, he could take everything else too, and Argyle had just handed him the path. It was the kind of deal that sounded almost generous, until you looked closer. Back at home, Yoohyun sat cross-legged on the floor carefully cleaning a sword, his small white owl familiar perched on top of his head like it owned the entire situation, which it probably felt it did. He could already see the shape of everything that came after, laid out like a map. His status window lit up with something unexpected. The ancient relic longsword he had been carrying reaching a threshold he had not planned for, beginning to revolve into something entirely more significant. It was, for once, a quiet kind of evening, the first in a while. He scrolled through the upgraded specifications carefully, each new capability more impressive than the last. Magic defense, shape transformation, a combat profile that changed what he thought he was capable of doing. He sat up a little straighter without quite meaning to. One feature remained locked behind a level requirement he had not yet reached, its potential visible but unavailable, the kind of wall that reminded him how much further he still had to go. Each new line read like a door opening somewhere he had not known existed. He sat with that for a moment, not frustrated so much as recalibrating, adjusting the picture he carried of himself in his head to include this new piece of information and what it meant going forward. It was the kind of gap that made him want to push harder, not less. Then he hit the last line of the description, the one about the enormous dormant ego contained inside the blade, and his expression went very still in the particular way it did when something genuinely surprised him. He set the thought aside for later, the way he had learned to do with most things lately. The sword began to shake in his grip before he could do anything about it. A subtle vibration at first that built quickly into something that was unmistakably intentional, like a knock from the inside. He read it twice, just to be sure he had understood it correctly. Something came free, all at once and very loudly, And Yoohyun found himself holding a vibrating crackling sword while his owl scrambled for cover, and his entire room filled with energy he had absolutely not authorized. By the time he thought to move, it was already too late to stop it. From the blade came a tiny figure with silver blue hair and enormous eyes, and a book floating above her head, barely taller than his forearm, looking at him like he was the one who had some explaining to do. He looked at her very carefully, and she looked back at him with those wide, searching eyes, and in the space between them something moved, information flowing in both directions without either of them choosing it. Whatever had just happened, it had happened to both of them at once. She had been dormant so long she had forgotten his name, and the first thing she said when she found out he was a teller was to ask, with some alarm, whether he was planning to sell her. She said it like it was the most reasonable question in the world. He told her plainly that she had nothing to worry about, that he was not just a teller but a swordsman himself, which seemed to confuse her enough that she forgot to keep being suspicious. He could not tell if that reassured her or worried her more. She tilted her tiny head and looked at him with genuine curiosity, like he was a puzzle she had not expected to find interesting, which for a sword spirit thousands of years old was probably high praise. It was the first time all night she had looked at him like that. She asked quietly if he could give her a name, and the question carried more weight than its small size suggested, because a name meant she was real in a new way, tethered to him and to this moment. The question hung there, small and enormous at the same time. Yoohyun pointed at himself, genuinely caught off guard, because being asked to name someone was the kind of responsibility that landed heavier than most things he had dealt with lately. He felt the weight of it settle over him slowly, like snow. He looked at her hovering there in the air, all silver and ice blue, and the comparison came to him immediately, clean and certain. Something about her reminded him unmistakably of a white lotus in winter water. The image arrived fully formed, the way the right answer sometimes does. Baekryong, he said, a white-colored lotus. And the name settled over her like it had always been hers, waiting inside the word for her to grow into it. It felt less like he had chosen the name and more like he had finally noticed it. She accepted without ceremony, just that small, decisive nod that made it feel more binding than any contract, and declared Kang Yoohyun her master, the way she probably decided everything, quickly and without regret. The status window confirmed it formally, but Baekryong was already somewhere deeper than that. Her eyes closed as something moved through her, his story and hers beginning to touch at the edges and flow together. Something in the room seemed to settle along with her. He felt it too, her history arriving inside him not as memory but as weight, the accumulated years of a consciousness that had waited a very long time for someone to finally wake her and mean it. It was strange, feeling someone else's centuries arrive inside his own chest. Something in his story reached her that she had not been prepared for, and the sound she made was less a word and more a complete system shock, all her careful composure dissolving at once into pure startled noise. She pulled back and stared at him with those wide shining eyes, and the question she asked was one that Yoohyun had never had to answer to a sword before. What did it mean that he had already died and been reborn into this world? He realized, slowly, that there was no easy way to answer that question at all. Kang Yoohyun had just learned a startling truth about his ego sword, Baekyo, who confirmed she was a reincarnation just like him. This revelation, that she had already died once before being reborn again, was a heavy one. He realized that Baekyo had read his entire past when they formed their owner contract, understanding the depth of his own journey as a reborn soul. It felt pointless to hide anything from her now. Baekyo, in her small, ethereal form, looked at him with an earnest expression. She had already seen everything he was, and now it was time for him to fully acknowledge her truth. She explained that she had always thought he was an unusual teller, but she never imagined he carried such a profound story within him. It was a unique connection they shared. Baekyo then wondered if his discovery of her was also a result of the knowledge he had obtained from the future, hinting at the vastness of his own power and foresight. He confirmed her suspicion, but then noted that the one who had used her before him didn't seem to recognize her true nature as an ego sword. They had only partially awakened her. Baekyo confirmed this, explaining that her previous master had only managed to wake her up a little. It was Yoohyun, with his unique engraver characteristic, who had fully awakened her. She chirped happily, expressing her delight that her master was a teller. She felt this new path would be much more fun and exciting than anything she had experienced before. Yoohyun quietly listened to her, realizing she was eager to learn about the storytelling tellers did. He knew he would soon show her exactly what that entailed. He smiled, acknowledging her excitement. He knew that the path ahead would be filled with new experiences, not just for him, but for her as well. Baekhyun's enthusiasm was palpable. She was now fully awake and ready to embrace this new chapter with her master. She would soon see the world of tellers firsthand. Yoohyun knew he would soon introduce her to the divine spirit, the unseen audience of all tellers. It was a world of immense power and boundless stories. He prepared to open his library, a vast repository of tales and knowledge. It was a significant moment, a fresh start for both him and Baekhyun. As he opened his library, a notification popped up greeting him. It had truly been a while since he last connected with the divine spirits. Suddenly, the chat was flooded with messages from divine spirits, all excitedly cheering for the Sword Empress. It seemed Hyerim was quite popular among them. Yoohyun stood calmly, observing the flood of messages. He knew this was only the beginning of what would be an eventful session. He announced that he would slowly begin to show them all a new way of storytelling, asking for their patience. The anticipation in the realm was building. First, he intended to explain the story he would be showing them today. It was a crucial step to set the stage for what was to come. He revealed the name of the mind realm they would be clearing today, Kang Yoohyun. This was the story of his own journey. Suddenly, Jinpong, another teller, appeared. His presence was unexpected and immediately created a shift in the atmosphere. Jinpong, with a stern expression, made a surprising request. He challenged Yoohyun to a storytelling battle. The air crackled with tension. The divine spirits immediately began to murmur amongst themselves, intrigued by the sudden and dramatic challenge. A storytelling battle was not an everyday occurrence. Hyerim, standing beside Yoohyun, looked surprised and concerned. She had not anticipated such a direct confrontation. She quietly asked Yoohyun what a storytelling battle entailed. It was a concept unfamiliar to her, and she sensed its gravity. Yoohyun explained that, as the name suggested, it was fighting using stories. However, he clarified that it wasn't a method accessible to all tellers. He further elaborated that it was a method only used among the tellers of Celestial Body Inc., indicating its exclusivity and significance. Baekhyun, who had been listening intently, popped up next to Yoohyun, asking if she could appear like this in front of everyone. Yoohyun reassured her, confirming that only he could see and hear her. Even in this public realm, this unique bond was theirs alone. He then continued his explanation, detailing that a storytelling battle relied solely on the collector's abilities and the teller's help. It was a test of combined strength and narrative skill. He revealed the most critical aspect. The winner of a storytelling battle legally took control over the loser's library. It was a high-stakes gamble. Hyerim gasped, realizing the true implications. The winner taking the rights to the loser's library was an incredibly significant deal, a massive power shift. Jinpong chuckled, observing Yoohyun's reaction. He then provocatively asked why Kang Yoohyun wasn't answering him, pushing for a response. Yoohyun, however, simply stated that he didn't want to participate. He had no reason to accept Jinpong's offer in the first place. He calmly asserted his right to refuse, despite Jinpong's right to request such a battle. Yoohyun was not easily swayed by pressure. Baekhyun, perched on Yoohyun's shoulder, looked worried, silently asking if it was truly okay to refuse such a challenge. Yoohyun confirmed that most tellers wouldn't refuse due to their pride, but he was different. He didn't care for such conventions. Jinpong, growing increasingly agitated, questioned Yoohyun's honor as a teller, accusing him of running away because he was scared. Yoohyun countered sharply, asking if an uninvited guest to someone else's story should really be saying such things. He turned the accusation back on Jinpong. He pointed out that it was obvious what Jinpong had been planning, appearing to request a storytelling battle the moment Yoohyun opened his library for the first time in a while. Jinpong stammered, asking what was wrong with that, clearly caught off guard by Yoohyun's directness. Yoohyun explained that Jinpong had thought that by requesting a battle in front of so many divine spirits, he would leave Yoohyun no choice but to accept. The divine spirits, seeing through Jinpong's manipulation, became furious. Their collective disapproval was palpable. Notifications flooded the screen, indicating that the divine spirits were asking if Yoohyun's accusation was indeed the truth. More notifications appeared, showing that the divine spirits were annoyed by Jinpong's attempt to use them in such a manner. They found his arrogance unacceptable. Yoohyun continued, stating it was obvious what Jinpong's intentions were, questioning if he had no conscience at all. Jinpong mumbled, unable to form a coherent defense. He was completely cornered by Yoohyun's sharp reasoning and the spirit's judgment. Yoohyun then inquired which department Jinpong was from, stating he needed to talk to them separately about their teller's arrogance. This was a direct threat to Jinpong's backing. An older teller, observing the scene, tried to mediate, telling Yoohyun there was no need to be so angry. He suggested Jinpong probably didn't know things well yet. Yoohyun, however, saw through the elder's feigned concern. He knew the elder was only pretending to care while actually trying to screw him over. He explained that if he treated Jinpong too coldly, it would reflect badly on his own library, a strategic consideration for his reputation. Notifications confirmed that the divine spirits were now in agreement. They wanted the storytelling battle to proceed. The stage was set. Jinpong, now regaining some composure, asked Yoohyun if he wasn't excited too, noting that there hadn't been many battles lately. He highlighted the appeal of a storytelling battle between the popular pentagram department and the newly rising Sword Empress, creating hype for the event. The divine spirits cheered, particularly for the Sword Empress, with some even donating points showing their enthusiasm. The Sword Empress, Hyerim, looked surprised by the sudden attention and the escalating situation. She hadn't expected to be the center of such a spectacle. Yoohyun, however, remained calm. He was not swayed by the hype, knowing exactly what he was doing. He agreed to the battle, but with one crucial condition that would drastically change the stakes. Jinpong, intrigued, asked what his condition was, unaware of the trap he was about to step into. Yoohyun declared that if they were going to fight, they needed to put everything on the line. He wanted a battle with the highest possible stakes. He emphasized that they couldn't just bet on something half-hearted. This was going to be an all-or-nothing engagement. Yoohyun then unveiled his ultimate condition. The winner would take everything the loser had, including the right to live or die. It was a death match. Jinpong was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. Such a condition was extreme, even for a storytelling battle. He barely managed to ask if Yoohyun was serious, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in. The green-haired woman, watching from afar, smirked. She believed Yoohyun was willingly walking into their trap. Yoohyun, however, simply smiled, stating that it wasn't a bad offer for Jinpong either. He knew Jinpong's arrogance would lead him to accept. Jinpong, regaining his composure and confidence, chuckled. He accepted the condition, believing he held the upper hand. Yoohyun reiterated that since Jinpong was the one who suggested it, he couldn't take it back now. The deal was sealed. The system officially established the storytelling battle, with the battle method explicitly stated as deathmatch. The rules were set. Kang Yoohyun stood ready in the arena, a storytelling battle looming before him. His opponent, a cloaked figure, watched from across the sandy expanse. The air thrummed with unspoken challenge, setting the stage for a dramatic confrontation. Yoohyun met his gaze with a quiet intensity, a glint of determination in his eyes. He carried himself with a confidence that belied the danger of the situation, ready for whatever lay ahead. His opponent, Kim Han-jung, a mysterious man shrouded in a dark cloak, returned the stare, his expression unreadable. His presence alone hinted at a formidable and unpredictable foe. From the stands, the audience of mannequin-like figures buzzed with anticipation. They had expected something unusual, but Yoohyun's presence still managed to surprise them greatly. An unseen observer, a shadowy figure, voiced their shock. They had never imagined Yoohyun himself would participate in this kind of battle, elevating the stakes considerably. Yet this observer also held a glimmer of hope, eager to see if Yoohyun would live up to their lofty expectations. The tension in the arena was palpable, charged with anticipation. Nearby, two men discussed the unexpected turn of events. One wondered aloud if a mere teller like Yoohyun was even allowed to compete in such a high-stakes event, questioning the rules. The other, after a moment of consideration, realized there was no rule explicitly prohibiting it, leaving them with a sense of uneasy surprise. This loophole changed everything. Among the crowd, a villainous-looking man smirked, his initial surprise quickly morphing into a sinister glee. He saw an opportunity he hadn't dared to dream of. He saw this as a golden, unexpected chance. A perfect opportunity to finally rid himself of Yoohyun, a problem that had plagued him for too long. He wasted no time, issuing a command to Kim Han-jung, the cloaked figure, to ensure Yoohyun's death. The order was cold and absolute, brimming with malice. Han-jung, however, simply scoffed at the order. He had already intended to kill Yoohyun, and he certainly didn't need anyone telling him what to do. His own dark agenda was clear. Yoohyun's small, fairy-like companion, sensing the danger, looked up at him with deep concern, wondering if everything would truly be alright in the face of such a threat. Han-jung, meanwhile, began to emanate a dark red aura, his true, formidable power starting to surface. The air around him crackled with sinister energy. It was clear to anyone watching that this was no ordinary opponent Yoohyun faced. Han-jung possessed a sinister strength that promised a deadly encounter. Despite the growing threat, Yoohyun's companion tried to reassure him, telling him there was no need to worry. A brave face, but the underlying fear was evident. Yoohyun, with a quiet sigh, opened a book he carried, its pages rustling softly in the sudden silence. He was preparing to gather information, a key part of his strategy. As he read, his eyes widened in horror. The information within the book was far more disturbing than he could have anticipated, revealing a chilling truth. The book revealed his opponent's true identity, Kim Han-jung, also known as the Whitechapel's murderer, a name that sent a chill down Yoohyun's spine. Yoohyun stared at the name, a horrifying question forming in his mind. Could this man truly be the infamous Jack the Ripper, a figure of historical terror? The book continued to reveal a grim future, foretelling a serial killer incident in Korea within the next year, where collectors would be murdered not just in the mind realm but in reality. The sheer scale of the tragedy, with mid-class collectors being targeted, had caused widespread shock in the future. It was a massacre that left an indelible mark. The book detailed how Han-jung had revealed his identity at the very end of his rampage, a chilling confession before his ultimate defeat. His reign of terror had an end. He had finally been stopped by Choi Doyoon, losing his life in a final, desperate attempt to claim Doyoon's. Justice had been served, but at a terrible cost. But before his end, the book emphasized, Han-jung had mercilessly taken the lives of thousands of innocent people. The sheer number was staggering, a testament to his cruelty. Yoohyun's companion expressed a grim realization. The organization known as Pentagram must have been secretly cultivating someone so monstrous, a dark puppet master at play. This wasn't an isolated incident. Pentagram had a history of manipulating stories and following the path of the end, a sinister agenda that spanned generations. It was becoming increasingly clear to Yoohyun that Pentagram was deeply intertwined with this looming catastrophe, connected directly to the fate of the end itself. A conspiracy was unfolding. The narrative shifted, marking the beginning of a new chapter, a quiet moment before the storm. The weight of the revelations hung heavy in the air. Elsewhere, Lee Gi-hwa sat alone, her face etched with profound worry as she watched the events unfold on a screen. Her concern for Yoohyun was evident in every line of her face. She was consumed by regret, wishing she had been the one to step into the arena instead of Yoohyun. A deep sense of helplessness gnawed at her. The thought of anything happening to him filled her with an unbearable dread, a silent plea for his safety echoing in her mind. Her emotional connection to him was clear. Her frustration boiled over as she vehemently protested, demanding to know why she couldn't go out and fight alongside him. She felt a fierce need to protect him. Yoohyun's voice came back, firm and resolute, telling her there was absolutely no need for her to get involved. He intended to face this danger alone. But Gi-hwa was equally unyielding, declaring with fierce conviction that this was her battle too. Her loyalty and sense of duty burned brightly. Yoohyun tried again to dissuade her, insisting she didn't need to be swept up in the dangers of his fight. He wanted to spare her the pain and risk. Gi-hwa countered passionately, reminding him that she was his collector, and it was a collector's sworn duty to fight for their teller. Her words carried immense weight. She pressed her point, arguing that it should be obvious she was the one who needed to be there, by his side. Her conviction was absolute, leaving no room for doubt. She explained that if he were just an average teller, who didn't fight, then her concern might be different. But he wasn't, and that distinction mattered to her. Yoohyun stepped closer, his hand gently reaching out to her, a silent gesture of comfort. He sought to calm her troubled spirit, to ease her fears. He spoke softly, acknowledging her anxiety and thanking her for her worry. His words were kind, but held a deeper truth she needed to hear. But then, his tone shifted, revealing a quiet hurt. He felt that despite her concern, she wasn't truly believing in his strength, a painful realization for him. Her expression faltered as he pinpointed her deepest fear. She was acting this way because she believed he might lose. The truth was laid bare between them. Gi-hwa's face twisted with internal conflict, finally admitting that her anxiety stemmed from a lack of belief. It was a difficult confession, but an honest one. She confessed the painful truth. Yoohyun believed in her, but she struggled to reciprocate that same faith in him. The irony was a heavy burden on her heart. Yoohyun offered a gentle reassurance, patting her head with a comforting hand. His touch was meant to soothe, to bridge the gap of her doubt. "Don't worry," he told her, his voice a steady anchor in her sea of fear. His simple words carried immense power, aiming to calm her spirit. He continued to stroke her hair, his touch a silent promise, as Gi-hwa looked up at him, her eyes wide with surprise. A tender moment amidst the growing tension. "I'm not as weak as you think I am," he assured her, a quiet strength in his words. He was determined to prove his capabilities, not just to her, but to himself. He promised to show her, to prove that her anxiety was unfounded. His resolve was firm, fueled by the desire to earn her trust. A confident smile graced his lips as he prepared to defy the expectations of all those who doubted him, those who laughed from afar. He was ready to challenge the world. Giwa, still wrestling with her fears, admitted that she was still nervous. The vulnerability in her voice was clear, but her resolve was hardening. But in that moment, seeing his resolve, she made a choice. She would put her faith in him no matter what, a crucial decision for their bond. With that, the stage was set. The battle was officially starting, the fate of many hanging in the balance. The moment of truth had arrived. Yoohyun stood poised, his weapon glinting, as the storytelling battle truly began. A single moment of calm before the storm. The setting materialized around him, the dark, gaslit streets of London's Whitechapel, a place infamous for its horrors. The story realm had come to life. His fairy companion, sensing the immediate danger, urgently warned him to look up. The threat was already in motion. Yoohyun looked around, his opponent, Kim Han-jung, having vanished from sight. Had he used stealth to gain an advantage in this grim setting? Han-jung, hidden on a rooftop above, observed Yoohyun, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He was the hunter, carefully stalking his prey. He pondered his next move, calculating the most effective way to eliminate his target. His thoughts were chillingly direct and devoid of mercy. How should I kill him, he wondered, settling on a slow, torturous approach. A truly sadistic plan. Yoohyun, however, seemed to sense something amiss, a faint flicker of awareness crossing his face. His intuition was sharper than Han-jung realized. Han-jung, still cloaked in his stealth, was momentarily startled. Had he been detected? He quickly dismissed the thought, blinded by overconfidence. No, he told himself. It couldn't be. It had to be a mere coincidence, a trick of the light. He smirked, confident in his invisibility, certain Yoohyun could not see him. But Yoohyun, with an unnerving calm, turned his head and looked directly at Han-jung's hidden spot, his perception far exceeding expectations. This was only the beginning, and Han-jung had already made a fatal miscalculation. Kang Yoohyun was a man often underestimated, seen by many as nothing more than an ordinary employee rank teller. He carried himself with a quiet confidence, but in a world where power defined status, his calm demeanor was easily mistaken for weakness. His opponent, Han-jung, a hooded figure radiating a menacing aura, had just finished his turn in their heated duel. Now, Yoohyun's moment had arrived. The arena buzzed with anticipation. A battle about to unfold between two very different individuals, one seemingly outmatched, the other brimming with raw power. A strange, fluffy creature fluttered through the air, its movements light and quick, mirroring the swiftness of the ongoing battle. "Did you just see that?" one of the observers exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. Kang Yoohyun just dodged his attack. The creature tilted its head, a faint blue energy swirling around it, as if sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the growing tension in the air. Kang Yoohyun stood perfectly still, his expression unreadable, even as murmurs spread through the crowd about his unexpected agility. "There's no way," another observer muttered, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. "I'm sure it was a skill that allowed him to do that." "It must be, right?" A third voice chimed in, seeking confirmation, still clinging to the idea that Yoohyun couldn't possibly possess genuine combat prowess. "Of course," one figure confidently stated, dismissing the possibility of Yoohyun's true strength. "He definitely doesn't look like someone who can fight." Another added with a hint of disdain, "I bet he's here just to get attention too." Their skepticism was clear, convinced Yoohyun was all show. One observer, however, had a different perspective. He considered the hooded opponent, betting on his strength. "I think that hooded guy has to be stronger." He had already made his wager, convinced of Kang Yoohyun's impending defeat. "I already bet 500 TP on Kang Yoohyun losing." Unaware of the bets, or perhaps uncaring, Kang Yoohyun maintained his calm, piercing gaze, ready for whatever came next. Han-jung lunged forward, his sword ablur, but Yoohyun moved with impossible grace, evading the strike by a hair's breadth. Han-jung's eyes widened in surprise. He had been so sure his attack would land, but Yoohyun had slipped past him like a phantom. Which direction is he going to swing his sword? Han-jung wondered aloud, his confidence beginning to waver. Left, right, he couldn't predict Yoohyun's movements. His confusion turned to outright shock as Yoohyun's weapon suddenly transformed, catching him completely off guard. In a flash, Yoohyun's sword became a spear, extending its reach and piercing Han-jung from a distance that should have been impossible. "A spear!" Han-jung cried out, his voice laced with disbelief and pain. Wasn't he just using a sword until now? He staggered back, eyes darting around, trying to process the impossible. When did he change his weapon, he questioned, utterly bewildered. Hanjung furiously attacked again, but Yoohyun's weapon shifted once more, parrying the blows with fluid, effortless precision. What kind of spearmanship is this? Hanjung gasped, his earlier confidence completely shattered. I thought he was a swordsman? Yoohyun remained poised, his expression unyielding, as if Hanjung's frantic attacks were merely a minor inconvenience. But, Hanjung began, his voice a low growl, his eyes burning with a dangerous intensity. He had finally recognized the true nature of Yoohyun's skill. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Yoohyun. I've gotten a feeling of how far that spear can attack and how he fights. Hanjung's eyes glowed red with newfound determination. I get that you're no ordinary teller, so I'll start taking this seriously. Hanjung lunged. His speed drastically increased, convinced that by closing the distance he could finally overcome Yoohyun. He shouldn't be able to reach me from this distance, Hanjung thought, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You idiot. I'll stab you to death before your spear can reach me. But just as he was about to strike, Yoohyun's spear extended again, impaling Hanjung squarely in the chest. Hanjung's eyes were wide with a mixture of agony and utter disbelief. His plan had failed spectacularly. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding wound, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. How? Hanjung stammered, his voice weak. I was definitely far enough that your spear shouldn't have reached me. Yoohyun looked down, his expression calm. I assume you've been trying to avoid my attacks, he stated, matter-of-factly. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched Yoohyun's lips. But I guess you failed to predict this one. Pah! Hanjung's face twisted in a mixture of pain and fury, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Yoohyun's spear stood tall, its length seemingly impossible, defying all conventional understanding of weaponry. The spear got longer, Hanjung screamed, his voice raw with frustration. You cheater! Yoohyun's gaze was steady. That's not something you should be saying when you started things off on a higher ground. He delivered a final, cold remark. Blame your lack of skill. Shut up! Hanjung roared, his remaining pride shattered, his fury escalating to a dangerous level. He knew he had only one option left. All I have to do is get close enough that he can't do anything. His face contorted in a vengeful snarl. I'll kill you as painfully as possible. Hanjung launched himself forward, but Yoohyun's weapon transformed yet again, manifesting as a solid blue shield, perfectly deflecting the furious assault. Kek! Hanjung grunted, thrown back by the force, his eyes widening in bewildered pain. Yoohyun stood unfazed, the shield glowing softly, his smile subtle but undeniable, a testament to his control over the bizarre weapon. That's a shield? Hanjung whispered, his voice barely audible, his mind struggling to keep up with the constant transformations. The realization hit Hanjung with full force. It wasn't Yoohyun switching weapons, but the very weapon itself that was changing form. Yoohyun's gaze hardened, his weapon shifting again, preparing for the next phase of the battle. The shield morphed into a massive axe, its sharp edge glinting, a stark contrast to the elegant sword and spear from moments before. Yoohyun stood tall, the formidable axe in his grasp, radiating an aura of undeniable power. A weapon like that exists? One observer exclaimed, their collective disbelief palpable. And he can use them all proficiently in all forms, another wondered, awe creeping into their voice. Is he really a teller? Where did he get a weapon like that? A third asked, their curiosity piqued by Yoohyun's mysterious abilities. I saw that both Eden and Pandemonium are interested in his library, one suggested, offering a theory. Maybe it was them? Eden and Pandemonium? Another repeated, the names carrying weight in their world. Well, it's just a rumor, one figure clarified, a knowing smile on their face. But I heard even Deep Dark and Michael appeared. He definitely knows how to get attention, the observer mused, a hint of admiration in their tone. It's just a shame that I was rejected, he added with a sigh, a moment of personal reflection amidst the chaos. Anyway, he trailed off, the gravity of the situation returning to his expression. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy figure manifested behind one of the observers, its eyes glowing red. Deep Dark? Are they talking about me? Is that what people call me? The shadowy figure questioned, its presence making the air grow cold. Yeah, like someone's glaring at us. I'm feeling chilly, one whispered, shivering, the unseen power radiating from the shadowy figure sending shivers down their spine. Hanjung lay broken on the ground, his body battered, his spirit crushed, the fight seemingly over. Yoohyun walked calmly towards the defeated Hanjung, his sword now back in its default form, ready to finish the battle. He delivered a swift, decisive kick, sending Hanjung sprawling, a clear message that the fight was far from over in Yoohyun's eyes. Hey, what are you doing right now? The long-haired man exclaimed, concerned by Hanjung's actions. Huh? What are you doing, Hanjung? The elf woman echoed. Shut up, Hanjung roared, ignoring their warnings, his face contorted in a final, desperate burst of fury. I'm going to take care of this. Hanjung slowly rose, his body trembling, but his eyes still burning with an unyielding rage, preparing for one last, suicidal attack. Yoohyun watched him, his expression unchanging. I will compliment you for being able to corner me this much. Kang Yoohyun, an old man burdened by a life of failure, found himself utterly defeated. The weight of his mistakes pressed down, leaving him breathless and exposed. The storytelling battle had ended, and his opponent, Kang Yoohyun, stood victorious. His triumph was complete, and the very field where their fates were decided began to disappear around him. The crowd erupted, a deafening cheer for the victor. Yoohyun was bathed in the adulation of the masses as the rewards for his hard-won battle were announced. A sense of profound relief washed over Kang Yoohyun. A gentle smile touched his lips, a rare moment of pure satisfaction after facing immense pressure. Sohyun watched his image, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. The reality of his victory was slowly sinking in, changing everything she thought she knew. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she realized the depth of her own skepticism. She had doubted him, even when he needed her faith the most. Her hands clenched over her heart, a quiet acknowledgement of her error. The victory was his, but it had also solidified something profound within her. I believe in you now, she whispered, her voice filled with newfound conviction. I wouldn't replace you for anyone else in this world. Her words resonated with powerful sincerity, a promise of unwavering loyalty. Yoohyun's light shone brightly, not just for the crowd, but for her. Even a divine spirit, known as My Light, watched with keen interest. Yoohyun's actions had caught the attention of beings far beyond their world, confirming his unique appeal. She called him incorrigible, a playful yet knowing observation. It was clear why the other divine spirits had been so intrigued by his journey and his spirit. To achieve such a feat, surrounded by so many powerful onlookers, was truly remarkable. His every move had been under scrutiny, and he had delivered. This was the kind of place where dreams collided with harsh realities. Yoohyun's path was diverging sharply from Jinpong's, whose future now looked grim. In a dark, oppressive room, Jinpong faced the wrath of Lady Argyle. Her voice was sharp, cutting through the tense silence like a blade. He choked, a painful cough escaping him as he struggled to speak. The accusation was heavy, and the fear in his eyes was palpable. Lady Argyle was furious. Their precious collector, a vital asset, had been utterly destroyed in front of countless witnesses by a newbie teller. Do you think that could excuse you? She snapped, her voice dripping with contempt. His excuses were pathetic, doing nothing to mitigate the disaster. Argyle declared the situation beyond repair, a point of no return. The damage was done, and there was no fixing it now. Someone had to take responsibility, and her gaze, filled with chilling fury, landed squarely on Jinpong. He was clearly her chosen scapegoat. She unleashed her power, a wave of dark energy swirling around her. She scoffed at his pleas, calling him a worthless, broken tool. She asserted that the losses he caused couldn't be measured in mere money. His entire life's work wouldn't be enough to repay the debt. He stood there, utterly stunned, realizing his worth had been reduced to nothing. The cold truth of his insignificance settled deep within him. Then came the final blow. He had lost all rights to the library, a devastating consequence of his colossal failure. She claimed her actions were benevolent, a twisted mercy for him being her junior. She was freeing him, she said, from a life worse than a slave's. Jinpong was utterly broken, his mind reeling. How had everything gone so terribly wrong? He couldn't grasp the magnitude of his ruin. He realized, with a horrifying clarity, that Kang Yoohyun had been certain of his victory from the very beginning. It had all been part of a larger plan. Yoohyun had known everything from the start. This realization was a crushing weight, confirming his own blindness and incompetence. I wasn't, Jinpong cried out, his voice a desperate echoing scream. The truth was too much to bear, and his world shattered completely. A harrowing flashback showed Argyle, her face twisted in a maniacal grin amidst the scene of utter chaos and destruction. Blood splattered everywhere as she laughed. Her gaze was chilling, devoid of remorse. This was the true face of the Pentagram Department's teller, a psychopath who delighted in suffering. Kang Yoohyun then arrived at a different location, perhaps Argyle's own domain. The atmosphere had shifted, the tension palpable. Argyle, now in a cheerful, innocent fairy-like form, greeted him warmly. She introduced herself as Argyle from the Pentagram Department. Yoohyun returned her greeting, his composure unwavering. He met her polite facade with a measured calm, giving nothing away. She praised his recent fight, calling it amazing. Her words were sweet, but a subtle undercurrent of calculation lay beneath them. He expressed surprise at her commendation, seemingly taken aback by such high praise. His reaction was carefully crafted, revealing little. Then, with an abrupt change in topic, he asked about Jinpong, stating he wished to speak with him. His tone was direct, cutting through her pleasantries. Argyle sighed, a hint of theatrical sadness in her expression. "It's sad to say," she began, "but he no longer exists." She calmly explained that Jinpong had lost his life in the storytelling battle, implying it was his destiny from the start. Yoohyun appeared surprised, stating that while he had the right to decide Jinpong's fate, he didn't recall telling him to die. Argyle, maintaining her innocent demeanor, clarified that it was simply how storytelling battles worked, especially for a newcomer like him. Yoohyun's expression hardened. He cut her off, his voice cold and direct, asking if she was done spouting bullshit. Her cheerful facade cracked, replaced by a flicker of genuine shock. "Did I hear wrong just now?" she asked, her voice tight. He reiterated, without hesitation, that she heard him perfectly and told her to stop her nonsense. The air crackled with unspoken challenge. He then directly questioned her actions, asking why she disposed of others' possessions so freely and if such behavior was typical for the pentagram department. Argyle attempted to pull rank, reminding him of her superior position and demanding respect. Her tone was a thinly veiled threat. Yoohyun acknowledged her seniority, but quickly countered that it didn't excuse her actions. Jinpong, he reminded her, was his. He questioned her abuse of power. Her demeanor instantly shifted. With a forced smile, she profusely apologized, admitting she had made a huge mistake. She promised to compensate him accordingly, a holographic display showing a doubled amount of points he had obtained. "How is it?" she asked. "That should be enough, right?" Yoohyun looked at her, his expression unreadable. He knew of Argyle, the pentagram department teller, and her true nature was far from innocent. He remembered her as a psychopath who delighted in the suffering of others, laughing as people died before her eyes. She was the one who had harassed them. He vividly recalled her gathering those who refused the trial, then orchestrating a bloody storm, all while laughing and reveling in the chaos. The way she had looked down on the dead, treating them as if they were worse than bugs, was etched into his memory. He could never forget that horrifying sight. Yoohyun then brought up a rumor about a department being in contact with Exodus, a force exulting in despair and anguish from lower worlds. He suspected Pentagram. She feigned concern that someone might mistake her for having connections with Exodus if they overheard. Her act was flawless, but Yoohyun knew better. Yoohyun claimed he was just warning her to be careful. He then apologized if she took it the wrong way, maintaining his calm facade. He announced he was leaving to claim Jinpong's library. Argyle bid him farewell, but her face darkened with a chilling intensity as he left. Yoohyun internally noted she was different from Jinpong, adept at hiding her feelings and fiercely protective of Pentagram's secrets. He reflected on the Pentagram department's formidable power and connections to Exodus, knowing they would be difficult to deal with alone. However, things were different now. He held up a card, a symbol of his growing strength, ready for what was next. Back at Baikwa Management, another manager expressed anger about the storytelling battle Yoohyun and the collector had gotten into. She looked furious, steam coming from her, demanding to know what they were thinking. Yoohyun and Soo-hyun offered their apologies, standing respectfully before her. She then quickly changed her tune, embracing their victory. "What better news could there be," she asked, "than you guys coming home victorious?" The manager then asked Yoohyun if he seemed happier than usual, a curious glint in her eye. Yoohyun asked if he looked happier, and she said she would tell him since he was so curious, despite his denials. Kang Yoohyun, a man blessed with the rare gift of seeing others' hidden talents, found himself in a quiet moment of reflection. He had worked diligently, and his efforts were finally being recognized in a world where such unique abilities were highly valued and often sought after. He had just received a notification promoting him to a senior associate. It was a significant step acknowledging his contributions and marking a new chapter in his professional journey, a testament to his rising influence and skill. The promotion, however, came with a probationary status, pending a formal ceremony. Yoohyun understood the substantial benefits that would accompany his new rank, despite the temporary administrative delay which he found slightly irksome. He reflected on his rapid advancement, realizing that his swift progress had outpaced the usual bureaucratic processes. This unexpected growth was a testament to his unique skills and powerful determination, though it brought its own complications. His colleague, Suryeon, was also incredibly busy, managing a deluge of advertisement offers. Her workload seemed to mirror the fast-paced demands of their world, leaving her with little respite and much to juggle. Beyond the glitz of advertising, Suryeon was also tasked with handling the complex byproducts from the mysterious mind realm, a critical and often overwhelming responsibility that weighed heavily on her shoulders. Yoohyun realized he had initially overlooked his own promotion notification. It had been buried beneath a flood of alerts related to a recent storytelling battle, illustrating just how engrossed he had been in his own demanding work. The message was a straightforward congratulation, confirming his successful completion of a long-term mission and his well-deserved promotion to senior associate. His hard work was being formally recognized and celebrated. The details showed he had met all the stringent requirements, a daunting 3,000 merit points and 10,000 TP, both marked as complete. There was no denying his accomplishment or the intense effort it had taken him. A wave of genuine surprise washed over him. He had not anticipated such rapid advancement, a testament to his own unexpectedly swift rise within the organization. He felt a mix of pride and mild astonishment. This promotion meant his contributions to the storytelling battle, a domain where his unique insights truly shone, were being formally acknowledged and rewarded at a high level, a welcome validation. Despite the clear success, a flicker of annoyance crossed Yoohyun's face. The bureaucracy of the ceremony felt like an unnecessary delay, hindering his momentum and adding a layer of frustration to his joy. He realized that he would soon need to visit headquarters to iron out the specifics, adding another administrative task to his already burgeoning workload. The wait for the official ceremony would be considerable. He then turned his gaze to Suryeon, who remained deeply engrossed in her work, seemingly unaware of his internal musings or his recent news. He decided to approach her, sensing her own burdens. Suryeon, perhaps sensing his presence or simply taking a break, looked up and asked him what it was that he wanted to discuss, her expression tired but filled with a spark of curiosity. He shared his news with her, casually mentioning that it seemed he had been promoted, though he added a caveat that it wasn't immediate, due to the pending ceremony's formal requirements. Suryeon's eyes widened in genuine surprise, quickly followed by a warm smile as she offered her sincere and heartfelt congratulations for his remarkable achievement, clearly pleased for him. He thanked her for her kind words, then shifted the conversation, asking how her own demanding work was progressing, knowing the immense pressure she was under from all sides. Suryeon explained that she had managed to tackle the majority of her tasks, but a substantial amount of work still lay ahead, weighing heavily on her shoulders and consuming her time. She specifically detailed her ongoing challenges, adjusting interview schedules, meeting with various advertisers, and the persistent, complex issue of managing mind realm byproducts. Observing her obvious strain, Yoohyun decided to act. He looked at her directly and asked if she had any free time right then, a question that held an unusual, intriguing undertone. Before she could fully process his initial question, he delivered a surprising proposal. He suggested they go on a date, a bold and unexpected invitation that clearly startled her with its directness. Suryeon looked utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief and a flush rising to her cheeks. She was clearly caught off guard by his forwardness and the suddenness of his request. His suggestion, while sounding like a casual invitation, carried a deeper, more strategic purpose, rooted in his desire to genuinely help her overcome her professional challenges, seeing her struggle. He then steered the conversation back to her professional struggles, gently reminding her that she had been having trouble finding a suitable company to handle the mind realm byproducts effectively. Suryeon was genuinely surprised by his detailed knowledge of her specific professional difficulties, asking him how he had come to know such sensitive information about her ongoing work. He calmly explained that it was only natural for him to be aware, given the rapid expansion of her agency, which inevitably drew attention and scrutiny from others in their competitive field. He empathized with her situation, acknowledging the inherent difficulty for a relatively unknown management company to secure contracts with powerful, established corporations in their competitive industry. Suryeon couldn't dispute his accurate assessment. She admitted her struggles were real, though she held on to the hope that, with a bit more time, she could resolve them herself. Yoohyun, however, insisted that time was of the essence. He argued that waiting would only make matters worse, emphasizing the need for immediate and decisive action before opportunities faded. They needed to secure a contract as swiftly as possible, he explained, to accelerate the process of building trust and credibility with potential partners, rather than letting it slowly develop. He reiterated his personal commitment, explaining that he wanted to come out with her precisely because he wanted to help her directly, leveraging his own influence and presence to make a difference. He believed that if a teller like himself made a personal appearance, Even the most dismissive companies would find it hard to look down on her agency, giving her a crucial advantage. Sujrian paused, a profound sense of melancholy clouding her features. She wrestled with a painful memory, clearly hesitant to vocalize it, but his genuine offer seemed to open a door to her past. With a quiet vulnerability, she asked if he would be willing to listen to her story for a bit, a plea for his understanding and patience before fully committing to his help. She began by describing her family's past, once affluent and peaceful, even though she had grown up with only her father, lacking a mother figure in her life. Her older brother had been a remarkable individual, a renowned collector whom people called a rising star, well-liked and influential among his peers in their community. But then, without warning, tragedy struck. One day, her beloved brother passed away in a sudden and devastating accident, leaving a profound void in their lives and changing everything. The true problem, she explained, was not just the loss itself, but the harrowing events that unfolded in the immediate aftermath of his death, turning their grief into a nightmare. Around that same time, several other collectors were also injured or died, including individuals from some of the most powerful and influential clans in their society, creating widespread chaos. Instead of offering sympathy, these dominant clans turned hostile, suing her deceased brother and unjustly claiming he was the sole cause of all the misfortune that had occurred. They blamed him for everything, even though he was no longer alive to defend his name, painting him as the root of all the problems and chaos, a profound injustice. Despite the clear injustice of blaming a deceased man, the court shockingly ruled in favor of the powerful big clans, a decision that felt profoundly unjust to Soo-hyun and her family. This devastating ruling instantly plunged her family into an insurmountable amount of debt, shattering their comfortable life and leaving them utterly ruined and disgraced. Yoohyun understood the grim reality. The court, despite any desire for fairness, likely found itself compelled to align with the immense societal influence of the large clans, prioritizing power over justice. Soo-hyun passionately defended her brother's character, insisting he was a genuinely good and just person, someone who cherished his family above all else, despite the public narrative against him. She revealed that, unlike many other collectors, her brother held a radical view. He believed society was regressing and that the mind realms should not be maintained, a dangerous opinion. Yoohyun immediately connected the dots. Her brother's controversial stance directly clashed with the vested interests of the powerful clans who benefited greatly from maintaining the mind realms. This, Yoohyun deduced, was the true underlying reason behind the lawsuit against Soo-hyun's family, using his death as a convenient pretext to silence a dissenting voice and seize power. He then voiced a chilling suspicion, admitting that while it might seem like a leap, he firmly believed her brother's death was far from a mere accident, but something far more sinister. A grim determination settled on his face as he resolved to investigate the matter himself, sensing a deeper, darker conspiracy at play behind the tragedy that had befallen her family. Just as this heavy realization hung in the air, a new figure entered the scene, his presence immediately drawing Soo-hyun's startled gaze. He was an old, familiar face, unwelcome in that moment. It was John Kwang-seok, Soo-hyun's former senior from the Manhwa clan, who greeted her with an overly familiar and somewhat patronizing smile, oblivious to the emotional tension he had interrupted. He quickly shifted to a condescending tone, questioning the viability of Soo-hyun's new management agency and doubting her ability to make a profit in their competitive world, a clear insult. Soo-hyun, clearly uncomfortable with his presence, reluctantly introduced him to Yoohyun as her former senior, John Kwang-seok, from her previous workplace, the powerful Hanwol clan. Kwang-seok then turned his dismissive gaze to Yoohyun, openly insulting him by calling him a fragile-looking person and questioning if he was merely a contracted collector, lacking power. He continued his provocations, mocking Yoohyun's apparent lack of weapons or gear and implying he was a low-rank, newly awakened collector, not worth his attention or respect. Yoohyun's composure finally broke. His voice sharp with suppressed anger, he told Kwang-seok to simply bugger off, his patience completely exhausted by the man's relentless disrespect. Kwang-seok reacted with theatrical outrage, reminding Yoohyun of his youth and assumed inexperience, and continued to hurl insults at both Yoohyun and Soo-hyun, mocking their relationship. Unable to tolerate the disrespect any longer, Yoohyun delivered a swift, powerful punch to Kwang-seok's face, sending him sprawling to the ground in a shocking display of force. Kwang-seok and his stunned companions quickly recovered, bellowing accusations and threatening Yoohyun with severe punishment under collector laws for assaulting a citizen. They immediately moved to call the special unit, confident that Yoohyun would face dire consequences for his brazen act of violence against a prominent figure from a powerful clan. Yoohyun, however, remained unfazed. He calmly revealed that he was a teller, not a collector, making the collector laws they invoked utterly irrelevant to him. This unexpected revelation stunned Kwang Seok and his men. The laws they relied upon to punish collectors simply did not apply to Yoohyun, stripping them of their perceived leverage. When Kwang Seok's men foolishly drew their weapons, Yoohyun's eyes burned with a terrifying intensity. He warned them that if they took another step, they would die by his hands. Terrified by his chilling resolve, Kwang Seok and his men quickly scattered, fleeing the scene in disarray. Yoohyun then turned to Suryun, a profound question in his eyes. He asked her what she thought, if he was trustworthy. Suryun, still processing the chaotic events, admitted she couldn't stop him, yet seemed to appreciate his directness and unexpected loyalty. He asked if she would accept this injustice or fight back. He proposed they screw over this damned world and prove they weren't wrong. A seemingly absurd but compelling idea. Suryun, looking at him with newfound resolve, agreed to his help, though she warned he might regret it. She declared herself the type to act first and regret later. Yoohyun, with a knowing smile, accepted her answer. They decided to begin their fight by finding a company to deal with byproducts. This was only the beginning. The real storm hadn't hit yet. Kang Yoohyun, a manager with an unusual knack for success, found himself receiving heartfelt thanks from an old man. It seemed his unique skills had once again brought about an unexpectedly good deal, leaving everyone a little surprised by his effortless competence. His colleague, Suryun, watched him with a mix of admiration and bewilderment. She couldn't help but feel a little useless when he managed to achieve things that felt impossible to her, no matter how hard she tried. Yoohyun noticed her contemplation, a faint bell ringing in the background as they stood outside. He wondered aloud if he was even needed as a manager anymore, given his recent string of successes. He gently reminded Suryun that her perceived weakness was only one aspect of her, emphasizing that they were meant to support each other through their shared journey. Suryun looked at him, a soft smile gracing her lips. She agreed, acknowledging that they were indeed already in one boat together, navigating the challenges side by side. With a shared understanding, they decided it was time to move on to their next task. They made their way down the street. The rhythm of their steps a quiet testament to their evolving partnership. Before heading into their destination, Yoohyun suggested they buy something. It was a small gesture, perhaps, but one that added a touch of normalcy to their extraordinary lives. The next day arrived, bringing with it a new set of expectations. Yoohyun stood, calmly awaiting the next phase of their plan, confident that everything would soon be over. He then turned his attention to Hyerim, the Sword Empress. He instructed her to lift her head, making sure she presented herself with confidence. He insisted it would be a waste not to show off the incredible makeup she had done. Her appearance was a part of her image, and it deserved to be seen. Hyerim, feeling a blush creep up her neck, admitted it was somewhat embarrassing to be so openly complimented. She wasn't used to such overt attention. Suryun, who had been waiting patiently, greeted Hyerim warmly, asking if she had waited long. The transformation was truly striking. Hyerim hesitantly asked Suryun how she looked, her eyes seeking reassurance. The intricate details of her new style were certainly attention-grabbing. Suryun, clearly impressed, showered Hyerim with compliments, declaring that while she was always pretty, today she was even more stunning than before. Yoohyun, observing the scene, couldn't help but comment on Suryun's playful nature, calling her a total player for her enthusiastic flattery. With everything ready and their spirits high, they decided it was time to depart. The day's important events awaited them. They arrived at a colossal building, its modern architecture towering above them. It was an impressive sight, hinting at the significance of their destination. The building belonged to one of the nation's top 3 magazines, a place of considerable influence and prestige within their world. Yoohyun, ever the professional, reiterated his advice to Hyerim not to worry too much during the interview and to ensure she protected her public image at all costs. They approached the reception, where Yoohyun calmly stated they were there for the Sword Empress's interview, inquiring about where they needed to go. The receptionist, clearly taken aback by Hyerim's presence, directed them to the 7th floor, instructing them to take a specific elevator. Yoohyun then informed the 2 women that he had something else he needed to attend to in the lobby, implying he would not be joining them for the interview itself. Hyerim and Suryun acknowledged his words, understanding his decision. With a nod, they prepared to head up, leaving Yoohyun behind. As they departed, Yoohyun waved them off, a faint smile playing on his lips. His role for this part of the day was complete. Upstairs, a woman with a confident smile and glasses greeted them warmly. She had been waiting for their arrival. She introduced herself as Shin Gar-young, and then, turning to Yo-young, she asked who he was, her gaze sharp and assessing. Yoohyun introduced himself as Kang Yoohyun, explaining that he was there to support collector Kang Hyerim today. Shin Gar-young expressed surprise, noting that there was another manager besides Soo Ruin. Her interest seemed piqued by this new dynamic. She then understood, realizing that Soo-hyun must be Hyerim's friend. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place for her. With pleasantries exchanged, Shin Gar-young suggested they begin the Q&A session. The real work of the day was about to start. She began by noting Hyerim's recent actions of getting rid of several mind realms, a practice that differed significantly from what many other collectors typically did. Shin Gar-young highlighted the rarity of Hyerim's approach, mentioning that such widespread clearing hadn't happened in years. It was truly unprecedented. She then directly asked Hyerim about her ultimate goal in clearing these mind realms, eager to understand the motivation behind such an unusual strategy. Hyerim, with a steady gaze, replied that she didn't need a specific reason to clear them. As a collector, she was simply doing what she felt she must. Shin Gar-young then inquired about the recent title, Sword Empress, that Hyerim had acquired, asking for her thoughts on it. She also asked if Hyerim had any future plans, probing for more insight into her long-term objectives and aspirations. Hyerim confirmed that she did indeed have plans for the future, her answer hinting at a deeper vision she held. Shin Gar-young chuckled, praising Hyerim's articulate responses. She felt there was nothing to worry about regarding the interview. She remarked on how refreshing Hyerim was, noting that until now, most collectors she encountered acted high and mighty, solely based on their status. A thought then occurred to Shin Gar-young, and she mentioned something she had heard recently, a curious rumor that had been circulating. It was about a teller who had spent time with humans, a truly unusual act for their kind. Yoohyun listened intently, his expression shifting as Shin Gar-young continued, detailing how this teller had even given up his blessing and entered mind realms with the collector. Shin Gar-young's gaze lingered on Yoohyun, a knowing glint in her eyes. She had suspected from the start that the rumor was about him. Yoohyun confirmed her suspicion, acknowledging that he was indeed the teller from the urban legend everyone was talking about. Shin Gar-young's face brightened, her smile widening. She exclaimed that she knew it, explaining that in her line of work, she naturally picked up on such intriguing details. She then apologized if her earlier questions seemed rude, clarifying that they stemmed from personal curiosity rather than journalistic intent. Yoohyun, unfazed, invited her to ask whatever she was curious about, assuring her he would answer if it wasn't an issue. Shin Gar-young then directly asked Yoohyun why he cleared the mind realms, pressing for the true reason behind his actions. Yoohyun initially gave a somewhat sarcastic answer, suggesting it was simply the best way to gain popularity. Shin Gar-young, however, wasn't convinced. She believed he wouldn't do it just for fame, especially considering the animosity he received from others. Yoohyun admitted that his true response to her question wouldn't make sense if he tried to explain it right then. He confessed that he definitely had a personal goal driving him, something deeply significant to his own journey. But more than that, he revealed, he was seeing something even bigger unfold. A grander scheme at play beyond his individual aspirations. Shin Gar-young decided to conclude the interview there, acknowledging that the true main star of the day was the Sword Empress, not Yoohyun. She expressed her understanding, her earlier curiosity now satisfied. The formal part of their interaction had come to an end. As an aside, Shin Gar-young playfully asked if she could have a relationship with Yoohyun where she could contact him personally, hinting at a desire to stay in touch. She quickly clarified it was just a joke, a light-hearted end to their conversation before they parted ways. Meanwhile, in the lobby, Suryeon spotted Yoohyun and called out to him in Hyerim, eager to hear about the interview. She asked how the interview went, mentioning that Shin Gar-young could be a bit of a prankster and wondering if she had done anything serious. Yoohyun reassured her that it had ended quite well, dispelling any worries Suryeon might have had about the teen leader's playful nature. Suddenly, the lobby became noticeably noisy, a buzz of excitement spreading through the air. Something significant was happening. It turned out a famous collector named Ju Kyung-soo had arrived, causing quite a stir. He seemed to be even more popular than most other collectors. Hyerim, known to many as the Sword Empress, found herself at a pivotal moment in her career, always striving to prove her worth in a world dominated by powerful clans. She had already carved out a name for herself, but the path ahead was still long. A man named Ju Kyung-soo from the prominent Hesiod clan looked at her with an arrogant smirk. He had just challenged her to a duel, confident in his superior rank and her inability to refuse in front of everyone. He felt a smug satisfaction, certain that she had no choice but to accept his challenge, playing right into his hands. His plan was simple, humiliate her publicly and then make her fall for him. He knew that as a rising newbie, she stood no chance against him, a member of the powerful Hesiod clan, which was sponsored by the great divine force Olympus. He believed power could resolve any trivial issue. His mind was already racing with the prospect of putting the Sword Empress in her place for all to see. He envisioned her defeat and her eventual surrender to his charm, his mouth watering at the thought. Hyerim, standing beside her colleague Yoohyun, listened to Ju Kyung-soo's challenge. She remained composed, her gaze unwavering while Yoohyun watched the scene with a mix of surprise and concern. With a calm expression, Hyerim accepted the duel but added a condition. "Not right now," she stated, "but in 3 days." Ju Kyung-soo was taken aback, wondering what difference 3 days could possibly make. He decided to play along, agreeing to the 3-day delay and the use of an association-assigned location. He was certain her delay was a futile attempt to change an inevitable outcome. Ju Kyung-soo left, his steps echoing with confidence. Yoohyun, however, seemed to feel a growing sense of unease about the impending duel. As Ju Kyung-soo walked away, his steps were light, almost a swagger. He was already celebrating his victory in his mind, convinced that Hyerim's delay was merely a cute, desperate act. Yoohyun, watching Ju Kyung-soo depart, felt a sense of unease. He knew the Hesiod clan's backing by Olympus made Ju Kyung-soo a formidable opponent, and he worried for Hyerim. Suddenly, Gar-young, another colleague, rushed over to Yoohyun, looking flustered. She was surprised to see him there, and even more surprised to hear about the arrival of a collector named Ju Kyung-soo. Yoohyun turned to Gar-young, his expression serious. He asked if she knew Ju Kyung-soo, sensing that there was more to this man than just his arrogant demeanor. Gar-young immediately recognized the name, recalling the uncomfortable experience of being interviewed by him. His gaze and actions had been so unsettling, leaving her feeling deeply disturbed. She explained that Ju Kyung-soo was known for using his clan's influence to engage in questionable activities, making his presence and challenge even more concerning. Yoohyun then explained that Ju Kyung-soo had challenged Hyerim to a duel, which she had accepted. Gar-young gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. She understood that despite Hyerim being a rising star, there was still a significant gap in experience and power between her and a seasoned member of a big clan like Ju Kyung-soo. Yoohyun, however, had a different perspective. He wasn't worried. He knew Hyerim had something up her sleeve, a hidden card that made her confident in accepting the duel. He began to outline his plan. If the Sword Empress, who had just had an exclusive interview with their magazine, were to win against a mid-range class collector like Ju Kyung-soo, it would be a massive story. Gar-young looked at him, surprised by his strategic thinking. She realized he was trying to turn this potentially dangerous situation into a huge advantage for Hyerim and their publication. Yoohyun asked Gar-young to use her connections to advertise the duel to as many media agencies as possible. He wanted this event to be as public and widely known as possible. Gar-young sighed, a small smile playing on her lips. She thought Yoohyun was even crazier than she expected, but she appreciated his bold approach. She agreed to his request, promising to spread the news as widely as she could. Then, with a nod, she left, ready to put Yoohyun's plan into action. Hyerim approached Yoohyun, thanking him for allowing her to fight in the duel. She knew he had initially been worried, but now he seemed fully on board with her decision. Yoohyun looked at her, a confident smile on his face. He told her he had only allowed it because he was certain she would win, completely trusting her abilities. He explained his reasoning for the 3-day delay. They needed to make the event as big as possible to gain maximum attention. The more hype, the better the outcome. He knew that while Hyerim spent those 3 days preparing for the duel, the news would spread like wildfire, creating immense anticipation for the match. The strategy worked. The news of the duel between the Sword Empress and the collector from the Hesiod clan spread rapidly, generating a buzz throughout the community. The day of the duel arrived, and a massive crowd had gathered, eager to witness the highly anticipated confrontation. Reporters swarmed the entrance, microphones ready. They clamored for a statement from Hyerim before her match with artist, wanting to capture her thoughts and feelings as she faced such a significant challenge. The arena buzzed with energy, reporters and fans alike eager to catch a glimpse of the Sword Empress. The air was thick with anticipation. Yoohyun looked out at the massive crowd, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe how many people had shown up, calling it no joke. He turned to Gar-young, asking if she was nervous. He felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the event they had created. Gar-young burst out, exclaiming about the insane crowd and the presence of huge media companies. She wondered who could have spread the news so widely. Yoohyun admitted he had only asked her to spread the news, but seeing the massive reaction, He realized Ju Kyung-soo must have also worked to publicize the duel more than expected. He watched the enthusiastic crowd, realizing that storytelling battles and duels among collectors were rare events, making this one particularly exciting for the public. Garyong grumbled, clutching her stomach. She admitted she was so nervous that her stomach was acting up, the pressure of the moment getting to her. Yo-yoon, concerned, asked if she needed to use the washroom. He could see her discomfort, a stark contrast to Hyerim's calm demeanor. Garyong, flustered and annoyed, snapped back at him. She couldn't believe he would ask a girl such a question, insisting it was just a stomachache, not anything more serious. The little divine spirit hovering near Yo-yoon watched the exchange with a curious expression, observing the human emotions at play. Yo-yoon, despite the chaos and Garyong's outburst, maintained a composed expression. He knew the importance of staying focused amidst the rising tension. Hyerim sat quietly, meditating, preparing herself mentally and spiritually for the battle ahead. She was in a state of perfect readiness, her focus absolute. As the clock ticked down the final 3 minutes until the match began, Hyerim opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp, determined, and full of an inner fire. Yo-yoon asked if she was ready, his voice laced with a hint of concern. He wanted to make sure she was completely prepared for what was to come. Hyerim stood up, her movements fluid and deliberate. She confirmed that she was ready, her voice steady and resolute. Suddenly, Yo-yoon lightly hit her on the head. Hyerim yelped in surprise, clutching her head and looking at him with wide, irritated eyes. She exclaimed that it hurt, genuinely taken aback by his unexpected action. Yo-yoon simply smiled, explaining his intention. He told her he had hit her intending for it to hurt, believing it would snap her out of any lingering nerves. He wanted her fully present. Hyerim looked at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She realized that, surprisingly, his unusual method had actually made her feel a bit less nervous than before. She immediately complained that he should have warned her. She wasn't expecting such a bizarre pre-match ritual. Yo-yoon chuckled, explaining that it wouldn't be as effective with a warning. He then teasingly told her to just wait until she really got nervous, implying he had more tricks up his sleeve. Hyerim looked at him for a moment. Then a small smile touched her lips. She simply said, "Thanks," acknowledging his strange but effective way of helping her. The announcer's voice boomed, calling for the contestants to enter. The moment had arrived, and the arena was abuzz with excitement. The divine spirits, unseen by most, were incredibly excited for the fight. Their energy filled the air, a testament to the significance of the duel. They collectively wished for the Sword Empress's victory, their silent hopes adding to the pressure and anticipation of the match. The digital display showed a staggering number. 4,500 divine spirit viewers were tuned in, a massive audience for such a duel. The arena floor began to transform, glowing with ethereal light as the field for the duel was created, shifting from a mundane space to a mystical battlefield. Ju Kyung-soo stood on the newly formed field, a confident smile on his face as the rules of the duel were explained. The rules were clear. The match would end if one person declared surrender or was unable to fight. It was a test of endurance and skill. The created field was teeming with all types of monsters, each offering points upon defeat, the difficulty determining the reward. The points varied depending on the level of the monster. Defeating boss-level monsters would yield the most points, a tempting target for any competitor. The duel was set for 3 hours. If no clear victor emerged by then, the winner would be decided based on who had accumulated the most points. A strict rule against murder was in place. Breaking it would result in the most severe punishment according to the association's regulations. With all the rules explained, the announcer's voice echoed, declaring the duel officially open. The crowd erupted in cheers. The field itself burst into action, a flurry of energy and movement as the monsters became active, ready to challenge the contestants. Ju Kyung-soo was the first to act, immediately slaying a large monster as soon as the match began, showcasing his quick reflexes and power. The crowd roared, celebrating his swift action. He had already obtained 150 points, establishing an early lead and further boosting his confidence. Many in the audience cheered for Ju Kyung-soo, confident in his abilities and eager to see him dominate the match. But the Sword Empress, Hyerim, remained still, simply standing in place. Observers wondered what she was doing, why she wasn't moving. Ju Kyung-soo, known to many as Artist, entered the arena radiating an arrogant confidence, certain of his victory over the Sword Empress. He was completely caught off guard when her attacks weren't aimed at the usual monsters, but directly at him from the very start. A furious rage ignited within him as he cursed her under his breath, realizing her true intent was to challenge him personally. The sudden shift in strategy left him bewildered and exposed. The crowd watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene, as the Sword Empress unleashed a power they had never witnessed before. It was an unprecedented display of force. Kyung-soo found himself utterly outmatched, his mind racing as he questioned the source of this absurd, overwhelming strength. Her capabilities far exceeded any rumors he had heard. The sheer speed and intensity of her attacks shattered his composure, leaving him vulnerable and unable to formulate a coherent defense. He was losing control of the fight. Other spectators whispered in disbelief, wondering if the Sword Empress had secretly possessed such an ability all along. They had known she was strong, but never this strong. For Hyerim, the Sword Empress, this brutal exchange was precisely what she desired. Every blow was an expression of her long-suppressed power. She reveled in the profound satisfaction of crushing someone who had dared to look down on her, feeling a surge of vindication with each successful strike. A thrilling sense of freedom washed over her as she fought, finally unleashing the full extent of her power without restraint. It was an intoxicating release. She realized, with a deep understanding, that this must be how Yoohyun felt when he fought with such intensity and unbridled passion. It was an eye-opening experience. Her attacks continued, relentless and precise, striking Kyung-soo repeatedly across the arena. He was a mere toy in her hands. He cried out in a mix of pain and anger, utterly frustrated that she was marring his handsome face with her relentless blows. His vanity was deeply wounded. Kyung-soo struggled desperately to defend himself, his weapon clashing futilely against hers, but her strikes were too strong, too fast for him to parry effectively. The overwhelming force of her blows left him reeling, unable to mount any effective counterattack or regain his footing in the face of her dominance. He tried to regain his shattered composure, repeating to himself that he could not possibly lose to a mere low-rank collector. His pride demanded more. He reasoned that if he could just stay calm, he might still be able to read her attacks and find a fleeting chance to react appropriately, to turn the tide. He spotted what he believed was an opening, a moment he thought he could exploit to launch a counterattack. Hope flickered in his eyes. But it was a trap. Hyerim struck again with a knowing smile, making him wonder if she was deliberately toying with his desperation, prolonging his agony. The brutal assault continued, a relentless barrage of blows that left Kyung-soo battered, bleeding, and utterly defeated. His body was a wreck. He screamed in raw frustration, realizing with bitter clarity that he would never let this humiliation go, even as he was completely overwhelmed. His body began to shake uncontrollably, a tremor of fear and exhaustion running through him as he tried to utter the words, "I give up," desperate to end the brutal onslaught. But the Sword Empress did not stop, her eyes glowing with an intense, almost maniacal light, preventing him from surrendering. She was not finished with him yet. The spectators were utterly stunned, realizing that Kyung-soo, whom they had believed to be super strong, was, in fact, all talk and no substance. He had been confident only because of his striking looks, and now he was being utterly dismantled, his reputation shattered before their very eyes. Even the officials seemed unsure how to intervene, as Hyerim refused to let him yield, pushing the boundaries of the match rules. With a final, decisive strike, the match was declared complete. The Sword Empress had won, her victory absolute and uncontested. The disabling field around the arena dissolved, leaving Kyung-soo lying defeated amidst the debris, a stark testament to Hyerim's power. The dust settled over the arena, marking the end of a fight that would undoubtedly reshape perceptions of strength and status. Elsewhere, Hyerim, a woman with green hair and a calculating gaze, watched the events unfold with a mix of frustration and grudging respect. She recognized Hyerim's cleverness in revealing her hidden strength at such a crucial moment, a move that had clearly been orchestrated. It was painfully clear to Hyerim who had given Hyerim that specific order, and the implications of this new development were significant. While she had initially wanted Kang Yoohyun to fail, this outcome only intensified her anger and complicated her intricate plans. She felt an urge to rip apart Hyerim's triumphant face, but her strategic mind knew that acting rashly would only give her enemies an even greater advantage. She decided, with a cold resolve, that she needed to move cautiously now, biding her time and waiting for the perfect moment. An opportunity would surely come eventually, she mused, a chance to turn the tables and reclaim control of the unfolding events. Back at the agency, Hyerim was greeted by a relieved and excited Soohyun, who rushed to her side with genuine concern. Soohyun immediately asked if Hyerim was okay, her voice filled with a mix of worry and palpable admiration for her friend's performance. She then gushed about how incredibly impressive Hyerim had been, and how absolutely amazing the audience reaction was to her victory. Hyerim smiled, a genuine expression of gratitude, as she thanked Soo-yoon for her unwavering support and enthusiastic praise. Soo-yoon continued to excitedly talk about Hyerim's rising fame, exclaiming that they would finally be able to afford kimchi with their newfound success. She also mentioned the endless stream of requests that were now pouring into Baedwa management, signaling a prosperous future for them. Yoohyun, however, remained unusually thoughtful throughout the celebration. His gaze was distant, contemplating something important. He had been quiet, observing Hyerim with a keen eye, clearly contemplating a significant decision that was forming in his mind. His silence was unusual for him, a clear indication that his thoughts were deeply engrossed in the implications of Hyerim's victory. He then stood up abruptly, a sudden movement that drew the immediate attention of both Hyerim and Soo-yoon. The atmosphere shifted. He declared, with a newfound determination in his voice, that they should get one more collector for their agency. It was a bold statement. This sudden decision completely shocked both women, leaving them wide-eyed and bewildered by his unexpected announcement. Soo-hyun, in particular, looked utterly dumbfounded, her mouth agape, unable to process Yoohyun's surprising declaration. Hyerim also seemed taken aback, her expression reflecting a mix of surprise and curiosity about the reasoning behind his sudden decision. This bold move hinted at Yoohyun's strategic mind, always looking ahead and planning for the future, even in moments of celebration. His decision suggested a deeper understanding of the power dynamics at play, and the need to fortify their position in the competitive world. The implications of recruiting another collector were vast, potentially altering the entire structure and future trajectory of their agency. It seemed Yoohyun was not content to simply bask in the glow of Hyerim's victory. He was already laying the groundwork for their next big step. His gaze, usually calm, now held a glint of unwavering resolve, signaling that this was not a spur-of-the-moment whim, but a calculated move. The tension in the room thickened as Soo-hyun and Hyerim exchanged bewildered glances, waiting for further explanation from Yoohyun. They understood that Yoohyun's decisions were rarely made lightly, and this one felt particularly significant, a turning point for them all. His choice to expand their team at this juncture indicated a readiness to face new challenges and capitalize on their recent success. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the two women tried to decipher the full meaning and potential consequences of his words. Yoohyun remained silent for a moment, letting his declaration sink in, allowing the weight of his decision to settle upon them. His leadership was evident, as he confidently steered their focus from the immediate triumph to the strategic long-term growth of their organization. The room was filled with a mixture of excitement for Hyerim's win and a sudden, palpable uncertainty about their future direction. Soo-hyun's mind raced, trying to grasp the sudden pivot in their plans, wondering who this new collector could possibly be. Hyerim, ever the fighter, watched Yoohyun with a keen interest, perhaps sensing the coming challenges and opportunities his decision would bring. His announcement hung in the air, a silent promise of new adventures and unforeseen complications that lay ahead for their burgeoning team. The implications of his statement were still unfolding, leaving them on the precipice of a dramatic shift in their agency's journey. The sudden declaration left them with more questions than answers, creating an immediate and compelling mystery. Who would this new collector be, and what role would they play in the intricate web of power and ambition that surrounded them? The future of Baedwa management, and indeed their own fates, now hinged on Yoohyun's bold, unexpected decision. Kang Yoohyun, a teller of stories, often found himself caught between his ambition and the deep attachment of his collector, Hyerim. She was distraught, convinced he was abandoning her, clinging to the idea that their journey together was all that mattered. Hyerim's cries of abandon echoed in their shared mind realm, but Yoohyun knew their path couldn't remain so narrow. He gently reminded her that their duo couldn't sustain them forever, especially as they ventured into bigger, more complex mind realms. Their current strength was enough for now, he conceded, but the inevitable truth remained. They would eventually need a third member, a junior, to join their ranks. It was a practical necessity even if Hyerim didn't like the sound of it. He even tried to frame it positively, suggesting it would be nice for her to have a junior, someone she could mentor. After all, her own rank was rising, and she deserved to be treated as a senior. Hyerim, though initially resistant, seemed to consider the idea after Yoohyun's gentle persuasion. She eventually burst into a smile, declaring that she should indeed overlook this with the generosity of a senior. She seemed to accept it quite easily, Yoohyun thought, a faint smile touching his lips. He then pondered who might be suitable for such a crucial role. His assistant, Baekryun, was a capable woman who sat poised, waiting for his thoughts. She had been with him for a long time, understanding his needs without a single word. Yoohyun mused over the proven collectors already known in their world. He He considered the miraculous generation, like the Flame Knight and Bang Sang, who were almost legends. However, the Flame Knight was active in America, likely without a contract with the teller, and Bang Sang's identity remained a mystery. Finding either of them would be incredibly difficult. He wondered if his unique knowledge of the future could help him find someone. Baekryun watched him, her expression thoughtful as he considered the possibilities. There were many potential candidates, he knew, but the timing was always off. Some had not yet awakened their powers, while others had already been claimed by other tellers. He couldn't just form a contract with an unknown collector, Yoohyun realized. His standards were high, and the situation was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Baekryun, observing his dilemma, noted that his conditions were picky and the current circumstances were not favorable. She wondered what he would do at this rate. Then, a thought struck Yoohyun. Tomorrow was the collector completion ceremony. It was the time when newly awakened collectors were introduced to the recruitment market. This ceremony presented an opportunity, he believed. He could potentially find a hidden gem there, someone who hadn't yet fully realized their own incredible ability. Such a person would not yet be widely recognized or properly remembered by the public, making them an ideal candidate for him to discover and nurture. As he contemplated this, a sudden beep startled him. It was an incoming video call, a personal one from an unknown caller. Yoohyun looked at the screen, a hint of confusion on his face. He wondered who could be calling him on a personal line. The screen displayed unknown caller and personal video call. He pressed pick up, a sense of anticipation building. The call connected, and a confident, horned woman with striking red skin appeared on the screen. She seemed to be checking if the connection was working. "Hey, can you hear me?" she asked, her voice clear and strong. Yoohyun's eyes widened in surprise, recognizing her. She continued, stating that she had heard about his upcoming promotion to senior associate. Her smile was wide, almost predatory. "Huh?" "Yeah," Yoohyun managed, still processing the unexpected call and her familiar yet transformed appearance. His other collectors, Hyerim and a new woman, leaned in, clearly curious. "Yoohyun, who is this?" the new woman asked, her voice filled with surprise. Hyerim added, "I've never seen them before." She looked at the horned woman on screen with a mix of suspicion and jealousy. Yoohyun quickly tried to shoo them away, telling them to go over there, please. He needed a moment to himself to understand what was happening. As he looked closer, the horns on her head caught his attention. He remembered a much smaller, cuter version of her from a past event. "Wait, those horns," he began, a dawning realization spreading across his face. Are you that horned guy?" He specifically recalled meeting her at the entrance ceremony, though she had been in a different form then, a small, adorable creature with tiny horns. "Hate you, oh, horned guy," she exclaimed, clearly annoyed. "My name is Alicia." She glared at him through the screen, her previous cheerfulness replaced by indignation. Yoohyun, however, couldn't help but smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. To think that tiny thing could transform into such a beauty. From her appearance, he deduced that she must be taking on the form of a red demi-human, a powerful and striking transformation. "Hey, anyway, good to see you." Alicia quickly recovered, her energy returning. "You are from the storytelling office too, right? How have you been?" She shared that she was fortunate to have entered the department and had been receiving much help from the seniors. Alicia explained that she was currently working on a planet called Altalan, a fantasy realm where swordsmanship and magic coexisted. "So you're working in a fantasy area, you must be quite good," Yoohyun commented, a hint of respect in his voice. Who do you think I am?" Alicia retorted, puffing out her chest. "Don't get shocked when you hear it. I've already achieved 500 viewers in my library." She boasted that she had a quite good collector, who was once known as a bad boy but was now top tier after contracting with her. Yoohyun, hearing her description, mused, "Is he some kind of county or viscounty young master?" He had a feeling about this. "Huh? What the? How did you know?" Alicia asked, her eyes wide with surprise. She confirmed that he was indeed from a county. Yoohyun then recounted the exact story of her collector, a bad boy who caused trouble, suddenly came to his senses, became a new person, surprised everyone, made his father happy, and even lost weight to become handsome. "What the? How do you know it so well?" Alicia was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend how Yoohyun knew such specific details. Yoohyun chuckled, realizing that Alicia had chosen a bad boy, main character, a common trope he was well aware of from his future knowledge. He then asked her if she had checked the Teller forum recently. She replied that she hadn't in a while. Alicia advised him to check it if he had time, adding mysteriously that something strange was happening because of him. Yoohyun's expression turned serious as he heard Alicia's words. He wondered what something strange could possibly mean. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen appeared before him, displaying a message that made his blood run cold. His eyes widened in shock as he read the alarming news. It was a headline that spoke of tragedy. "There was a teller who died trying to copy me," he murmured, the words hitting him with unexpected force. This was far more serious than he could have imagined. "Anyway, I'm busy, so bye," Alicia chirped, oblivious to the grim news Yoohyun had just received, and disconnected the call. Yoohyun, however, was focused on the message on his screen. It detailed that a regular worker had done something crazy, copying his blessing-giving method. Many tellers had copied how Kang Yoohyun gave up his blessing, fought himself, and gained popularity. Now, one of them had finally died. The forum comments expressed shock and disbelief, with one user asking if there were any remaining storytelling videos from the incident, eager to see it. He clicked the link and a video played, showing a desperate teller surrounded by monstrous blue slimes. "AACCKS, save me," the teller screamed. The sight was horrifying. Yoohyun watched as his own technique, when poorly imitated, led to tragic consequences. What are you doing?" a voice from the video shouted as another figure ran away, abandoning the struggling teller. "Don't run. Shut up. Try and figure things out on your own. You're a collector," the fleeing figure yelled, leaving the dying teller to his fate. "What the fuck? You said we'd fight together," the abandoned teller cried out, his voice filled with betrayal and despair. Yoohyun watched, a grim expression on his face. He had warned against it, knowing the dangers of giving up one's blessing. He hadn't thought it would lead to an actual death, but an incident had indeed occurred. The forum comments below the video confirmed his fears. This wasn't something to copy recklessly, they stated. Giving up one's blessing was as good as dying. One user questioned why teller Kang Yoohyun was fine, to which another replied that he must have prepared extensively, fighting on an entirely different level. The comments lamented their own recklessness, with one exclaiming, "Ah, I'm fucked. I gave up my blessing." Others scoffed, saying recovery was unlikely without high-level backing. The consensus was clear. Those who recklessly thought this was the easiest way to succeed would face severe consequences. It would undeniably backfire. Yet, Yoohyun couldn't help but feel that despite the tragedy, there was a strange, good outcome for him. It would bring him attention once more. He considered the many people who had already given up their blessings, foolishly attempting to replicate his unique method. Baekryun, observing him, asked if he was worried. His silence hung heavy in the air. He pondered if it would be fun to watch a story of a teller suffering hell after giving up their blessing. His thoughts were chillingly detached. Baekryun looked at him, surprised. "Are you being serious right now?" she asked, clearly taken aback by his cold perspective. The next day arrived, bringing with it a sense of quiet anticipation. Yoohyun prepared to leave, but Hyerim approached him. "Yoohyun, do you have to go alone?" she asked, her eyes filled with concern. She didn't want him to face anything without her. "Yes," he replied, explaining that many reporters and paparazzi were still waiting for him because of his recent duel with artist. He needed to deal with this matter as quickly as possible, he told her, without being bothered by anyone. He asked for her understanding. "I'll be back," he promised, before activating his hidden presence skill, making himself unseen to the prying eyes outside. The Baikal management office building stood, and outside, a crowd of reporters waited, wondering when he would emerge. But Yoohyun was already gone, undetected. Our story begins in the powerful halls of Baekwa management, where King Yoohyun gave a surprising order. He asked his colleague, Surhyun, to research Kwon Ji-ah, a recent training school graduate. Surhyun was taken aback, questioning if Ji-ah was truly the person he intended to recruit. Yoohyun confirmed it, and Surhyun, understanding his resolve, agreed to look into it for him. She had initially hoped to find information about Ji-ah in a book, but soon realized a single source wouldn't suffice. As Surhyun pulled up the profile, Yoohyun asked if Kwon Ji-ah was female. Surhyun confirmed her gender, then asked why it mattered, sensing a hidden reason. Internally, Yoohyun admitted it was simply because she was a woman, a thought that seemed to challenge his logic. He then saw a fleeting, chaotic vision of Kwon Ji-ah, flailing as if in distress. He clarified that he hadn't chosen her for her gender, but because the chosen collector happened to be female. Surhyun's findings deepened her concern, as Ji-ah was ranked 340 out of 359 collectors with a very poor training evaluation. Yoohyun remained unfazed, simply asking if there was an issue. Despite these glaring issues, Jia's profile showed surprisingly high scores in individual fighting skills and combat against monsters. Her evaluations for personality were awful. However, Soryun noted that Jia had even been in a fight at the training school, a severe offense. Yoohyun confirmed this, revealing she had almost been expelled. Yoohyun saw this differently. He believed her ability to beat higher rank collectors was raw talent, despite her low overall standing. Soo-Hyun remained unconvinced. She stated the rumors about Jia's difficult personality were true, explaining why no one else had recruited her. She then asked if Jia was truly suitable. Without hesitation, Yoohyun affirmed that she was. As he made his decision, a vision of glowing books and radiant light flashed before him, hinting at his deeper knowledge. The full image of Kwon Jia, strong and determined, solidified his conviction. Yoohyun then declared she might even possess more talent than Kang Hyerim. Soo-Hyun inquired if he planned to recruit Jia immediately. Yoo-Hyun replied there was no rush, he would approach her after the upcoming promotion ceremony. With his decision made, he announced he would be leaving the office for a while. Soryun, surprised by his sudden departure, asked where he was going. Yoohyun simply stated he needed to meet someone important. He walked out, leaving Soryun to ponder his mysterious intentions, marking a transition to a different kind of story. It was one where the main characters often carried burdens known only to themselves. Yoohyun walked down a quiet street, his steps purposeful. He stopped before a modest establishment, a street food restaurant named Waiting at the Door. He mused on the unusual name, wondering if it held a deeper meaning. Stepping inside, the quiet sounds barely registered. An older woman greeted him warmly, asking if he was dining alone. Yoohyun, cutting straight to the point, asked if she was Choi Doyoon's mother. The woman was visibly shocked, her eyes wide with surprise. She then asked how he knew her son. Yoohyun calmly explained he was the person who had contacted her some time ago about him. A quiet cup of coffee sat between them, steam rising, a silent witness to the unfolding conversation. The woman's voice filled with desperate hope. She then asked if he knew where her son was now. Yoohyun, with a somber expression, replied that he did not. He then explained that knowing Doyoon's name, but not his whereabouts, meant he must still be alive. The woman's face lit up with a fragile hope. Yoohyun confirmed it once more. He is alive. Relief washed over her like a warm wave, her expression softening with profound gratitude. Overwhelmed, she called it such a relief, and then asked for his name, referring to him as her savior. Yoohyun introduced himself as Kang Yoohyun. He politely asked her not to use such a burdensome term, stating he was simply a teller. The woman repeated the unfamiliar title, her brow furrowed. She then asked how he had heard about her son's story. Yoohyun explained that tellers traveled to worlds beyond Earth, collecting stories from other dimensions. He admitted he didn't know Doyoon's exact state in that other dimension. However, he knew Doyoon would survive until the end and return to Earth. He confessed Doyoon was quite pitiful, though only a little. He believed Doyoon's twisted personality must have stemmed from his hometown's complete ruin. This realization brought a somber thought. The woman before him, Doyoon's mother, must have perished during the trials of the end. The mother, her voice soft with affection, began to speak of her son, remembering how Doyoon had always been mature for his age. His father had passed away before Doyoon was born, forcing him to grow up without a paternal figure. Despite hardships, she proudly recounted he never caused her upset. She always felt a deep sense of apology towards her son, knowing that no matter how mature he seemed, a child was still a child. He must have had countless things he yearned for and wanted to do, but she had been utterly powerless to provide them. When Doyoon went missing, it felt as though her entire world had collapsed around her. As a mother, she was consumed by the guilt of having done nothing. A faint hope flickered as she mused that if Doyoon was alive, it might be better if he met kinder people and lived a good life elsewhere. She even considered he might be unhappy returning to a poor mother who owned only a humble street food restaurant. Yoohyun, however, sharply interrupted her. He understood her profound guilt, but firmly stated that wishing her son to be happy over there was too much of a sacrifice. Yoohyun believed that whatever Doyoon was thinking, he had surely endured his trials while holding on to the memory of his mother. He clarified that while Doyoon was alive, he had never claimed he was happy. He trusted she understood the grave implications of that statement. A stark image of Doyoon standing alone in a ruined city flashed, a silent testament to his struggles. Yoohyun explained that despite pursuing immense wealth and fame, Choi Doyoon had chosen to return to Earth. His reason wasn't some grand ambition, it was simply because she was his family. Yoohyun looked at her kindly, reiterating that Doyoon was working tirelessly, driven by the desire to reunite with his only remaining family member. Tears welled in the mother's eyes as the truth resonated deeply within her. She softly agreed, "You're right." The tears flowed freely now. She realized that since they were family, Doyoon must long to see her again just as much as she longed for him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she thanked Yoohyun, finally understanding how pointless her self-sacrificing concerns had been. The mother then commented that Yoohyun knew her son well. Yoohyun quickly deflected, claiming he had simply heard about Doyoon from others. She paused, a wistful look, saying she had wondered if Doyoon had found a good friend. Internally, Yoohyun noted that she was beginning to catch on to something, a trait he recognized from his own quick-witted mother. Just as she was about to offer him a meal, the door to the restaurant burst open with a loud bang. 3 burly men marched in. They immediately demanded that the mother sell her shop, reminding her of their previous threats. The mother, her voice trembling but defiant, asked who they were. The thugs, with sneering smiles, warned her that if she remained uncooperative, they would become sad. She firmly told them to leave. They mocked her, asking who would possibly eat at such a shabby store. One of the thugs turned to Yoohyun, telling him to fuck off. Yoohyun internally deliberated, feeling a familiar reluctance to help, but the sight of the mother's distressed face swayed him. The thug asked what he was mumbling. Without a word, Yoohyun launched into action, delivering a swift, powerful punch. The thugs were sent flying, crashing onto the street outside in a violent heap. One screamed about his broken arm, another about his shattered leg. Yoohyun stood over them, his demeanor calm but menacing. One of the thugs yelled a warning, asking if Yoohyun knew the consequences of a collector attacking a civilian. Yoohyun, with a slight smirk, asked why that mattered. He simply asked why that mattered to him since he wasn't a collector. The thug was stunned, stammering if Yoohyun thought he would be safe. Yoohyun, observing their identical reactions, remarked on how they all seemed to receive the same macro instruction. The mother watched from the doorway. A brief establishing shot of the quiet street offered a moment of respite. Yoohyun then leaned down and calmly demanded they spill the location of their office. The thug, misinterpreting Yoohyun's intent, asked if he was regretting his actions and wanted to apologize. Yoohyun corrected him, stating his true purpose. He wanted the address so he could pull the problem out at the roots with the other associates. As he spoke, a glowing book appeared in his hand. The thugs recoiled in terror. Yoohyun then read the address aloud, 72 Solwa Road. The thugs, now utterly terrified, desperately asked who had sent him. Yoohyun replied that he didn't have a particular plan and wasn't going to do anything more. He paused, then added that he would simply go to their office and make a mess. Then he would deliberately spill their names, claiming they had easily helped him find the office. The thugs were frantic, calling him a crazy bastard as he activated a soundproofing layer. The thugs screamed, but their shouts were muffled, unheard. Yoohyun reflected on his engraver title's convenience. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Kang Yoohyun, a man who had faced constant disdain from others, found himself in a scene of utter chaos within a clandestine office. His presence alone had caused a shocking amount of destruction. Men lay defeated and unconscious around him, their forms scattered across the floor, painting a stark picture of the overwhelming force he had unleashed. The few remaining thugs, still on their feet, stared in utter disbelief at the sheer scale of the ruckus. They couldn't fathom how such a thing occurred. Their shock quickly turned to a chilling realization as they understood the truth. Despite the widespread devastation, there was just one enemy responsible for it all. Panic began to set in, their voices rising as they frantically demanded to know how this single intruder, Kang Yoohyun, had managed to discover their secret location. Kang Yoohyun, ever calm and collected, simply stated the obvious truth. Their own subordinate, stationed carelessly outside, had inadvertently revealed everything to him. Enraged by the revelation of their betrayal and their own vulnerability, the remaining men surged forward, their faces contorted in fury, ready to strike him down. He moved with an almost casual ease, his body a blur of motion as he effortlessly deflected their desperate attacks. His movements were far beyond their comprehension. A subtle smirk touched Kang Yoohyun's lips. He recognized his opponents as collectors, a term that made him ponder who commanded such specialized and powerful figures. He realized with a growing sense of satisfaction that he hadn't just stumbled upon a few small-time criminals. He had unexpectedly baited a significant and powerful target. The room echoed with furious shouts as the men, desperate and defeated, urged each other on, demanding that Kang Yoohyun be killed immediately, no matter the cost. One man, fueled by a primal rage, lunged forward with a sharp knife, aiming for a killing blow. The sound of impact was sharp, but the result was unexpected. The attacker stared, wide-eyed and trembling. His knife, instead of piercing flesh, had simply shattered against Kang Yoohyun's body, leaving him utterly unharmed. He stammered in disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. His weapon, meant to be lethal, had been rendered completely useless against this mysterious man. Kang Yoohyun, with a cool, almost taunting question, asked if they had never encountered a knight before, hinting at the true nature of his abilities and identity. He then activated his Combat Knight title, a powerful surge of energy washing over him, significantly boosting his physical prowess, defense, and close combat abilities. With a swift, precise movement, Kang Yoohyun struck, delivering a devastating blow that easily overpowered the attacker who had just tried to stab him. The man crumpled to the ground, defeated. Kang Yoohyun then turned to the remaining thugs, his gaze unwavering, inviting them to challenge him all at once. This moment felt like a significant turning point, a new chapter unfolding in his story where he was the central figure, navigating a world filled with unexpected turns. He then approached the trembling boss, who was now clutching a metallic briefcase tightly, clearly terrified by the unfolding events and Kang Yoohyun's power. The boss, trying desperately to regain some composure, demanded to know Kang Yoohyun's identity and sternly warned him about the severe consequences of collectors harming civilians. Kang Yoohyun, however, simply scoffed at the boss's warning. He pointed out the hypocrisy, stating that they were hardly in a moral position to preach about such matters. The boss, still attempting to assert some authority, declared that Kang Yoohyun couldn't legally touch him, believing himself protected by the law and its intricacies. Kang Yoohyun's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing slightly. The boss, seeing this subtle but significant change, felt a fresh wave of terror wash over him. Kang Yoohyun recalled chilling rumors about certain collectors who also operated as murder contractors, adding a sinister and dangerous layer to the boss's criminal activities. Desperate to save himself from Kang Yoohyun's wrath, the boss quickly offered him valuable resources, pleading for his life to be spared in exchange for the information. Kang Yoohyun, his interest piqued by the mention of resources, simply nodded and extended his hand, signaling his acceptance of the offer without hesitation. The boss, relieved and eager to comply, quickly presented a briefcase brimming with glowing, valuable artifacts. He had done his part, hoping for mercy. As Kang Yoohyun examined the contents, he opened a book, revealing documents related to these resources. He realized the situation was far more complex than a simple criminal organization. He discovered a shocking alliance, a criminal group colluding with the Hanwol clan, the very clan responsible for Soo-Yun's exile, and another powerful entity. The other entity was the notorious Twilight Curtain clan, a name that made Kang Yoohyun's eyes widen slightly in recognition and concern, hinting at deeper implications. He considered the implications of this discovery. Twilight Curtain collectors typically worked under the Pentagram Department, a powerful government agency. He wondered if this meant the Pentagram Department itself was secretly involved in this intricate web of deceit and power struggles, a truly unsettling thought. His thoughts then shifted to the Twilight Curtain clan's unusual involvement in the real estate industry, an unexpected connection that further puzzled him. He began to piece together the fragments of information, deducing that the entire operation in this area must be connected to something much larger and more sinister. He realized they were hiding a mind realm, a secret dimension concealed in a location so obscure that even the government was completely unaware of its existence. The implications were staggering. If a specific clan was deliberately hiding this location and attempting to monopolize it, the stakes were incredibly high and dangerous. He then turned back to the trembling boss, his voice firm and unwavering, demanding that he retrieve whatever else was hidden within a nearby safe. The boss, however, adamantly refused, his face contorted in sheer terror. He insisted that he absolutely could not open the safe no matter the consequences. Kang Yoohyun observed the boss's fierce denial, understanding that such strong resistance could only mean something truly vital and important was secured inside. He decided that if the boss wouldn't open it willingly, he would simply have to do it himself, using his own unique and powerful abilities to bypass the lock. With a subtle yet powerful display of his abilities, the large, imposing safe vanished from its place, leaving the boss utterly stunned and disbelieving. The boss screamed in utter shock and confusion, frantically demanding to know where the safe had gone, his mind struggling to comprehend its sudden disappearance. Kang Yoohyun casually gestured to the unconscious subordinates, then looked at the boss. He asked if it was truly fair to leave him unharmed after his men had suffered so much. The boss, confused by the question and still reeling from the safe's disappearance, could only stammer, "Pardon?" A moment before Kang Yoohyun delivered his response. With a swift, powerful strike, Kang Yoohyun punched the boss, knocking him out and effectively ending his resistance and his ability to cause further trouble. The boss slumped to the ground, defeated. Kang Yoohyun surveyed the chaotic scene, now settled into an eerie silence, and turned his attention to the safe's contents. He retreated to a more private space, the observer's room, a secluded area where he could examine the stolen safe without any further interruptions. He noted that the safe had been designed to be incredibly difficult to open, no matter the method, a clear sign of the extreme importance of its contents. However, this complex defense posed no problem for him, as he possessed the unique and powerful engraver ability, capable of bypassing such intricate security measures. He used his ability to meticulously delete the alarm system, lift the curse protecting the safe, and finally, unlock it, revealing its deeply hidden contents. Inside, he found a stack of documents clearly marked "Top Secret." The sheer volume and sensitive nature of the files were immediately striking and concerning. He realized this discovery was far more significant than he had ever imagined, containing information that could potentially shake the very foundations of power. He began to pore over the confidential documents, contemplating how he could best utilize this newly acquired, invaluable intelligence to his advantage. Meanwhile, the previously defeated subordinates, now somewhat recovered, began to complain to each other, feeling unjustly wronged by the turn of events. They vehemently denied any wrongdoing, insisting that they hadn't done anything that warranted such a harsh beating or their current predicament. Just then, a stern-faced superintendent arrived, and the subordinates quickly and nervously welcomed him, their fear palpable and evident on their faces. The superintendent, having already heard the unsettling news, demanded to know if their critical secret business information had truly been compromised by a single individual. The boss, now coherent but still terrified, tried to explain, denying that the situation was as dire as it seemed, attempting to minimize the damage. He insisted that while Kang Yoohyun had taken the safe, he would never be able to open it, believing its formidable defenses to be completely impenetrable. The superintendent, his gaze cold and unwavering, simply pointed to the three complaining subordinates, identifying them as the ones who failed to handle the situation properly. He struck them down, declaring that he would let them off easy with just these three for today, a chilling display of his power and authority. He then turned to the boss, his expression unreadable, asking if he remembered the appearance of the single individual who had caused such a mess. But as he tried to recall Kang Yoohyun's face, his memory strangely blurred. He stammered, unable to describe the intruder's features with any clarity. The superintendent quickly understood. Kang Yoohyun had used an ability to block their recognition, proving himself an expert in such clandestine operations. With a menacing glare, he declared that Kang Yoohyun would undoubtedly pay a steep price for fearlessly challenging the powerful Twilight Curtain clan. Kang Yoohyun, a young teller in a world of mixed realities, felt a profound weight of expectation. Someone powerful, perhaps even Juniwang Lotpyut, the CEO of Celestial Body Inc., was watching him. This mysterious observer hoped Yoohyun would weave a truly interesting story to illuminate their complex world, a story that would resonate deeply with all who heard it. Yoohyun suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, a pervasive sense of being observed from above, causing him to involuntarily shiver. His small, fairy-like companion confirmed his unease, noting that the gaze felt very real and likely came from one of the high-ranking individuals who typically occupied the upper echelons of their society. The realization that it might be Juniwang Lotpyut, a figure as formidable as the first-generation divine spirits, sent a shiver down his spine. He tried to rationalize it, reminding himself that he was still part of Lotpyut's company, so there was no reason for opposition or ill will. Deciding to dismiss the unsettling feeling for now, he chose instead to focus on the immediate tasks at hand and the present moment. His companion, with a cheerful call, urged him to hurry to the promotion ceremony, which was about to begin in the grand hall. The atmosphere in the opulent hall was thick with anticipation, filled with the hushed excitement of those gathered for the proceedings. As applause filled the room, murmurs spread among the attendees, their attention drawn to the young teller who had made such a name for himself. People whispered about Kang Yoohyun, the teller who had famously given up his blessing, yet achieved the incredible feat of being promoted to senior associate in just 1 month. His rapid ascent was truly remarkable, a testament to his unique abilities and unwavering dedication, surprising many with its speed. The companion pointed out that everyone was staring directly at him, their gazes filled with curiosity and a touch of awe. Yoohyun, basking in the attention, confidently declared that, of course they were. He was being promoted with a bang, and everyone was interested. He felt a surge of determination, vowing to keep pushing forward, to work even harder in the future than he had already done. Yet, despite the attention, the promotion ceremony itself felt anticlimactic, concluding rather abruptly with just a round of applause. His companion quickly explained that all such ceremonies were brief and urged him to leave immediately to avoid being swamped with department transfer offers. Yoohyun, understanding the potential hassle of dealing with such proposals, asked where they could possibly go to escape the inevitable rush. His companion simply pointed to the records room, a place known for its quiet solitude and often overlooked corners. Entering the stuffy, quiet records room, Yoohyun found an old man amidst the towering shelves, seemingly lost in thought. The old man, Galias, greeted him warmly, noting it had been about a month since their last meeting, a pleasant surprise. Yoohyun respectfully addressed him as Elder, a title he had used before, showing his deference and familiarity. Galias confirmed he had heard about Yoohyun's promotion, remarking that the rumors had spread far and wide, making it impossible for him not to know. He then suggested that Yoohyun's return must be due to the promise they had made previously, a quiet understanding passing between them. Yoohyun, sensing a deeper connection and a desire for more formality, stated that he couldn't keep calling him Elder forever. He then asked for his true name, a request that held a greater meaning than simple curiosity. The old man, with a gentle smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, revealed it. "My name is Galias." Yoohyun's eyes widened in shock. The name resonated deeply, bringing to mind the legendary Guardian of the Dragon King, Galias. His companion, equally stunned by the revelation, questioned who this man truly was, the weight of the name settling over them. Galias began to recount a tale from the vast history of the mixed world, a story of the great divine force Dragonica, a grand assembly of old dragon divine spirits. Among these powerful beings, there were 7 supreme figures known as the Dragon Kings, each inherently mighty from the moment of their birth. However, Galias continued, there was one among them, Sharuriel, the White Dragon King, who was born physically and mentally weak. This weakness was considered a grave sin by the strength-revering dragon species, leading to his isolation and suffering. Sharuriel suffered disdain and disregard even from his own kind, a painful existence for a creature meant for greatness. Yet, despite his initial weakness, after a long period of immense effort, he finally ascended to the stage of a Dragon King, defying all expectations. This incredible transformation was achieved with the help of a teller, a type of entity dragons typically despised because tellers merely narrated stories from behind the scenes. The very idea of dragons and tellers forming a close bond was unthinkable, an alliance that went against all established norms. But this one, teller accomplished something truly unbelievable. He chose a dragon as the main character of his story, a radical departure from tradition, and that dragon, Sharuriel, against all odds and the scorn of his peers, rose to become a king, his destiny rewritten by a storyteller. This unbelievable achievement led everyone to call Sharuriel's teller the Guardian of the Dragon King, a title of immense respect and legendary status. And that guardian's name, he concluded, was Galias, the very man standing before Yoohyun now, a living legend. Yoohyun confirmed he knew the story, his expression still a mix of awe and understanding, recognizing the profound history he was witnessing. Galias, however, brushed off his past accomplishments, insisting it was merely a deed of the past, something to be remembered but not dwelled upon. Yoohyun, curious about the choices of such a figure, asked why someone of such legendary stature would choose to work in an obscure place like this. Galias explained that he chose it himself, offering a piece of wisdom. If one runs without rest, they will eventually go crazy from the strain. Yoohyun, perhaps imagining his own intense work ethic, jokingly asked if he should consider working there after he retired, a light-hearted query. Galias let out a hearty laugh, clarifying that he was only joking. He had never even considered retiring from his life's work. He then observed that Yoohyun was currently at a point in his life where he was busy running forward, a time of intense progress and dedication. Yoohyun, looking at the seemingly retired elder, offered encouragement. He told Galias that he could do it too, that his age meant nothing. He asserted that the moment one decides to pursue something, the moment their passion ignites, that is their greatest moment, regardless of their past. Galias seemed deeply moved by Yoohyun's profound words, a flicker of renewed spirit appearing in his ancient eyes. Just then, a holographic timer appeared, indicating 10 minutes left until the end of the promotion ceremony, a stark reminder of the outside world. Yoohyun realized he had spent too much time in the records room and should head back to the main hall. He promised Galiez that he would visit again soon, eager to continue their fascinating conversations in the future. Galiez, pleased by the promise, expressed excitement for the next interesting conversation, a rare joy for the old guardian. Yoohyun and his companion departed, noting the quietness around them, confirming that the other tellers must have already left the ceremony. Yoohyun was pleased, planning to use this chance to quickly get to the station and return to Earth, his home. As he walked, he suddenly heard a sound, a faint rustle, and stopped, looking back toward the records room. A woman with long red hair and an eye patch emerged from the dusty records room, startling him with her unexpected appearance. Yoohyun confirmed she had indeed just come out of the records room, a question in his voice as he processed her presence. She observed that there were still tellers lingering around, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she took in the scene. Her presence exuded power, accentuated by the golden book she held, a clear sign that she was a department head within the organization. She inquired if Yoohyun was on good terms with the old man, Galiez, her gaze sharp and assessing. Yoohyun confirmed that he had indeed shared a few conversations with him, choosing his words carefully. She was surprised he even knew Galiez's name, concluding that he was certainly not an average fellow, his reputation preceding him. Recognizing him, she then recalled the rumors about a regular worker who had been promoted to senior associate in just 1 month. She asked if he was that rumored teller, Kang Yoohyun, her voice filled with a mixture of curiosity and respect. He confirmed it with a confident smile, acknowledging the widespread whispers about his achievements. She laughed, genuinely impressed by his reputation, and then introduced herself as Celestina, extending a hand in greeting. Celestina found Yoohyun utterly fascinating, not only for his connection to Galiez, but also for the rumor that he had given up his blessing and was fighting with his collector. She heartily approved of his vigor and aspiration, contrasting it with the younger tellers who often used the same boring methods to tell their stories. With a serious tone, she extended an offer, asking if he would like to join her department, a proposal Yoohyun politely declined, stating his desire to work alone. Celestina, however, saw his refusal as a sign of his unique spirit and instead proposed an alliance, offering her services as a freelancer. She then announced she needed to meet Galiez. As Celestina turned to leave, she paused, remembering something important. She warned Yoohyun about the pentagram department bastards on Earth, urging him to be vigilant. Yoohyun looked at her, a determined glint in his eyes, and with a confident smile he reassured her. "It's okay," he said. "I'm planning to destroy them myself."